Hello, good morning and welcome to Sonoma Raceway in the heart of the California sunshine, where we are going to be bringing you all the coverage of the 2023 Velocity Invitational. My name's Kevin. I'm pleased to say, standing alongside me once again, we have Taylor and Johnny, and we are set and ready to go. And Taylor, oh boy, we've picked a great day for it, haven't we?
Absolutely. The California sunshine, like you said, is shining on us, and these cars are ready, the tires are ready, and the drivers are ready. But more importantly, are the fans ready?
I'm sure they are, and it's going to be an absolute sellout today here at Sonoma. More people expected than yesterday, and Johnny, your voice has only just recovered because you were perhaps the busiest man here. You were non-stop talking all day.
But I had some fantastic guests, so that really, that makes the day go so much quicker, and so much information. I love involving both the drivers, the engineers, and the stories, more importantly, because that's what it's all about. Historics are all about driving cars, but telling the stories about those cars.
Yeah. And you had some great guests in the booth, like you say, filling us in with all of that information. And Taylor, we were out and about running around the pit and paddock. We're going to be doing it again today, so if you're here at the track and you see us, please do stop us and say hello. But highlights for you from yesterday, Taylor, what are you thinking?
I got the chance to speak with Zach Brown. He was in a Can-Am car. Yeah. Unfortunately, his response was he was tired. I know a lot of these drivers are actually running a couple classes here, which is really exciting. They not only get a chance to test their skills at one historic car, but multiple, which has got to be just a fantastic, fantastic feeling out there.
Yeah, Zach was having a great day. And Johnny, I'd come to you because, you know the history of McLaren perhaps better than all three of us stood up here. What about that parade of McLaren's automotive sector, not the racing side, the road cars? That was quite something, that parade.
No question. The parade was fantastic. It showed the history of the motor car or the road cars from McLaren. But also, I think if Bruce was looking down on this event this weekend, he would be so proud the way he is being honoured and the way the McLaren's 60 years of history from Formula One all the way to their road cars and their latest launch of a road car yesterday. A fantastic tribute to what was one of the great racing drivers and innovators of our time in motorsport.
Yeah, a great birthday for McLaren. Me personally, I was lucky enough to put the microphone under Lando Norris after he got out of a car previously driven by Alain Prost. I mean, it was just amazing. And then Pato O'Ward was tearing it up here at Sonoma in one of Lewis Hamilton's cars. I mean, the names and the sort of heritage that we saw yesterday it was second to none, wasn't it, guys?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Right, so, Johnny, I think you're going to go off and get set for Group 3 first. So, Group 3, sports racing cars from 50s through to the early 60s, I think. Looking forward to that one?
Yeah, and this is actually where racing in California really took off, was the mid-50s. Laguna Seca, the Pebble Beach races, here at Sears Point as it was then. So, yeah, it's a fitting way to start Group 3, the European invasion and the American kind of comeback to that.
Fantastic. Well, the engines are roaring behind us, Johnny. I think we'll let you duck out and go and take up your commentary position. We'll say cheerio to Jonathan Green there. Do stay tuned throughout the day because he's the Englishman, the effervescent Englishman that's adding the voice to all of this throughout the day. And myself and Taylor, like I said, will be running around the pit and the paddock, getting the little snippets from the owners and the drivers. But probably a good time then just to tell you now what's coming up and a few highlights from us. Let's take a look at the schedule then. Here it is. So kicking things off, as we just said then, Group 3 going out on track at 8:30 a.m. That's right now. That's 56 to 61 sports racing cars. You'll see a lot of European marks in that one. It's going to be really exciting. We continue with Group 1 and Group 4. And then at 10:35, the DirtFish Rally School are going out. That is phenomenal. And don't forget, of course, you might still be able to get a ride in a rally car with a pro driver in an off-road circuit. Go and see the guys from DirtFish, but they're on track at 10:35. And then at 11:25 a.m., McLaren Racing are back on track. And, we were talking about this yesterday, Taylor. This is the 60th anniversary, the 60th birthday of McLaren. There were so many McLaren highlights yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I was able to speak to Tony Kanaan, but not only do we have these veteran racers out here, but we've got some youngsters. I don't know if you were able to catch a word with them.
I did. David Malukas, a young driver who's just going into their IndyCar team, starting with them in 2024. I last spoke to him in 2014, which is now 10 years ago. It makes me feel old, when he was in a race car and he was about this high. So the road from karting through to the top level of the sport, well, it's well documented, as with Lando as well. But yeah, fantastic to catch up with David. And like you say, that moment with TK, which you had yesterday, was great as well, wasn't it? He was really pleased with his helmet. Let's have a look at the rest of the afternoon as well then, because after McLaren we have a lunch break, and then we're into the afternoon, Taylor.
Absolutely. Right after McLaren Racing, don't run away, because we have Group 8, which is one of my favorites. You got that American muscle, that American speed coming out with our historic Trans Am car. cars. A couple other groups, Group 5, Group 6, and then at 2 p.m. you'll want to be there. That is the autograph session. Hopefully Lando Norris will be back. That line is probably already started around probably now. People are lining up to get their autographs there. And then we've got Group 7, Group 9, and then to close out the day, one of my personal favorites, Minis versus Mustangs. What a way to finish the day with a little bit American, a little bit of British, finish it off strong.
It's a great way to finish the day, and full credit to Don Racine and the guys there from Mini Mania who put all those minis on track. Now listen, we can hear engines roaring behind us. The track has lit up. So let's take a look at the circuit guide, because Alexander Rossi was keen in the circuit guide when he had a chat to Johnny earlier this weekend.
Always been a pretty low grip facility. So obviously with cars of this level of horsepower and cold tires and everything, it's going to be a challenge in the first couple of laps. So turn 1, you know, it's that very fast uphill bumpy corner that is flat out in most circumstances, leading into kind of a very blind turn 2, which turns 3 and 3A are also blind. I love the carousel, turn 6, you know, it's a corner that just rewards commitment. Turn 7 is essentially a hairpin that sets you up for the chase all the way back down to the paddock area.
Well, it really is a special circuit, thanks to Alexander Rossi there. Johnny Green is in position. That class, Group 3, are ready to go. Taylor, should we get our sneakers on and go to start running around the paddock?
I'm ready. I'll be at Velocity Lane, ready to get these drivers, get them pumped up, ready to go on track.
All right, Johnny Green, thanks so much. Let's go join you on comms. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Yes, and as you can see, Sonoma is already lit up with cars because Group 3 has already got underway. I'm delighted to be joined by a name I've heard many a time on a timing sheet at an historic event. His name, Thor Johnson. Thor, thank you for coming first and foremost. We're straight into it. Group 3 is up and away, and it looks like Cameron Healy and his Cooper, Porsche Pooper, which is a great one to start talking about, is leading the way. But welcome. What a great event. And let's start talking about Group 3. What do you know about this group?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to know that for the period that we're talking about and the type of cars, sports racers, the group that's here representing that is absolutely fantastic. I mean, we've got pretty much one of everything. I mean, they go from things we have to understand is there's small, light, small power to large, heavy, big power. And it makes for a great race because the small light cars are real agile through the corners, but the heavier cars are a whole lot faster in a straight line. So it's a challenge, and it's a lot of fun.
Where does Pooper come into all of this?
Well, I don't know why they did the nickname for it, but they made a couple of them, and Cameron's got one, and Denny Akers.
I guess it's a combination of Cooper and Porsche.
Yep.
Pooper.
And another thing that maybe the people watching this don't know is that we're required to run on what's called a 204L section Dunlop tires.
Right.
And the reason why they're actually from the formulation in the period, they're made currently, but they're actually from old formulation. So they're very hard, which means the cars slide around a lot. See the rest of the day today, we'll have our compound tires, and they have a whole lot better adhesion. So these guys are having to go fast, but keep control of the car because they slide around quite a bit. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, no question. Well, the man leading at the moment is that 1953 Cooper Pooper, or Porsche Pooper, and it was raced mainly on the East Coast at Lime Rock, Watkins Glen, Elkhart Lane, of course, back in 1954. It's a 53, and it raced from 1954 until 1969. And as you can see, it's a glorious piece of kit. That was Gregory Campbell we got a quick shot of in the 55 Porsche Devon Speedster. So we've got a combination of different cars from this era, and an important era because, as I said at the top, the Group 3s were effectively European cars coming over to take on the might of America, which already was establishing both circuits, like Laguna Seca and some of the circuits I just mentioned on the East Coast. Sears Point, we're here at Sonoma, as it was then, wasn't built until a little bit later. But these cars were very relevant coming over from Great Britain literally after the war, especially some of the servicemen bringing them back these small displacement cars, and really giving the Americans a run for their money, which was a surprise at first.
There was a whole pile of Coventry Climax motors that had been used for pumps, water pumps for fire control and stuff during World War II that were left over after the war, and young guys, and particularly in the UK, saw all of these motors, and they're worth nothing practically, and they started using them to race with, and it enabled people on a fairly tight budget to have a pretty successful race car.
Is there any particular car looking at this group, and like you say, it's got a bit of everything, that you want to point our audience to?
Well, I should tell you a story about, there's two different cars here, a Lola Mark I, there's several of them, and there's a Lotus 17, there's only one, unfortunately, today, which I would normally be driving. But
what happened?
Well, this is the end of the season for us, and my guys who take care of me and make sure I don't die every year, I give them a chance to go out there and race. Both of them are in my car in this group and my car in the Group 6. The guys, get a chance to go out and have fun. Frankly, they're better drivers than I am, so it'll be a good time for them. And anyway, to get back to the difference of the Lola, where the Lola came from, we also have some Lotus 11s here, and the Lotus 11s were dominant in under 2-liter sports racer, 55, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mm-hmm. And a guy named Eric Broadley, who worked for
Eric.
Yeah, for Chapman, decided to leave and start building the Lola 1 to compete against the 11, because at that time Chapman was doing the 15 because he was going to try and dominate an over 2-liter. Oh, well, that's not good. Into the wall here on the front straight.
Oh, that's not fun.
Right there.
Oh, sadly, the 57 gets turned around right in front of us, sadly. William Taylor in that Monaco, that Cooper Monaco from 1962.
I think something broke. So anyway, to go on with the story, Broadley, when Chapman found out that Broadley was making the Lola to go against the 11, that angered him, so he decided to make the 17 to challenge the Lola. But at the same time, they were building the Lotus 18 with a rear-engine formula car, and it was very successful right out of the box. So they said, well, why don't we make a rear-engine sports racer? And so they made the 19, and that meant that the Lola and the 17 were basically one-year cars. They weren't competitive as soon as the rear-engine sports racers came out. That was pretty much the end of those two cars. Although, for those of us who own them now, they're a heck of a lot of fun.
Oh, no question. Absolutely. And I think that was the essence of the day, which was these small displacement cars, these low to the ground cars, were just great cornerers, lightweight. That's certainly how Lotus and Lola intended, getting the most out of small displacement, but being able to corner. And that was their advantage. And yes, we are under a caution or a yellow here in this first of our Group 3 races because we had a turn. It's just a local yellow on the main straight. It looks like the car is actually okay. It's going to take a hit. It's going to need to be taken away. But all due care is taken, as you can imagine, as we watch the Lola Mark I in all red. John Hill from Seattle at the wheel. And this is exactly what you're talking about.
Indeed. You know, I love the little sports racers, the lightweight sports racers, but then you see a couple of cars out there like the 56 300S Maserati. Oh my gosh, that's eye candy right there. And the Ferrari that's out there, and this car here,
Monstrati.
Yeah, Monstrati with David Swig in it. It's got a. He says, and I've been behind him occasionally. He says that he could probably turn as fast a lap time if he had 150 less horsepower because it would
too
be
much.
easier to handle.
Because he's got a big bore engine in there.
Yeah, big V8. Yeah.
1957.
Yep.
And this is what I was talking about when we started, which was this was the Americans, if you like, sort of trying to reply to what the Brits were bringing over, and not just the Brits, the Italians and the French and so on. And it was more a case of sort of, well, what can we do? And obviously Americans still to this day love their horsepower. Whoa. What do you get to the ground? And that's what it's all about. But that can be, there's a fine balance between raw power and nimbleness, isn't there?
There definitely is. Well, that's what it makes this a decent race too, because if, for example, Cameron with the horsepower that he's got compared to the people that were running close to him and the big V8s and stuff, the only chance he's got is because he's nimble and light.
Yeah, in fact, that Chevy V8 in the Monstrati was used at hill climbs in the SEA events as well as rallies in 1957 through the early 60s, and would take on the likes of the D-Type Jaguars and the XKs. Even a Maserati 300 it would be up against. More powerful sometimes, but that was certainly a way of kind of trying to equal things out. Horsepower of 230 in that particular car that you're looking at right now.
That's a great car. We like to refer to all these that were basically one-ofs in the period. Junkyard dogs.
Yeah, hot rods.
They could bite you.
The original hot rods.
They could bite you.
Oh yeah, I'll bet. Now, also, I want to sort of bring in something we talked about yesterday. When you see a Porsche Devon Speedster. Now, the word Devon comes from the development here in the States, isn't it? And it's just basically a name put on by the company that effectively modified those cars.
Yeah, you could buy, in fact, we have one, was in the grid, but unfortunately broke the rear end, an SS, a Devon SS, which was actually built, the whole car was built by Devon. Mm-hmm. That was their only real car they sold, the whole car. The rest of it was a chassis and a body. And you could do whatever you want with it. You could put whatever motor in there, and there's been all sorts of different motors fit into those Devons. Like, for example, the SS is the V8 in the front, and on the case of the Porsches, there are Porsche motors in the back.
So yeah, let me ask then, if you get what I would call a standard Porsche from Europe, what would Devon want to do straight off the bat with it? What would the customer want to have changed, if anything?
You mean as far as
make it to make it into their own, or make it customized?
Well, basically, they provided a shell, mm-hmm. and you had to do the rest.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was heavy modification to make a front engine car into a rear engine car.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Cameron Healy leads the way from John Hill in that Lola Mark 1 that we saw, the number 11A. They're all behind the pace car while we extract, sadly, that number 57, which has just got turned around. That's a Cooper Monaco from 1962 in that beautiful bare aluminium. William Taylor was at the wheel at that, but they've just taken it away. So we should be racing very soon. We've still got a good 12 minutes left on this race. So we're talking to Thor Johnson, who should be out there right now in the 57 Cooper Monaco himself, but not to be.
Well, like I said, my guys keep me alive every year, and at the end, and they're both great drivers. And at the end of the year, I like to give them a little chance to get out there and have some fun. I ran on Wednesday, or on Thursday and Friday and Saturday, So today they can go out, have at it.
Yeah, and I think people tuning in, especially people tuning in this early, will be fans of racing. How many events do you do a year? Because I've only just begun to realize just how big the historic scene is, particularly here in the States.
Well, I'm actually in the decline, so I've got a little longer in the tooth. Typically in the past, we do a minimum of at least 12.
That's great.
And we do an East Coast swing from Mont Tremblant to Elkhart Lake and Watkins Glen. And then we come down to California from Washington to run events here and at Laguna. And then at home, we have 3 or 4 events at home as well. And at Portland, we also race at Portland. So, now it's kind of dwindling a little bit. It's less about, it takes a lot of time. I mean, we have to fly in a day before, and then we're here and leave. So I'm getting homesick.
Don't blame you.
At the end of the season, it's time to go home and be with the wife and my pups. So.
I'll bet. Jeffrey O'Neill, Ryan Turry, the organisers of this event, never easy to come into a world that is not saturated, but is very established, let's face it. This is the 4th year, and they've taken a slightly different approach. And they've certainly taken an approach where there is no reproachment on what they've got. Some of the cars here are second to none. And so if you're going to do it right is the older adage. And I think there's a lot that got here that is absolutely right.
I believe that I can say this, and I've got my own opinion, mm-hmm. That this is already and will continue. If he keeps going, I'm praying. The premier event on the West Coast, to be honest with you, because, like you've said, they made sure they kept the grids small enough, and the cars are real cars from the period, and They also, it's invitational. That means if you're have a little problem with not staying away from other people, you don't get invited. So, and that's a good thing, because some of these cars are, as you know, extremely valuable, and nobody wants to take out a car like that and have somebody run into them with something that, you know, it's a problem. And unfortunately, some of the other bigger events are starting to open a door for pretty much anybody that's got a paycheck, you know. So,
and I think that is important, that invitational tag to it, because, you know, that said, yesterday's racing was just that. We had Gunnar Jeanette going up against Horatio Fitzsimon in one particular race that I remember, a Ferrari against a Lotus, and I mean, it was a photo finish, and you know, but there was respect. They were sliding the cars, and they were, you know, multi-million-dollar cars, but these were the right guys to drive them. They know exactly, having known Gunnar for a long time, and of course he grew up with his dad restoring cars in Florida, so he knows what this is all about. He's a very good driver, as is the young Horatio, and you know, it was more than a spectacle. It was a genuine race, and I think that if you can get that balance right, is quite rightly as you say, it is invitational. If you start to mess about, hey, that's not what we're about here, and I think they've got that balance between both racing and putting on a show.
Yeah, I think we have to know that there are a few actual professional racers here.
Oh yeah.
However, the vast majority of us are, in essence, are amateurs. And we can be wild amateurs, or we can be amateurs that are paying attention and not wanting to damage themselves or anybody else. And it doesn't mean we're not trying to be competitive. I mean, it's out there. The juice is out there, but we kind of try to keep control on that a little bit.
Yeah, and the small time I've been involved in historics, it has amazed me, as you say, quite rightly, most of the competitors are amateur or pro-amateur, you know, entries. And that makes it sound like, well, they're not as good as the guys from the original day, or they're not but to be honest, it's the same car. So if you're wheeling it, you are able. And I think, given that we're talking cars of 50 plus years old, that we all drive cars today, but there's no ABS here. A lot of them have drum brakes. You know, there's a lot of things that, you know, just are taken as a given that you don't get to work with in terms of modern cars anyway. And so actually, I would say the dynamic, I mean, I don't know, Lando Norris is here, one of the top drivers in the world. I think he'd struggle if you threw him in your Lotus. He'd certainly have to think about
opener.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, Paddock Award, who was at Velocity last year, I think took out one of the vintage historic Trans Ams, and he just wasn't, you know, he didn't have his head around how he had to, what revs he needed to change up, and it was something, because he's got paddle shifts and all the rest of it. No problem, you know, no fault of his, but that's a different generation, isn't it?
It is. And we used to have an award years ago that was when the age of the car and the age of the driver exceeded 100 years, they got an award. Well, they gave that up years ago, because there isn't anybody out there that doesn't add up to over 100 years old now.
That's hilarious. Well, it's still Cameron Healy leading the way in that lovely car, like we said, mostly raced on the East Coast, some of those tracks you mentioned, like Elkhart Lake and Road America, and beautiful car.
Yes, it is. And he's a great driver. And John behind him is also a fine driver.
Yeah, that Lola Mark 1 is in second place, a 1960 version of that. John Hill at the wheel, as you mentioned. Gregory Cameron moving up to third place in that 356. Another 55 Porsche Devon Speedster. And then another Lola 1, Mark 1 from 1960. And Swig in that Monsterati Special from 1957. Dropping just down, he's just dropped down to 6th place. Lion is now behind him, and we are now running out of time at the finish for this Group 3 feature race. It starts us off today. Have you enjoyed Velocity? I know you're not out there, you'd like to be out there, but have you enjoyed it this weekend?
I have. I've been to all 4 of them, and it's very likely I'll return as long as Jeffrey allows me to. And I just saw my mechanic almost pass one of our customers. After coming from 22nd to about 5th. So
well, that's a good omen and a good advert for what you do. Thank you, Thor. Appreciate you coming in. We're going to take a short break here from Sonoma. We've got a full day ahead. So whatever you've got to do, mow the lawn, do the shopping, get it done, because we've got great motor racing to bring you. Stay with us.
I hope that was okay.
Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational here at Sonoma Raceway, where I'm pleased to say I've managed to find the man that has made all of this possible, Mr. Jeff O'Neill. Jeff, great to see you here at Turn 11. We've got a fantastic view of the track, and this year, everything's looking great, isn't it?
So far, so good. Yeah, we're just delighted. Obviously, we've got the McLaren team here, Zach, Lando, all the Aero drivers from Indy. It's just been a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, the McLaren bought the whole shooting match this year, but the fans came out in force yesterday for Lando and all of those McLaren drivers. Some people queued up all day to get Lando's autograph at 4. Can you believe that? They came in, they went straight to there. But, I mean, for you, what have been the highlights this year? I loved hearing those Formula One cars. The sound of those was incredible. But for yourself, what have been some of your highlights so far as we're at the halfway stage?
Well, I think just we have so much to offer this year that's just extraordinary. We've got the guys from DirtFish, running rally cars. We've got a 3.5-mile course set up in the hills of Sonoma, just creating this amazing environment. And then to have Ford come out and unveil the brand new Mark IV, which nobody has ever physically seen before, was absolutely stunning. And then, of course, to have Paddock and the rest of the team was just fantastic from McLaren. So we loved having these guys. They've been doing an amazing job driving the rare cars that McLaren brought from the collection in England.
Yeah, they really did. And like I say, the fans came out in force for all of McLaren. Big scoop with Ford doing the unveil as well on that GT Mark IV. Have you stuck your head in and had a look at it yet?
I have. As a matter of fact, we did a quick photo shoot because I was lucky enough to have one of the 2016 Ford GTs as well. So it's really the Mark IV is the generation after the 2016 Ford GT. So it's just a spectacular car.
And we're stood here at Turn 11 then, the driver's lounge, and the sort of like the vista we've got is fantastic. The setting here at Sonoma, it's a new venue for us, but I think it's working out all right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think people enjoy the intimacy of this environment. I mean, we've got the wine country in the background. We have our Sip and Saver Pavilion where you can come and taste wines and chill out, or you can watch from the start-finish line. So there's just something to do for everybody, whether you're 5 years old or 105 years old.
And the greatest thing about this, or one of the great things I think personally, is you're the man that's made it all happen, and you're dressed in your casuals here now, and we're relaxed in the sunshine. But a little bit later on, you'll have your race suit on, and you'll be out there on track as well, won't you?
I will be. I'll be running Ferrari GTO, and it's not mine, wish it was, but I'll be racing a Ferrari GTO along with the Ford GT that went to Le Mans in 2016.
Listen, we're looking forward to seeing out there. And Zach Brown's here celebrating McLaren's birthday, but he's a busy man racing as well. So, listen, Jeff, it's always a pleasure. Thank you. It's probably the last time I'll see this man today because he's running around, he's very busy, and then he's racing. So on behalf of me and all of the fans here, thanks ever so much for making it happen.
Awesome. Thank you as well.
Right, so listen, don't go anywhere, folks, because we're going to go and join Jonathan Green back in the booth for our next set of historic race cars out on track.
Thank you very much, and well done to Jeffrey O'Neill and his team for putting this event together. We began here in 19, I may as well say it, but it feels like it. 2019 we began here at Sonoma, and as you can see as we look above, it's a beautiful setting. But it doesn't get any better than this. Those magnificent men in their flying machines. And quite literally, that expression was used, of course, for the World War I pilots of old, but many of those engines ended up in these beasts, because this is the Ragtime Races, and a fitting exhibition for you. And we talked about being either 5 or 105, and there is a huge appeal to start your day at Ragtime and learn just how the automobile came to be and how the simple rudiments of braking, fuel consumption, huge steering wheels, very basic cars, leather helmets, goggles, a passenger no less. Why do you need a passenger? Well, there's no mirrors. You need somebody to look out where you're going. And also, you needed somebody to start the darn thing, because most of them back in the day had a winding start, plus the spare wheel was on the back. You needed to change that. I've been out in that number 17. It's a doozy. It's a cracker, or you can have your wheel on the side. But aren't these beautiful cars? And they are beautifully prepared and looked after by a team known as the Ragtime Racers, an exhibition group formed in 2018, just a year before we began Velocity. Authentic 100-year-old race cars. Unbelievable. Really amazing. And they travel the country from event to event, as a traveling circus, if you will. And as I heard from a couple of the drivers yesterday, it's almost a full-time job. Brian Blaine, his team, continue to put on a show of what is known as the heroic age of auto racing. And you really must consider it as thus, because these cars with these huge steering wheels and wheels are going next to almost 100 miles an hour here at Sonoma. It's a bit of a struggle to get them up the hill, but it is so much fun. And I'm going to be joined in a moment, and here he comes. Bill Bennett is going to join me. I'm going to throw some headphones on. He's just made sure that his car's got back out there, and we're going to talk you through some of the cars, and there are more actually. They don't bring them out, or every car out every weekend, and that would be quite a task. They bring a smorgasbord of fantastic cars that range from 1911 all the way through 1920. We had a Duesenberg out there last night, or yesterday morning, excuse me. It didn't make it all the way, but let's hope it's back out there now. Bill, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Did they all get out okay?
One of them did not make it. The Hudson, unfortunately, we have an ignition problem on it. We don't know what's going on, but it happens when you're down to the last 20 minutes and making sure every other car starts, because that one is so dependable, and it didn't want to play this morning.
Sadly, I would never qualify, but if I wanted to be a ragtime man,
yes,
which I'd love to be, you must have some very interesting folk who must know a fair bit about the mechanics of these older cars, or at least a willingness to learn, because these aren't easy, are they, to keep maintained?
They're not. The biggest problem is, of course, finding parts and correct parts. It'd be very easy to just put modern equipment on these cars and cover up with hoods and shields and things like that to hide this stuff, but we are quite a bit the purists, if you might say,
yeah.
and we try to do everything right, down to the nuts and bolts and wiring connectors and everything. We try to really make everything authentic and as it was.
Now, that Packard that we were looking at there,
yes,
that's the car I've been in. I've been in a passenger in that. And
okay.
It felt like I was going 100 miles an hour. What kind of speeds, in a straight line, can you get up to with these?
That Packard has a top speed of about 85 miles an hour. If it had different gearing in the rear axle, it would actually go faster than that. But the top revolution per minute on that engine is only about 1,800.
Well, the Ford Racer behind it is coming alongside.
Okay, that's a National. That's a 1911 National
okay.
Indy car, yeah. That car at Indianapolis about 5 years ago was clocked at over 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
And that one actually ran in the 1911 Indy 500. That's the number 20 car. And finished 7th. Quite a machine. Very historically significant piece of machinery there.
And where do you find them? I mean, they must, when you first started out in 2018, I mean, were they all in museums at the time?
Some of them were, but most of them, I actually started working with the Ragtime Racer group, which wasn't formed yet, but I started working with them in 2012 as a full-time mechanic and restorer. And quite a number of these cars, believe me, I am intimately familiar with every nut and bolt on them. But yeah, 5 of the cars.
We've got a retiree right by our commentary booth.
Yeah, it looks like Eric is pulling off with a Sturdivant for some reason.
Yeah, that's Eric Ramos,
yes,
in the maroon number 18 Romano.
Yeah, that's the aircraft-powered car. They're getting the green flag now, so I guess we're ready to go racing.
Here we go.
Yeah, Ned Archer's out in front. Or no, wait a minute. I'm looking at 2 different things here at once, and I'm getting myself a little confused. But there we go.
I was just explaining to the audience why you had a passenger. There's a few reasons, and I hadn't mentioned the obvious, which is balance.
That's one of the reasons, but the main reason, he's the one that's taking care of observing all the gauges, which there aren't many, but there are a few of them that are very critical. He maintains fuel pressure. Most of these have pressurized fuel tanks, which are pressurized with a hand pump. And
so you'll see them as they go down the straight. So is there a time when when the car is flat, if you will, down a straight where it's the most obvious place? You don't want to be doing it on the lean, do you?
If you look at the gauge and it's below where it needs to be, you're pumping the pump. It doesn't matter what configuration you're in on the track. Sometimes when we're out here in the hot summertime, you don't have to pump hardly at all, because just the sunshine shining on the fuel tank will keep it pressurized.
That's
pretty amazing.
There you go. Yeah, a little bit of heat.
Yeah. But another thing that the mechanician does, he's your rearview mirror. He lets you know when somebody's coming up behind you, or telling you, hey, give a little bit of room. He's going to try and pass you, or cut him off. We're trying to win the race. don't do that.
And for those looking at these cars, probably in bewilderment, really, we're looking at Frank Zucchi here in the National IndyCar race Model T40 from 1911. I mean, that's a long time ago. That's a different car, but what would you point out that has stood the test of time, or was a first version of that then got developed and then became something that was used, on an ad infinitum?
The thing that we always like to say is that a spark plug is still a spark plug.
Yep.
And while there have been a lot of iterations of spark plugs, they're still essentially doing the same job. But it's amazing for Brian and us to look at all of the things that have evolved, or actually kind of re-evolved, because what is old is new again.
Yeah.
The transaxle, the Packard, the 1912 Packard actually has a transaxle in it, which is sometimes considered a fairly new innovation. A lot of things, the infinite range transmissions, that was developed about 1904. Coilover spark plugs, they were developed by Mercedes and Bosch back in 1903. So a lot of stuff that we all think of as new innovations, if you go back through history, a lot of things were invented way back when and just didn't take hold, or the technology wasn't quite there to make them dependable at that time. But through evolution and modern technology, we're able to use them again to great effect.
And we're looking at the number 4 now, that Ford Racer.
That's Ed Archer. That's a 1915 Model T with a Rajo overhead valve conversion. Now that car is also capable of about 100 miles an hour. And those types of cars really would have raced on the big super speedways and things. They were to an extent, but that is more typical of the type that you find at the fairground dirt tracks on a Friday or Saturday night. The local boys out there trying to become the next Barney Oldfield. Yep.
Well, just reading about this particular car, these Model Ts even took on Pikes Peak. And
Absolutely.
Most people here in America have heard of Pikes Peak and seen how some of the most glamorous cars in the world have taken on the mighty hill to try and get the best time. But it must have been daunting in a Model T.
Well, it's a light car. It handles well. It's nimble. And so, going around those curves at speed, there's nothing wrong with that. Probably one of the most famous applications for a Model T. In 1923, a Frontenac-powered Model T, Frontenac overhead valve conversion, actually finished 5th in the Indianapolis 500.
Wow.
So, and Model T Fords, if you look at the history of racing, they have actually secured more wins, more victories in all types of racing, if you add them all up, than all other makes, models of vehicles combined. Just because of sheer volume.
Yeah. And I'm thinking about 1911, let's say. Now, okay, the car was just well established by then, but it wasn't like everybody had one until Henry Ford said, okay, I'm going to build a car that most people can have. But even that was a rarity.
Right.
And just the sheer speeds. I mean, we call it horsepower, not because we like the name, it's because that's what we had before. So it was the only way we could judge the speeds.
Right.
It was 2 horses, 3 horses, and so on and so forth. My point being that when these things flash by, they must have been UFOs to many people.
Absolutely, and the drivers of them were actually considered kind of the rock star of the day.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Gladiators. These guys were amazing athletes. You would not believe the strength and the stamina it takes to drive one of these cars, even on a 25-minute session that we're in the middle of here.
No power steering.
Absolutely not. And could you imagine doing this for 7 or 8 hours?
No.
Which the first Indy 500 was a 7.5-hour race.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Just saw the Duesenberg. Glad to see it out there as we take a look at the Lexington.
Yes. Yeah, this is Sandy Blaine. This is Brian's wife.
Bless her.
Yeah,
she didn't get out yesterday.
No, we had a problem with that one, and we got it going, and unfortunately we had a problem with the Hudson today, so it didn't get going. But
she made a lovely comment to Taylor. She was like, I'm out here to show these girls, these young girls, that they can do anything. And look at her go.
Absolutely. And by the way, she had back surgery just about a year ago and is still recovering from that. And she's out there driving that car. So absolutely fantastic for her, and we're coining the phrase. She has now become known as the Great Bandini. So
there you go. Well, you know, that particular car, we mentioned Pikes Peak, so let's tell it. From 1920 until 26, that car that the Lexington you just saw that she was driving did compete in Pikes Peak.
Actually, that particular car only competed in 1920.
Okay.
Lexington Motor Company kept entering newer and newer cars as technology improved, and you know, they wanted to advance their technology and their name. So what they did with that car after it competed successfully at Pikes Peak, instead of just throwing the car away because there was really no other use for it, it was designed specifically for that course, they decided to paint it up as it is painted today, and they drove it to all their dealerships all over the country as a promotional vehicle, as a show of the stamina and the strength and the speed and durability of their automobiles.
Amazing. Yeah. Another thing I want to mention, we mentioned the Duesenberg briefly there, but just this period in particular, one side of this that was effectively sort of far more thought out, perhaps, was the engines themselves, because they were, certainly in the case of the Duesenberg and many others, they were aircraft engines.
The Duesenberg was actually a purpose-built overhead cam engine. They actually started designing engines for the World War I effort and then kind of shifted to the racing aspect of it. And racing at this time, as it is today, is an area of testing and you know, trying new ideas and this kind of thing, and see if it can be then transferred to the regular production vehicles. And that Duesenberg has an overhead camshaft straight 8 engine, so it's quite technologically advanced for 1920.
Steel wheels and rear mechanical brakes.
Yep.
The Duesenberg brothers, Fred and August.
Yes. Yeah. So they and of course everybody's heard the term, boy, that's an easy. Well, that came from the name Duesenberg, yeah. And of course, they're more famous for the cars that they built in the 30s, actually during the Great Depression of all times, to be building cars of incredible stature and you know, just amazing pieces of machinery.
And I'm a big one for racing drivers having to have a racing name. You can't be John Smith and go and be a racing driver. You've got to have a good racing name. And my favourite, Eddie Rickenbacker.
Absolutely.
First to race in 1914.
Yes, yeah, he raced in, of course, flew in World War I. We're actually looking right now at the Hall Scott, and this is a very, very interesting car. Hall Scott Aircraft Engine Company wanted to go racing, so they had this car designed. They had it on the drawing board. They figured out what engine transmission they wanted to do. And then this little trivial thing came up in 1917 called World War I.
Trivial.
Yeah, and because of that, they scrapped the race project and went, of course, full into the military aircraft engine manufacturing. So this car was never built, but the plans and the blueprints and everything still existed. So this is a faithful production of the car that was never built by Hall Scott. All the components are correct on it as shown in the design and blueprint of the car.
It's a beautiful car, isn't it? I mean, it just looks fantastic.
Yep. And it's a wonderful car to ride in and drive as well. And of course, all these cars to drive in, they're very, very heavy. As you mentioned, no power steering, no power brakes on the rear wheels only. Absolutely amazing pieces of machinery.
And also some of the gear changes right in the middle, I noticed. So you've got to keep your feet and knees out of the way.
Absolutely, and some of them, the gear shifters are on the outside of the car. Yep, and of course, no synchro mesh transmissions. Everything is spur gears and sliding gear stuff, and matching RPMs is quite critical to get these things into the next gear up or the next gear down, depending on what you're doing.
How did you go, or how did they go about cooling these cars? Because obviously you've got these massive engines. You're talking about a 7.5-hour race. You'd think overheating would be a huge problem.
Had massive engines, and they had massive radiators as
there
well.
You go.
Cooling system.
Checkered flag is out.
Yep. Cooling system on these cars typically is 4 to 5 gallons, maybe even a little more than that on some of them.
That's good. Yeah,
a lot of water.
But again, you know, that's the rudimentary starting of cooling. And from there on in, radiators have got smaller and smaller, especially in racing.
Right.
And it's all about taking those basics and saying, well, how can we make this more compact? I mean,
more efficient.
Yeah, more efficient. I remember putting some NASA guys together with some Formula One guys, and they were amazed at how much they were doing exactly the same thing, trying to compact a lot of power and keep it reliable and make it go fast.
Yep, in a very small, lightweight package. Yep.
Well, Bill, it's a joy. I wish we could get the Ragtime out 3 or 4 more times, but that's it for today. But you'll be on and around the country, so look out for them, Ragtime Races. You can go to the website and see where they are or where they're performing and putting on a show. But thank you, Bill. I'll let you go and fettle as you do well. You smell great. I love the overalls. They're all, by the way, they're all dressed in period. You can't see them all, but when you see them back and getting out the cars, they look fantastic. So thank you for coming. And
well, thank you for having me. I hope everybody learned a little bit. I tried to answer all the questions, and if I couldn't actually think of the right answer, I made one up that hopefully sounded good.
There you go.
All right.
And if you get a chance, ask for a ride. I did, and I loved it. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma. We'll be right back.
I've made it down here to Velocity Lane, and I'm standing with Tony. He's in that Tatum GMC Special, and what a car. You're on the top of the pole to start. Tell me a little bit about this car, if you can.
Yes, ma'am. 1947 GMC. It's a special built by Chuck Tatum out of Sacramento, and a very famous car, and ran Pebble Beach races in the day.
It's seen its fair share of California. How is it doing out here in this California sunshine at Race Sonoma?
Yeah, it's fun to drive. It's a little primitive, very simple to drive, but it's fun.
Quite the car, and you're about to have quite the run out there today, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, thank you. We'll put on quite a good show.
All right, best of luck. I'm going to head on over and talk to some of your competitors. Let's see who we've got here. We'll pass on. Are you Alex? Alex McAllister. How are you doing today?
Well, how are you?
Wonderful. You're piloting this beautiful car here, 23. What can you tell me about it?
It's a Jaguar D-Type, which raced in about 50 races back in the period with varying levels of success. It's raced with the famous Scottish Ecurie Ecosse team. Raced at Le Mans once as a privateer effort, and is in pretty good original condition. It's got some new bodywork on it, but it's a lot of fun to drive. It's very active, so you have to pay attention the whole time. You can't just sit back and relax.
Can you imagine what it would be like? What would be your emotions if you were able to drive a car like this at Le Mans?
It'd be pretty scary, I think, going 180 miles an hour for 2 minutes straight and just humming along. And the tires have very little grip. That's probably the weakest point of the car. So in the rain at night would be very nerve-wracking. But I bet it would be really exciting, too. The car feels so small, it feels like you're driving a shoebox. But it's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, best of luck out there today.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll let you get in your car. You need to get helmeted up and suited up. So Cheers. Go on in there. We'll head on down and keep going.
Have fun.
Don? We've got some camaraderie going on here. Let's head down here, actually. They're getting a little chat going on, so we'll speak with you if you can. How you doing today, sir?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Tell me a little bit about your car. You've got a little bit of an open canopy here.
A little bit of a what? Oh, wait, what's a little open? This is a 1958 Manning Special. It was built by my father in Canada in 1958. He then raced it on the East Coast. It was entered in the Bahamas, the Nassau race, and they towed to the event and did not make the ferry. So it's a DNS at Nassau. And then he rebuilt it in the 80s, ran it in vintage races on the West Coast. I got to go.
Have a great race out there. These guys are getting the 2-minute warning, so it's time for us to back away and time for these cars to hit the track. Johnny, back to you.
Great stuff as ever, Taylor. Yep, I gotta go, he says. But yeah, you'll see a lot of family affair here. In other words, father-son, mother-daughter, you name it. And they just keep on bringing them. And it tends, the more I learn about these guys, the more I understand why they do what they do. And I'm joined by my good friend James Alder, who I hate to say, I feel like I need to give him a hug. James, welcome. You've had a tough time, my friend. You had a tough time last time I saw you.
Yeah, I know.
You should be out there, right?
I should be.
Tell me, well, first of all, let's introduce you because I know you, but the audience may not. This is James Alder from Reno in Nevada, and he, talk about sticking to traditions, his underpants are vintage, never mind his car, but because of, what I mean by that is he drives his race car from event to event and has done for over 20.
Well, this is season 41.
Holy Toledo. Good
Yeah.
on you.
Yeah, well,
flying the British flag of Jaguar as you do so.
Yeah, it's, you know, for many years, I was able to successfully drive the car to the event, race, and hopefully be competitive, and then drive the car home. Lately, though, I'm finding that to be impossible. I mean, I'm finding it to be very difficult. I put a fresh engine in my car recently because I had a cranked crankshaft, a broken crankshaft, which I'll show you a picture of. And I had the crank refitted to the car, you know, a fresh rebuild, but it did not hold together. There's something wrong, and so I'm happy to be here with you, Jonathan. I'd much rather be on the track in my Jaguar.
Let's talk about this period. We've done it many times before. This is race group 1, and this is a period from 47 to 56. Obviously, the war had just finished, the Second World War had just finished.
Yes.
And we're now looking at a time when imports like the Jaguar XK120 were coming over. But just put us in period. Tell us a little bit about what we're looking at right
now. You know, post-World War II era was wonderful. You know, the hostilities had ceased. People wanted to get back to living life. And driving sports cars, racing sports cars was a very big part of it. Actually, the Pebble Beach road race, because they were having difficulty selling the lots on 17 Mile Drive. And so it was at the suggestion of Sterling Edwards that they have a road race there. So they had the Del Monte road races that became the Pebble Beach road races. Then at that period, there was people that were spectating and bringing in classic Packards and Duesenbergs. And they thought, hey, let's have a little show for these guys. Now that's called the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the other side of it, and we've talked about this again, you know, you mentioned the Pebble Beach races. It doesn't do any harm when you bring what were the day's rock stars like Sterling Moss, like Phil Hill, a product obviously here from California. And these were the greatest drivers in the world at the time.
Were.
And they were happy to just jump in a production car and go racing.
Well, that's right. There wasn't any big money involved. The first Pebble Beach road race was won by Phil Hill in a Jaguar XK120. And it was, you know, they were gentlemen drivers and, you know, just living life to the fullest. Didn't have, you know, very little sponsorship. In fact, you'll see these cars. Now, this Group 1 is on the pace lap right now. And there's no livery, you know, there's no advertising on these cars. And, of course, back in the day, that's what these guys did. They you know, took the grocery, they went to the grocery store in their cars, but they drove the car to the racetrack. They taped up the headlights. They might have removed the windscreen. They took off the hubcaps, and they raced the car like there was no tomorrow.
Well, like I mentioned, you do that, or you have done that in the past. Tell us about how the idiosyncrasies of actually taking your race car. Do you have to adjust it so you get it there? Or
yes,
the
tire
longevity?
pressure.
Snow? Yeah. Mountains?
Well, I mean, I have gone through the snow on many occasions over Donner Pass.
Right.
Because I have raced in Westwood, British Columbia years ago, when that was actually going over a couple of mountain passes. But again, it was important to me to do it the way they did it, because I think that's kind of what this is all about. Now, sometimes I feel, you know, a little stranded and a little stupid if I have a broken car, but this would have been event 167 in 41 seasons. And there's only been a small handful when I actually couldn't arrive by the race car, you know, or leave. So this is going to be the start. They're coming around 11 right now.
How about the view I got you?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, this is great.
This is great.
And of course, on the pole is the Tatum, which is a General Motors truck six-cylinder engine, actually. It's a special built by Chuck Tatum. And then there's a D-Jag right next to it. They're looking for...
Kyriakos,
there we go. Yeah, a Kyriakos D-type. Okay, they have a green. This is a mixed bag out there, but that's how it was in the day. Look at the Curtis. It just took it was like in fourth position.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that was a bonsai move there, going into one.
Up the hill they go then for the first time. 8 laps to go in our Group 1. You're listening to James Alder, who sadly not out there today, and unfortunately his beautiful white Jaguar XK120 not at full fettle, but he's here to join us and take us through, because you must have raced against most of these guys, yeah?
Yes, I've raced with this group for decades. Great group. You can get, you know, you can trust them. You can be next to them at high speed. You know, the business about looking at each other at 200 miles per hour in Ford versus Ferrari, that's a little extreme. That's a little bit of artistic license going on. But you can be at full tilt in a tour, in a turn with these guys and feel secure. You can trust what they're going to do.
The 9C, Don Pepperdine at the wheel of that Dodge, that Curtis, as you mentioned.
Right, and so the Tatum, I think, has retaken the lead. Yep. It looked like to me coming out of the carousel, going into 7.
Yep. So we've got a nice little battle at the front, and it looks as though it's going to be a competitive one.
But remember, we got a really mixed group here, and so what I always try to tell people that are watching to try to find the race within the race. And it might be 2 or 3 guys that are having a tremendous battle for 10th position. So it's not always up at the front that it counts, in my opinion. However, it does look like the Tatum has pulling out a little bit of a substantial lead.
Good race here. And the 15 of J Street in that 1952 Streets Manning. So that really is a father-son stroke named after the car, and he's following the family tradition.
Well, and it's a junkyard dog, but they are fast. So you've got a D-Jag and a 200S Maserati out here, really sophisticated, state-of-the-art cars at the time, but combined with these specials, which I affectionately refer to as junkyard dogs, but they are fast. Now look at the Curtis. The Curtis now has passed the Manning and into 2nd, but let's see if he can hold that position.
One thing that comes to mind, and not many of us will get behind the wheel, but they're huge wheels. That must be something that takes a little bit of learning.
Well,
these massive wheels.
Yeah, and of course they're big in diameter because there's no power steering. So you have to have something larger, to be able to turn the darn wheels.
Yeah, no kidding.
But at speed, they're easy to turn. When you're in a parking spot,
right.
That's when it's a little bit difficult.
Well, that's true of a modern car too.
So right now, kind of in the back, is my friend Tim Barnes in his XK120. And so my car and that one, there would only been 2 XK120s in this group, but they're beautiful cars and great cars to drive, but certainly not as fast as the cars that are in the lead now.
Yeah, and I was reading up on the way here on how Jaguar back in Great Britain. I thought it was just that they liked the car here in the States, but Jaguar actually were looking for export figures, so they were encouraging. And I think what appealed to the American, you tell me, was it had that flow, that design of a European exotic car,
oh, absolutely.
But the big engine the Americans love, and great.
Well, the Jaguar, the XK engine, the double overhead cam XK engine was actually designed during World War II as an engine to propel the Mark V saloon 100 miles an hour all day long, but they couldn't get that car ready for the Earl's Court Motor Show. And so William Lyons took out a piece of paper and sketched out a body shape and said, look, just put this body on the chassis as a display for the XK engine. And that's how the XK120 was actually created. It was just to be a display for the motor. But at the Earl's Court Motor Show, the press and the public were so enamored with that car, they decided they got to build more of them. And the demand was tremendous. And then, of course, when Phil Hill won the Pebble Beach Road Race in an alloy-bodied 120, it just really got the general public excited, and it was a very successful car, of course, for Jaguar.
I know, and I bet you there's a few designers wishing that they could have had that luck, that, you go in there and suddenly it gets picked up. We've just been joined also by Maurice Merrick, who was out there, I believe. Were you out there a moment ago?
I was. Good morning, Johnny. Yeah, I was in the Hall Scott this morning, which is an absolute beast. That's the all-bare aluminum.
I think I saw you waving to the crowd as you went by.
Indeed, and I'm here also with Bobby Green, the owner of the 20 Duesenberg. We got to get his take.
We're going to get his take. We'll get your take on it, and then we'll take his, because I want to hear about that Duesenberg.
Well, let's talk about this Hall Scott. So it's a car that was not built in period, but there are period drawings. There were plans for this car. Hall Scott was an aircraft engine manufacturer, so the motor in this car is 4-cylinder, 9.9 liters overhead cam, and makes about 125 horsepower, but 450 foot-pounds of torque at just 1,300 RPM. So, needless to say, it pulls like a train in top gear. Wonderful car.
Well, listen, we've only got 5 minutes left on this race, so I want to concentrate on what we're looking at. But stay with us because we'll have time. Ooh, that's not a planned exit.
No, it certainly is not. That's a D-Jag. So I'm not sure what's going on right there.
That's Alex McAllister in the Curie.
Right, and it looks like it's steam, so I think a hose blew. Right now, that is the Parkinson special that started life as an alloy-bodied XK120 but crashed at Pebble Beach, was rebodied, owned by Don Parkinson, called the Parkinson Special. That's the white number 3, very, very fast.
And isn't there a connection between Parkinson and Hill?
Yes, there is. I think brother-in-law.
That's right.
Right.
Thought so. You taught me that.
Okay. And then look at this Talbot Lagoff Grand Prix car. I mean, 1948, I believe, is that.
That's Gilbert Hakim in the 49.
Yeah.
Mercury.
Yeah, the Mercury Baldwin, really fast car. And by the way, a lot of these specials are owned by Rob Manson, and he lets these other people drive these cars.
He's a brave man.
He's a brave man. He's in the Simca, which is an 1100cc French Fiat, kind of a division of Fiat for France, and with the Abarth aftermarket. And he's out there, 1100 cc's, he's not in the front, but it's a very, very interesting car that Rob is driving. But again, he's allowing these others to drive his specials, his junkyard dogs, as they call them. And he's very generous with that, and those cars are very fast.
Yeah, Rob's a great guy.
Bobby Green just joins us.
Rob's great. You mentioned Phil Hill, and Phil Hill is so respected in the Ferrari racing world, Jaguar racing world. But I think about 2 to 3 of those specials, California specials out there running, were half built by Phil Hill.
Right.
So he was a hot rodder in his early days.
Bruce McLaren in his own way.
Well, it was International Motors in L.A. where they all worked. Richie Ginther, Johnny Von Neumann, Phil Hill. Johnny Von Neumann was a salesman, and he had that MGTD special that was really, really fast. And then when he started driving Porsches, well, then it all became a Porsche thing. But this was back in the day when Ken Miles was developing the flying shingle.
We gave you the odd good driver.
Well, the Abarth Simca won in 1951 at Pebble Beach. It won its class, and it was like 7th overall. Oh, here's Rob right now.
As if by magic.
As if by magic, Rob. You're supposed to be out there.
There you go.
Okay.
The first thing he's going to do is correct you.
Me. Yes.
Rob, carry on and correct Mr. Alden. Nothing better in the world.
Jim should continue. He's doing a great job, and we will. I'll correct him when I hear a need to do that.
What's going on? How's the raceway this morning?
Well, unfortunately, the Barlow Simca lasted about 1 lap, and then went down onto 1 cylinder. So I limped back into the pits, and I don't know what the problem is, but that is a cute little car that was an absolute winner in its day, and it will be fast again. We're just trying it out for the first time since 19.
It looks to me like that steam. Sorry, Rob, to interrupt you, but I think he blew a hose or something. I think that's water because it's the steam looks like it's water-based instead of oil-based. That's probably good. And there's a full course yellow right now. It looks like we're going to lose a couple of laps to a full course yellow.
Everybody's out there behind the pace car.
Yeah, Alistair McAllister in that D-type Jag.
Now, we haven't talked much also about the TR2. There's a 1955 TR2 out there owned by Dave Nelson, and he actually drove the car from Geyserville, not too far away, but he did drive the car here this weekend. He did not trailer it here to the track, and as you know, I very much respect that. I'm a fan of that.
There can't be many of you that still do that.
A lot of people are a lot smarter than Dave and myself.
Well, actually, they were all road registered in the day, and they were driven to the track. Nobody trailered them until 1954 or so. So they were driven down by amateurs from Atherton or somewhere, and on the peninsula down to Pebble Beach for a party weekend. And by the way, we just took a couple laps around at the racetrack and had a lot of fun with that. It was all social, and it was all a lot of fun.
But the beginnings of something huge.
Oh, huge indeed. I mean, we're here today because of what happened in those very early days from 1947 to 1953 or so, when people realized that road racing, European style, was really interesting and fun, and there were these new sports cars that really, Jaguar XK120, about the sexiest thing on wheels. Nobody had ever seen anything like that before, certainly no American cars. And it was popularity that caught on very fast for a brand new sport.
Yeah, and if you like, racing drivers were the new fighter pilots. I mean, you know, back in the day, back in the World War IIs and World War Is, those fighter pilots were revered.
I like to think we still are.
There you go.
I live in that fantasy world myself.
Good. I'm with you. So, Rob, who do you know out there that you'd want to doff your cap to? Very nice cap, by the way.
Oh, thank you. We have the same hatters.
Excellent.
All right, well, while these guys are circulating around, you know, the Del Monte Trophy Race Group was established to showcase and to present to the public, to the spectators, who many of whom never knew anything about the early days of road racing. They just see what's there today. Mm-hmm. Where did it come from? How did it start? Who were the people? What were the cars? Where were they built? That's what the Del Monte Trophy Race Group is all about. And what you see out there are 20 or so cars that did or would have raced at the places like Pebble Beach for the road races that were held from 1950 to 56, or Golden Gate Park, or Torrey Pines down in the LA area, and a whole lot of airport tracks that were made use of after World War II and were available. So that's what the group is all about. There are 20 or so cars. They're production cars, production sports cars. They're all imported. And then there are a group of California hot rod specials. And those cars are to be seen within the general hot rod movement that occurred after World War II. And that was guys using the same junkyards to build the cars that they wanted to compete or to drive on the street. So 32 Ford Roadsters with Ford Flathead V8s, or Bonneville cars, or cars taken down at a dry lakes at El Mirage, for instance, or Goleta for the first drag races ever, 1949.
Rob, it looks like the pace car lights are out, so I think that the full course yellow is coming to an end. And
light's still on at the moment, though.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, and I see the yellow flag. So there must be some trouble. I don't know if they've shown. Is that still the D-type, do you think, that they're dealing with?
Could be. Well, I noticed that there was a blower out there trying to... Yeah, look, see, there's obviously
oil,
material gone down.
Oil, not water.
Yeah, that is serious stuff, so we don't want to risk anything. But it gives us more time for stories. So let's keep going.
Darn right.
Darn right it does. We've just been hearing about the Duesenberg, which I'm so glad got out there. That was great. So happy for you. And we did, I had Bill Bennett in here talking about, the sort of history of how aircraft were involved. But also, you mentioned just something there, that how, Sebring's probably the best example because it's still going. But, what we to do with an airfield that now didn't need to be constantly used for World War II planes or to, for that usage. So, they sat derelict until the races came along.
When the first road races were held, it was one of the things that both Johnny von Neumann and Roger Barlow and those people who put the first sort of proto-organizations together, Cal Club or Northern California FCCA, couldn't find locations, couldn't find anywhere where they could suitable for putting on a road race. And they really worked hard at that. And eventually they were able to get some airport managers who by that time were pretty sleepy characters, or when anything going on, they were airports that had been decommissioned, but they weren't then converted to civilian use. So they finally approached a few people, and I remember a story about one of them in Santa Barbara at Goleta for the drag races, and the manager kind of woke up and he said, yeah, well, I don't know, you probably need some insurance, and we don't have any facilities out here. So, but if you want to use the taxiways, well, you can do that if you get the insurance. So they went to town, the insurance broker got Lloyd's of London, paid $75 for it. And then the facilities turned out to be a little bigger problem because, porta potties weren't readily available. So one of the cannons, Uncle Ted, said, well, I'll take care of it. So he gets a porta potty, he mounts it on wheels, he welds a trailer hitch on the back of his race car, the Cannon Mark II, and proceeds to tow the porta potty to the airport, and therefore provide the facilities. I have a picture of that.
He towed it with the race car.
Yeah, towed it with the race car.
Well, you never know when you might need it.
Unhitched it, did the race, towed it back. That car still exists, and it still has a trailer hitch on it.
Well, look, we're just under 3 laps to go.
There we go. That's
boys,
John
jump in
Budvar.
if you've got a comment or a story. We've got a bunch of people here. We got Maurice. Maurice, go on. Tell us something.
Come on, Maurice.
Come on, Maurice.
Yeah, another important figure in sports car racing in the early 50s was General Curtis LeMay, who I think was chief of staff of the Air Force, or maybe he was chief of the Strategic Air
Curtis
Command.
LeMay, what a great sounding name.
And he was a sports car enthusiast, and so he was able to open doors for these guys and allow them to race on Air Force property. So
he raced an Allard, his own Allard, and he was absolutely passionate about it. It's a great point.
Well, there is an Allard in our group, by the way.
Yep. Let me just see which one is.
That's Mr. Moat.
Yep.
So that's the French blue Allard out there,
which he likes to describe as kind of a prototype, English body chassis, but with an American V8. Mm-hmm. Really was somewhat of the inspiration for Carroll Shelby, creating the Tiger and, of course, the AC Cobra.
Well, let me ask you this.
I think we are going to have a great fight. Here we go. We got to agree.
We're going racing. That's what we wanted to hear. Group 1 races away again. Sadly,
I love it.
A bit of a delay, but we'll take it. We've got some good stories in.
There are 5 California specials in the top 6.
There you go.
Well, and there's also, by the way, an XK120C, C for competition, so commonly referred to as the C-type Jag. They only made 53 of those. That one out there, number 21, is XKC 050. And just incredible car. Take it to the grocery store. It would go 150 miles an hour. And a very rare, obviously very valuable BRG number 21.
Beautiful. So it looks like the race gods have added a couple of laps to us.
Oh,
I like
excellent.
it. 4 laps to go now in our feature race.
Oh,
well, you got to let them race.
Excellent.
Do you guys like Sonoma? I mean, you go to many tracks around the USA, but is Sonoma one of your favorites?
Well, yes. It's geographically closer to me.
That's true.
I can make it in about 2 hours and 40 minutes, depending on traffic. Right. That's kind of.
You've raced in Europe, right?
I've raced in Phillip Island in Australia.
Wow, that's a great circuit.
Yeah, that is a great circuit. So, and that's the only time I actually didn't drive the car to the event was in Australia.
that I can forgive you for.
Thank you.
All right, this is the Parkinson Jaguar, driven by John Buddenbaum.
Taking the wheel out the back for a little bit.
That car has a fabulous history, and it was second in the very first Pebble Beach road race.
Really?
1950.
As a 120, though.
As a 120 Roadster, yeah.
Okay. Who drove that, do you know?
Don Parkinson, who was Phil Hill's brother-in-law. And so the race was won by Phil Hill, and they were both in Jaguar 120 Roadsters, brother and brother-in-law. And the Parkinson Jaguar Special comes about as a result of Don Parkinson coming back to Pebble Beach in 1951 and rolling the car in practice into the pine trees.
Oops.
Now that's street cred that nobody has. So that car got its body stripped off it. It had some other relatively minor changes made to it, and a new aluminum body, which you see on the track right now, built, and it became, as a result, the Parkinson Jaguar Special.
And when you say new, you mean new in 1951, late 51,
right.
Early 52.
1951, and the other part of that transformation is that Richie Ginther, first of all, Phil Hill helped with the reconstruction, and secondly, Richie Ginther hot-rodded the Jaguar motor. It was a 3.4 liter, pretty standard motor, and Richie booted it up to 3.8, and therefore the first 3.8 Jag hot rod on California soil. That's the other part of that story. Beautiful car, wonderful.
Yeah, and I love hearing all these stories, because I'm sure there's a bunch of Brits out there that, are sort of faithful to the mark, as it were, that kind of just are astonished at what you guys kind of innovated. I mean, you're reminding me of what Enzo called the garagistas, the tinkerers. And obviously you took with both hands and with full glee the idea of taking something and, in your words, making it, or in the words of those that innovated, making it better, making it faster, making it more powerful. The question I have, when you start putting big bore motors in these smaller cars, or at least these European-based cars, did you have to stiffen chassis and bodywork and so on, because now you're putting more power and the car is literally...
Oh, absolutely. The chassis that are on a number of the California Specials are production car, Ford production car chassis, typically. Mm-hmm. They cut the cross sections out, welded in big new cross members in an attempt to stiffen everything up while maintaining the Ford running gear and suspension. Those are unique cars.
Look at that group right there. I mean, you got the 200S Maserati, then the Seata of Robert Davis, then you've got the C-Jag right there, and then Dave Nelson in the TR2.
Great
I mean,
group.
so this could be, they're having a great dice. It could be for 10th position. I'm not sure where they are overall. But again, I always like to talk about finding the race within the race.
Yeah.
Because these guys are driving absolutely as hard as they can.
And by the way, the leader, not holding back, 203.7. We don't discuss the times too much when we're out there, but I'm sure somebody would like to take a note of that. That's pretty impressive.
203 is a very, very fast time. I think my record here is about 212.
That's Tony Garme. He's driving the car for the first time this weekend, and he's doing a beautiful job with it.
But I'm sure he's got plenty of experience in other cars, but that's pretty impressive. Well, we've got a perfect day for it, a November day here in the hills of Sonoma, right here in the wine country, Velocity Invitational. You're listening to various drivers and enthusiasts that are part and make up the tapestry that is Velocity Invitational, the fourth running of this event. Absolutely delightful. I think long may it continue, and I think Jeffrey O'Neill and his team have put together a group of people that believe in the cause and believe in what this is all about, which is basically the history of combustion racing and the history of the automobile in many ways, because everything you see today, has a derivative, has a follow-on that we see in the modern-day cars.
I just saw Tony come out of turn 10 in a four-wheel drift. He's doing a great drive. Look at him wrestle the wheel around 11 there. And then you have, Rob, that's your car in second place, right? That Slim is driving?
That's the Streets Manning Special, driven by the son of the builder.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I think it's a Cooper Bobtail in third position.
That's right. It's driven by Charles McCabe, who we all know is one of the best wheelmen with an ERA.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jay Street, by the way, absolutely driving.
He's driving that beautiful little Cooper Bobtail, which has been going strong all weekend.
Well, the white flag did go out. We are on the final lap, folks, so let's enjoy this last lap with Group 1, but a great way to start us off. And like I said, I think what I love about the setup for this year's event is that we really do we are literally documenting the history of American racing We've seen the Ragtime guys. That gives us a real insight. We're now looking at the 50s, and this is where it really took off, as you've been talking about. You know, that combination of post-World War II, the roads, the European influence coming over, but then the Americans saying, well, we can do better. We can do, or at least we can try to do better. And that's when it was game on.
Well, absolutely. They didn't want us, to spend the money to buy a 200S Maserati. They could build a special and be competitive. And have
fun.
That's what Rob's cars, we're witnessing that right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what makes it, so interesting is and then you get your Dan Gurneys and your Chaparrals and the guys that said,
those were the ultimate expressions of the California Hot Rod Specials, were the Scarab and the Chaparral 1 and front engine cars and all of their glory.
Well, now going into 11, looks like this is going to be for the checkered flag.
Yep, here comes Tony. And as you said, first time out in this car, but he hasn't held back by any means. And takes the checkered flag in style. Tony Garmy then, 1953. Tatum GMC.
Wait a minute, we lost a car.
We sure did.
We did.
Yeah, we did.
McCabe goes second now. So he's taken that Cooper Bobtail to second place.
Yeah, but we lost
Pepperdine takes third. Oh, there he is.
There he is. Spun it.
Oh, well.
Unbelievable.
So the street ran out of road.
But that's just an example that these guys are pushing
Who would do that?
They're really trying. I mean, this is the last turn, last lap.
Tapping on the door.
There you go. He goes, you made it, y'all girl. Well done. He's enjoying it. We spoke to him just before he went out. And well done to Tony Garmy. And thank you, gentlemen, all of you. We've got 4 of you here, and I love it. I wish we had more mics.
Well, listen, we start out with Duesenbergs, and we end up with Tatums. Fabulous.
I love it. We'll take a short break here from Velocity Invitational. I hope you're enjoying our morning's coverage so far of day 2 of this wonderful event. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the Velocity Invitational here at Sonoma Raceway in California, where I'm very pleased to say I've managed to get myself into turn 11 here, the Driver's Lounge, where McLaren have been putting on quite a show this weekend. And Mick McDonough is alongside me, who's been leading up the team behind a heritage vehicle, Mick, that's created quite a stir here and around the world this weekend. And it's got some paint job on it. Tell us about that.
Yeah, hi, Kevin. It's good to meet you. So what you're seeing is the 3759 livery. It celebrates our achievement of the Triple Crown. 3759 comes from the 3 Indianapolis win, 7 the Monaco win, and 59 the Le Mans win. So what we've tried to do is create a product that is looking to celebrate the past, but in a very contemporary way. We've got one of the most skilled designers, Charlie Brundle, who actually put this together. She's very much inspired by street art and pop art. And you can see that in the car, and AI as well. We used AI on this. So if you look at the front of the car, you can see it's very, very technical in the way it's delivered. It has lines across different panels, deliberately staggered. You can see there's drop shadow on all of the paint, so that it's got a 3D effect. You can look at the emblem on the front, the badge. It looks translucent and almost floating on the car. And then as you move back through the car, you can start seeing some of the iconography from from all of the series. And then as you get past the checkered flag at the back, you start seeing some of the new artwork we're doing, so splash art. So very, very impressive car. Only 6 of them. This car took over 1,200 hours to paint, and all the other 5 will as well. I say there's 6 of them. They are all hand painted. There's not a sticker on there. So they will all be individual. So 6 of, but 1 of, really.
That's absolutely fantastic. And the bit you said there, 1,200 hours in each of those, quite remarkable. And the other thing that I enjoy as well, this is a heritage vehicle. We're looking back in time at classic wins, Monaco, Indianapolis and Le Mans. But you've hit the nail on the head by looking back in time, but looking forward in time with the way that you've done it. Yeah,
very, very much so. But we didn't stop on the outside. We took the livery through the inside as well, with laser etching on the Alcantara, with paddles, shift paddles that are all painted as well, laser etched foot pedals. So the car is really a complete package and celebration of achieving that Triple Crown win.
Absolutely fantastic. And it was exciting here yesterday as well, because the unveil was done by Derek Bell. We had Pato Award and Lando Norris alongside him. And, I saw some pictures on social media, and those young drivers were grinning from ear to ear when they pulled the cloth back, weren't they?
Very much so. And I didn't miss the opportunity. I got them to sign under the bonnet as well. So the lucky customer of this car has got some nice signatures on the car as well.
That's phenomenal. We won't reveal anything about the lucky customer, but do they know that yet? Are they just going to find that out?
It will be one of the Easter eggs that's on this car. We've buried a number of them on the car, and I won't share them with you because I want the customer to find them. That's what it's all about.
Listen, Mick, thanks so much. Great talking to you. Just a quick word, but you were here yesterday, I know. Did you see Lando and Pato racing around in those Heritage F1 cars?
I did. Unbelievable. The Heritage cars are so different to what we drive today. And you think, wow, you sit so far forward compared to where they are today. I can only imagine how they felt.
Yeah, and even Tanner Faust said on his Instagram he got up to 170 in Mick's F1 car as well. So
unbelievable.
Phenomenal stuff. Mick, listen, thanks ever so much. Great talking to you. How about that, folks? Another scoop here at the Velocity Invitational. Taylor, I think, is down in Velocity Lane right now. Let's go and see who she's talking to.
On here. Focus on that end, the sign.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm down here with Daniel, and we are looking at one of the most exquisite cars. The chassis, the body design is absolutely incredible to look at. The Talbot logo. Would you like to tell me a little bit about this piece of history?
It's actually rolling sculpture, rolling art. It's a 37 Talbot 150 CSS, and it was designed as a competition car, a restructuring of Talbot at the time by Tony Lago. He was friends with Joseph Agoni, and they wanted to raise the par for the Talbot brand, and they created these elegant competition cars. It was more of a chance for the brand to restructure itself in the public's eye. It was a Grand Prix car, Le Mans car in 1938. It was third place in that competition in 38. This particular car was owned by the chairman of Bentley, Wolf Bernardo, in 1937. He saw it in London, purchased it there, drove it for a number of years. American bobsledder actually purchased the car afterwards, traveled around Europe, and actually was in a gentleman's bet in a way, that he could race the car from Paris to the coast of France. And they said you couldn't do it under 10 hours. He did it 9 hours and 45 minutes. So it was a $10,000 bet that he actually successfully accomplished. This is a beautiful 6-cylinder, straight, 140 horsepower. It's got hemispherical heads, competition headers, a ladder frame, but it is the most beautiful assembly of forms on wheels.
And it's one of 13, if I'm correct.
That is correct. 13 have survived. When Joseph Agoni was building these, there were 11 that were constructed, and this is probably the best example, the best of the best.
Absolutely, and what a fitting model for this event as well. Velocity Invitational is pretty much the top notch, and I feel like this car fits right in here.
Absolutely. And the owner, Peter Mullen, he was one of these collectors who shared his collection. He was, as Jeff says with the Velocity Group, we're just caretakers. And Peter used to say that it's always proper to end on an elegant note. And with his passing in September, this memorial is doing just that.
What a way to finish that off. Elegant it is, and as well as this event. Thank you so much for your time. And if you're in the paddock and you want to come check out this car, make sure you do. We're right across from these cars that you also know a lot about because you give tours of the paddock as well.
That's correct. I'm a docent here at the exhibits of the Velocity Invitational, and I've done months of research on every car that's in here. Family, privately owned, collector owned. I have a little bit of tidbit of knowledge of everything. So I really recommend coming by Paddock 4 and picking my brain, having some fun.
Absolutely. So if you want to elevate your experience here at the Velocity Invitational, go beyond just walking around and experiencing the wine and the sights and sounds. Make sure you stop over, see Daniel, and get a little bit deeper understanding of these cars, these historic, incredible cars. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
All right, Johnny, back to you.
Great stuff, Taylor. That car is beyond amazing. And talking of man who's enjoying his weekend here, we forced him into the booth because he works with us at Greenlight Television. Adam Smith, welcome, first of all, to America. I know you've been across America because we forced you to drive him across America as well. But no, you've had a good week here now. You are involved in Auto Mondial, a fantastic show, which I'm very, very keen to watch when I get it every month and so on and so forth. It's a great show about what I would call the original Top Gear. You know, it's about looking at the latest technology and cars from Europe mainly, but a little bit of Americana thrown in now and again. We've got a display on track right now, which we'll talk about in a moment. But I just want to get your overall view of cars in America, racing in America, and now a very unique historic race here at the Velocity Invitational. Because I saw your eyes popping right from the get-go. You've hanging out with Lando and seeing the modern cars as well. What's your take?
Oh, well, firstly, thank you very much. It is wonderful to be here. It's such a cool event. It's like a little American Goodwood, really, isn't it?
It is.
Very much so. And, yeah, the cars here, I've never seen anything like it, really. There's stuff that we've just seen go out on track. GT1 cars, 250 GTO, some of the most valuable cars in the world. But, yeah, thank you for mentioning Auto Mondial. That's a show I've been writing for a few years now. We've been on the air every single week for more than 20 years now.
That's incredible.
It is. And so, as you say, we do car reviews.
And it's worldwide, right?
Worldwide. It's been on the UK, as I say, for over 20 years. It's broadcast on channels all over the world. It's on YouTube as well, but it's coming to an American broadcaster soon as well.
Ah, good news.
But yeah, it's, as I say, fantastic to be here. What an event.
What is that means, given your job, it's hard to impress you. So what's impressed you?
I mean, Taylor was just with that magnificent Talbot Lago next door. That car, it's absolutely remarkable. It's actually an older restoration, but it still looks absolutely tip-top. And it's just one of the most beautiful shapes that's ever been created, hasn't it?
I think so. I think you're absolutely right. But I like this David Hobbs car too that I just saw. I'm going to get Bert Skidmore in here in a minute, but he's wandering around. He's getting himself a coffee. I'll let him do that. But we've got a host of cars out here. This is one of our, what I would call, collectors' parades. So we've got a real smorgasbord of sports cars, single-seaters, and as you can imagine, this is what the collectors sort of look for. And you never know what your ilk is. Bert, what are your takes on some of these collectors' cars? Because, like you say, it's kind of a thing where you don't know what somebody else absolutely pines for, but there's reasons why.
I don't know. One of my favorites is that Porsche 962. I got the honor to drive one of those at Sebring in Daytona, and what a car. One of the few times I've gone 200 miles an hour. Great stuff. And as you were talking about the GTO, what a wonderful car that is.
Yeah, one of just a few in the world. One of the most valuable cars in the world as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In the tens of millions of dollars.
They're Intrepid Racing, and by the way, I'm parked next to the GMC Ferrari. I thought that was great. I've taken a picture of it. I'm going to post it.
The Ferrari truck.
Yeah, the Ferrari truck. I'm right next to it. I thought that was a wonderful touch. But you are tasked with preparing a lot of these cars for events like this. It's a huge responsibility, not just insurance types. I mean, you're dealing with multi-million-dollar cars and owners who don't want you messing about with them or making mistakes with them. There's a lot of responsibility involved, but it's one you take on.
It is. There is a lot of responsibility, and you got to be tip-top. You know, you got to dot all your I's and cross all your T's. make sure that everything is good. You know, you can't leave one nut loose, you know, one bolt not safety wired. In fact, we have a rule that a lot of cars that have bolts that are drilled, and if they're drilled, they need to be safety wired. There's a reason for that.
That's a really interesting. If you spot anything that you recognize and want to talk about, we're looking at this beautiful Warsteiner Mobile sponsored sports car here coming at us.
CLK GTR.
Yeah, beautiful.
What a thing.
Yeah. I'm still trying. Does anybody recognize what that David Hobbs car is? I've seen the single-seater, but we'll see it in a minute. There was also a Group C Mercedes out there last night as well. There's more today.
Pagani behind
Pagani,
us as well.
yeah.
I think it's a Zonda R. Those things are next level. You see the craftsmanship on that car. Every single piece of carbon fiber matches up to the next piece.
That's amazing.
There's weaves and curves within it, so it follows the lines of the car. This isn't a road car. This is a car for the track. And they still go to that level of detail to make sure it looks perfect. It looks as good as it sounds, because that V12 sounds absolutely phenomenal.
Well, I'm reliving my youth, because when I was a kid, and I don't know about you, Adam, but we used to play trump cards, and we'd all deal out trump cards, and I'd be like, oh, I've got the Lagonda, and, my top speed, 210, whatever it might be. And that's how we learned that it was a clever idea, because it did teach kids a little bit about cars in a very simple way, but in a competitive way. And it was kind of my first real, run at learning about these exotic cars, which I would never have seen at that point. But now here they are, 50 years later. I'm enjoying them in full glory.
Absolutely, it was the same. It was sort of on the crossover point. I had the top trumps, but I also had the PlayStation.
I didn't have that when I was.
Gran Turismo, that was another. You learned all your 0 to 60 times on there, and which Japanese car was faster than the next one.
Well, you can talk to this, but I was learning yesterday that McLaren put a car out on the PlayStation or Xbox, and it wasn't a real car. But all the gamers said, well, when are you going to build it? And it was an invented car. There's my Hobbs. But they didn't build it, so they built it. And I said, okay, all right, we'll build it then.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, on that as well, it's been one thing I've noticed here over the weekend, just how many young people are here. And that's awesome. That's so great. We're told all the time that kids aren't interested in cars.
In driving anymore.
They're just going to car share and all this. I think that's absolute nonsense, to be honest. Everyone's here enjoying the sounds of some classic cars, enjoying the engines. There's electric cars coming, sure, but here in America, they're certainly not letting the petrol car die quietly. They just had a new Mustang. It's got a V8. It's got a manual gearbox. It's even got the option for a 3-litre supercharger on it now.
Well, from your end, how do you get young people interested in working on these cars?
It's tough. It's very hard to find good mechanics, and we need to get new blood, in the series. The guys are getting older, and one of the things you don't see is people, the parents handing over their GTO or their, 250 Testarossa or D-type Jaguar over to their kids, and it is important that we need to get new blood in it.
Look at that beautiful McLaren just going by there. I think that's what's really hit me. There's that Ferrari. But it's just the amount of McLarens we've gathered for this 60th anniversary. I don't think it's ever been done. I mean, I know obviously McLaren will celebrate and have been over the year at Goodwood and so on, but this really, with Can-Am, it really does solidify just what they've achieved here in America. And I think it's a great tribute, because I think Bruce McLaren in many ways is more revered here than probably anywhere else in the world, except outside New Zealand, of course. But to see the celebration of his Can-Am cars especially, it's just a great weekend for that.
Absolutely. I mean, in the UK, we tend to think of McLaren as a Formula One team. But you look back, they're doing Can-Am cars, and now even these days they've got teams in all sorts of sports. They've got IndyCar, got Extreme E. They're across all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and I didn't know that he basically, once the Can-Am idea just took off, and obviously it was winning, he actually bought Trojan. That then took over the cars from Can-Am, and then they started kind of reproducing them or replicating them, so that they could go out and try to win like he did. But they didn't have Denny Hulme or a Formula One driver to drive them. And here's a good example.
What's amazing is how the company continued on without him. How do they do that? I mean, look at McLaren International now. It's just unbelievable.
with the whole road car side of things as well. They've gone from strength to strength, really. And it's great to see them now at the front of the grid in Formula One.
Yeah,
near the
absolutely,
front of the grid.
Yeah, and when I started working in Formula One, Ron Dennis obviously was at the height of his powers, late 80s, early 90s, and that was definitely, it was a side issue at the time because the concentration was all on Formula One, but by the time they were winning 15 out of 16 races, they could kind of, not relax, but they realized that there was more that the fandom wanted. And I'm not just talking about fans of Formula One, I'm talking about fans of road cars. And there was almost a willingness to fulfill Bruce's hopes of continuing that innovation. And while Ron wasn't personally an innovator, he had a guy like Gordon Murray who was, and I think that's a big catalyst. So I think I take my hat off to both Ron Dennis and now Zak Brown for continuing that vein, if you will, that Bruce created. And I think that's an important factor here for this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you mentioned Zak Brown there. I think he's been doing an excellent job. You see him every weekend at the Grand Prix. He doesn't need to be there. There's a team principal running things, but he's there because he loves it. And I think that's great hands for the...
Yeah, and he's got a style. I mean, giving Paddock, he said, you win an IndyCar race, I'll give you an Abu Dhabi test in my Formula One car. And so he did.
It's impressive, yeah.
And it turns into do you want to be a test driver for us? And how? Would you like to ride my IndyCar? And I mean, and the drivers he's got, they do kind of fulfill that kind of remit of a Sir Jack Brabham stroke Chris Amon stroke Denny Hulme, guys that Bruce McLaren surrounded himself with, and you feel it, even though these are different eras. I would argue that Lando, with his twitch use and his sim racing and so on, is more than involved and very similar in a different way, obviously in modern terms, as a racing driver. Now, what have we got here? This 16 bugged me yesterday. I couldn't work out.
That's a 962 Porsche.
You say you've driven one of those?
I did. It was a lot of fun. In fact, I was with a guy named Murray Smith in Sebring, and we were doing, I think, a 2 or 3 hour enduro. And we got to the grid a little bit late, and we're fueling the car, and it was kind of funny. I'm sitting in the seat, and my rear end started getting wet, and I'm thinking,
no.
I didn't pee my pants. I don't know what happened, but turns out there's gasoline leaking into the seat.
Gosh.
And it was so much fun to drive. I didn't come in till the light came on the dash. Every time I came across the pit entrance, it's like, I'm going to come in right now. No, I'll do one more lap. And I kept doing that. And pretty soon I got burned, not with fire, but with the gasoline, which wasn't good. But it was a great experience. It was fun.
Well, I can now tell you that was a Norbert Singer design. I thought it was. But yeah, the 962.
Yeah, what great cars.
Yeah. Of course, used it IMSA. Now, let's head down to Taylor. What's the latest in the paddock? What are you doing, Taylor?
Johnny, we spoke earlier this morning about this man right here, Horatio in the Lotus. Yesterday, he had quite the run out on the track, holding off, guess what, 2 Ferraris. I've got Gunnar and Rob behind me right here. These guys are gunning for Horatio. He's proven to be quite the competitor out there. I'm going to just squeeze my microphone in here if I can. Horatio, how was the track out there? You're giving it all you had.
It's a lot of fun. It's amazing to be racing at Sonoma again, a kart circuit I grew up at. So after so many years, to be back here and racing at Velocity is quite special.
And your plans today to keep these Ferraris off your tail?
Absolutely, we'll go out and have a bit of fun. So it's pretty amazing to see so much money's worth of metal behind me in yesterday's race. I think I said someone there's about 40 million in the mirror at the moment, so it's very special. I'm privileged to be driving this car.
Well, best of luck out there. Have a good race.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to head to a commercial break, and then we are going to get to some Group 4 racing. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Sonoma and Velocity Invitational number 4. And we're looking forward to Group 4 coming up. That's 63 to 69. We've got a representative here from Intrepid Racing, Bert Skidmore. First of all, before we head out on this one, we're going to talk a little bit about this. But how did you set this up, or how did Intrepid come to be? What do you do?
Intrepid came to be, it started in 82 or 83. I started in 84. A doctor started it, and I purchased it from him in 1989. He had, his name was Dr. Celia, he had a 250 LM, had a 250 TR, had the Niki Lauda 312 T2 car that Chris McAllister owns now.
And it's here this weekend,
yeah. In fact, I rebuilt that engine 30 years ago when Lou had it.
Nicky wasn't nice on it.
No, he wasn't. So, but we started, with Lou's cars. He had a half a dozen cars and turned it into a Ferrari repair shop and vintage race shop, and it's been really good ever since.
Given the amount of historic racing just in California alone, it was a spot-on business to come up with, or at least have the expertise in.
Absolutely.
No question. And I'm sure it's gone from strength to strength. So what are you working this weekend, for example? You just mentioned the Ferrari that is here, but what have you worked on?
So we've got
for here?
6 cars here. We have 2 McLarens. We've got M8. M8C for Nick Colonna. We've got an M8E for Beau DeBard. We've got 2 cars in this group. One is Nick Colonna with the big block Corvette. Yep. 67, I think it's a number 16 car. Yeah, 16 car. And then we have his son driving an Alpha, although he didn't feel well this morning. So Mike Miller is driving his car, which is an Alpha GTV, which is number 46. We should keep an eye on him because he's a great driver.
Okay.
He should be coming up through the field. I don't know where he's gridded, but he should be coming up through the field. He's an awesome driver.
Well, still here with us, Adam Smith from Auto Mondial, the editor of. And Adam, your job is to deal with modern cars, and yet this event, surprisingly, I'm sure for you, has got quite a few latest models here. McLaren launching a car yesterday. Ford are here in Might. So there's a lot to look at from your point of view as well.
Absolutely there is. There's Polestars here as well.
Yes.
There's all these new hypercars. There's some fantastic stuff. But for me, despite my job, I do love the old stuff.
Of course you do. Well, and like I said, it's a fantastic lesson in how things innovated and how they came to be. And I'm learning bit by bit how the Americans took a lot of our European cars and sort of changed them, made them in their way more competitive, but also raced against Lotuses and Lolas and so on and so forth, and Alphas, and made it their own. And also, I think our nostalgia, if you will, is growing up with Hollywood movies and seeing the likes of Steve McQueen, Paul Newman, you name it. And obviously, the Porsche is ever, in our heads, James Dean's, etc., etc. So we kind of come with an appreciation from the movies we've watched and grown up with, and you guys get starry-eyed about an MG, which is great.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we don't get most of these muscle cars in the UK, but you can ask any Englishman and they'll point out a Mustang or a Camaro. Yes. We love that sort of stuff, as you say, on TV. Dukes of Hazzard, things like that. And then movies, Smokey and the Bandit, Bullet, all that sort of great stuff.
I comment regularly on historic Trans Am, and we do have the Talladega Nights car.
Oh, fantastic.
With the windshield covered. Now, this race, I'm glad you're here for this, Adam, because this race yesterday between these 2 cars, or 3 cars, I should say, the 2 Ferraris, the yellow and the red there, which are unobtainable, no question. And I love that line from Fitzsimon Horatio saying, "I've got 40 million plus behind me in the mirror. Help!" But he did a hell of a job in that Lotus to hold them off. And we got a heck of a race, and I think we're going to do the same again. But this is just a cracking combination. Group 4, away they go to the green flag, and immediately Ferrari. Gunnar Jeanette takes the lead, but a Corvette follows him hard. Is that the that's the split window, yeah. 63.
Yeah, the plucky little Lotus didn't quite have the legs on the bigger engines there.
Not quite.
But see what it can do through some of the tighter stuff.
What do you like working on, and what do you don't like working on, or what's hard to work
Ferraris are pretty tough. It seems like when you have to take something off, you got to take like 4 or 5 things off before you get there. They're all good to work on. It's enjoyable.
And how many people have you got working with you?
We've got, there's 5 of us. Yeah. I'm actually looking for another tech. And like I said, it's very difficult to find, good help. People don't seem to want to work on cars anymore.
Well, put out the email, put out the advert,
Yep.
because I would have thought for somebody who's interested in cars, it would be an absolute education.
It's a great place to work. Reno's a great area. Yep. It's really cool.
I'm sure this will be the place to find someone as well, maybe.
Absolutely, yeah.
So away we go then. Horatio Fitzsimon, who did such a good job, yesterday, is now back at it again and comes alongside that much more powerful Corvette, and power down, the Corvette says, get out of my way. But watch him roll through the corners here in the slow sections of this racetrack. The Corvette already struggling to weave from side to side. Beautiful car, that number 17.
I'd still put my money on Horatio. I think he's gonna get him.
I think you're absolutely right. Well, we're looking at the number 9 for the first time. This is a Ferrari 250 LM from 1965. Rob Walton at the wheel, the man from Scottsdale, Arizona. You need to be, don't you?
You do, yeah. Rob's got a ton of cars, and he drives every one of them, really fast, really well.
Now, let's see the grunt of the Corvette.
Here
it is. Whoa, nicely cut off.
He'll stay in front of him now. He's got to go after that LM now, and he will.
Yeah, like you say, there's a hint in the word invitational, but that said, these guys are racing hard. Look at these cars here. The fans just drawing in. What a great place to spot from up there. Sit in your car, and away you go.
It's unbelievable how many people are here.
Oh yeah,
it's awesome. Yeah.
And it's a great spectator circuit as well. You can
see so much.
Yep, so
absolutely.
Much of the track.
Yep. No, it's great. Yeah, if you go up above turn 2 or turn 3, you can pretty much see the whole track.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
When Paddock Award took that 2008 Lewis Hamilton winning McLaren out last afternoon, there was people running. We're right down in the media centre looking out over turn 1. We've got a fantastic view. But people were literally running to the front of the grandstands to get a glimpse of it. And that just shows real proper fandom. They're not here just for a casual glass of wine. They're actually here to watch the racing.
Yeah,
it's great.
Oh,
very
absolutely.
cool.
I mean, there aren't many places where you can see cars like this really going for it.
Yeah.
Several £1 million Ferraris versus little Lotuses and big muscle cars. It's fantastic.
And this particular track, they're going to repave it in February, but it goes back to the late 60s, and it was Sears Point back then, but it's had everything from NASCAR, IndyCar, you name it, and of course the drag strip here as well. So it's had its fair share of American muscle over the years. Trans Am had a huge period here. Whoa! Yep, that's oversteer, folks. He got it. Good catch.
Sears Point's had some really good driving schools here.
Yep.
One of my first schools that I took was here, and it was Bob Bondurant back in the day.
Yep. Still going strong.
Yep.
Amazing. So that little Lotus doing what the little thing can and absolutely muscling that car.
It looks great out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It really does.
So poised.
And of course, in the classic Lotus colours, the yellow and green. That Corvette hasn't dropped off, and the Ferrari's still there too. So it is Gunnar Jeanette leading in the Berlinetta GT. Simon in the Lotus 26R. Patrick Byrne in third with the Chevrolet Corvette from 1963. And then Rob Walton in the Ferrari 250 LM. And please, Bert, if there's anything that you want to point out, I'm looking at Alex McAllister in that number in 8th position in the Cobra. Anybody else you want to?
Horatio's looking good. He's just taking the lead. He passed Gunnar on the outside going into the carousel. How about that? That's pretty cool.
Gunnar won't like that.
He won't like that at all.
Well, Gunnar's got a great history too. His father started a restoration of Ferraris, of Porsches. Whoa! What are you doing in the dirt? But that looks like something's gone wrong as well. No, it's just dirt. Okay, good.
Here we go.
There we go. On the inside now.
Yep. No,
he's not going to let him have it easy, is he?
We've got 7 more laps of this. Careful, boys. And if they get it wrong, that Porsche will. That Corvette will pounce.
Yeah, he's right there.
This is great.
That Corvette absolutely filling the mirrors of the Lotus.
I know. Well, we've got a Group 6 IMSA GT car as well out there. Another one of the red Greenwood wide-body 1977 Chevy Corvettes. We've also got a Group 4B production car, a Sebring Silver 63 Corvette. That's the 17 you're watching right this moment.
That Corvette's got to be a handful to drive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it sounds absolutely phenomenal as well. The V12 Ferraris sound good.
Yeah.
But that absolute thunder of that Corvette, we can hear it as it shakes our booth here.
Keep in mind, what is that Corvette has probably a 327, which is a 5-liter. The LMs are 3.3 liters, much smaller. It probably has 350 horsepower compared to probably close to 500.
Yeah. That's a fantastic shot right there, isn't it?
Gunner's doing a great job. Here we go.
Here we go. On the inside here, on the...
If he can just hang with him, which he does, and then he'll get it going into the carousel.
Switch back.
That's what he did last time. And he can just stick there on the outside, and he'll do it.
Here we go, into the carousel. Ferrari versus Lotus.
On the outside.
Go on.
Look at that. He won't have the legs going up the hill, but boy, what a great race.
It just looks so juxtaposed. Oh, not quite this time. Okay, we'll wait for another day. Yeah, we had Patrick Byrne in here, who's back in third place at the moment, and doing a hell of a job, but he came and commentated as well yesterday. And so we'll keep an eye if he comes back. I'd love to see him again. But yeah, that split screen only made for 1 year, and I found out earlier this year just why that was, and it was actually an intern down in the sort of down in the bowels of Corvette, of Chevrolet, who came up with it, and it got to a lot of argument as to whether they should do it or whether they shouldn't do it, and why we have a split screen and all this sort of stuff. And they said, okay, everybody stop, and the boss said, we'll make it down split screen. We'll do it for 1 more year, and then you have your way.
And then a lot of people didn't like it because when you look in the mirror, all you see is the body.
Yeah.
So they would cut that out and put a regular window in it.
Well, crazy. But now it's like become this, unicorn.
Yeah, it's the same with split window Volkswagens.
Yeah.
Right down to Morris Minors. It's people love the unusual.
Yeah, a little touch that
ones.
just makes the difference for them. Yeah. Sets it apart from the field. Well, the race continues, 5 laps to go, and it is Ferrari versus Lotus. You can make your own film on that. Forget Ford versus Ferrari. We've lost. No, the other Ferrari's still there in fourth place.
Chasing down that Corvette. But yeah, what a battle for the lead this is.
That's superb. Yeah, we kind of focused on it yesterday as well. We should, because they've got away from the rest of the field. Rob Walton, funnily enough, in 4th place, has still got the fastest lap so far, and they're running in the 154s. That's pretty impressive. Lona still in 7th place, then McAllister 8th, Avia in 9th, and Goodman in 10th position. John Goodman in that 1964 Ford Cobra. Yeah.
It's pretty impressive that Rob Walton has the fastest lap so far. Wishing he'd get up to the front.
You weren't expecting that? You wouldn't expect that?
I thought he'd be up front. I really did, yeah. So maybe, who knows what's going on.
Well, this is the battle for third, as you can see. And that beautiful Ferrari trying its damnedest. And like you say, fastest lap a moment ago. And Walton pushing it on here in the closing stages of this race. Let's see if he can
taking
get
a run on the Corvette.
Yeah.
I think he's got him. Here we go.
Well, he should do. Yeah.
The Corvette might have been holding him up too, so we can see if he's going to move up.
Catch up now, yeah. So nice little classic overtake at turn 11 then.
Textbook.
Yeah. Charles Neerberg also in this one in a Shelby GT 350 from 1965. Haven't seen much of him because we've been concentrating quite rightly on the battle at the front.
So obviously these are quite different cars in the way they're laid out. Do you know if they would have raced in period against each other?
I think they did, yeah.
Must have been just as amazing back then to see it as it is today.
Yeah.
The beautiful yellow Ferrari we're looking at in fourth, Rob Walton, actually competed in Targa Florio in Italy. Obviously, that amazing race. How they ever did that, I'll never know.
So Horatio just took the lead. We'll see if he can hold him off now. He got a good early start on that, so I think he's gonna hold him off. Oh, Gunner's going for it.
Go on.
Come on, Horatio. Come on. You got it. You got it.
Yep.
He should walk away from now, down through the S's.
Makes it stick. Now, let's see what happens.
This is where the lightweight Lotus comes into its own, isn't it?
Now they've got traffic, though. We've got an Alfa there, and we've got a couple of other cars, so it's going to get interesting now. And this is going to be skill. This is going to be strategy. Meanwhile, we've got this other battle for third.
Corvette got around Rob.
It's going to get a bit tasty, I think, in the end of this one.
I think it could.
Blue flags are waving.
Oh, here comes Gunner. Nope.
Yeah, I've watched Gunner drive so many different cars around the world, and he's put in some fantastic performances over the years. Yeah. Now, this particular Lotus 26R that you're looking at actually raced in period against the likes of Jim Clark and Jackie Stewart in England at Alton Park, Crystal Palace, European Grand Prix, and also Brands Hatch in 1964. And it also won at the Rolex Motorsports Reunion against, again, V8 powered AC Cobras and Mustangs. So it's got a history of doing just this.
Yeah, Horatio is a great driver.
It's fantastic to see a car that's been racing its whole life still doing what it does
going,
best.
Yeah.
Right at the front of the pack.
I think Chapman would be pretty proud to see what his cars are still able to do all these years later. I got to say, if you took a Lotus like that, I mean, how now with the fact that Lotus, it's gone, but where do you get the parts now for that? Or do they
you can still get them. You can still get them, and if not, you just have them made. There's so much,
And is that easy to fabricate?
Gunner's got it.
Gunner.
Can't make it stick.
What a great race. What a great race.
Superb.
We kind of joke about it, but you just got to throw money at it. For making parts.
Yeah. Well, that's in a nutshell, isn't it? Really.
Gunner's taking the lead again.
Gunner,
what a great race.
This was one of the best races of yesterday, and it's turning out to be another great cracking race here. And everybody says, "Oh, it's just an invitational. It's just an exhibition." Nuh-uh.
Yeah, two more different cars you couldn't imagine, and look how closely matched they are.
Well, that's the beauty of historic racing. You would never have put these two together in terms of a race like this, but here they are putting it together. And I think the track as well, with its nuances of the hills and the slower or mid-speed corners that they've got, obviously add a bit of traffic in there. This is great. So another lap completed. Now the fastest lap goes to Horatio Fitzsimon of 54.2.
Wow.
So he is pushing on. Walton moves up to third, Byrne in fourth. Now, that 73 we haven't spoken too much about. Just behind, that's that L88 Corvette from 65. Haven't seen that on camera because we've been watching this, quite rightly.
What's happened to Gunner?
No, that's a different car.
Oh,
Okay,
is it?
good.
Sorry.
Number 99, who is that?
99. That's Victor Avila.
Yep.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Ah, that's. Sorry, I got confused by the two Lotuses.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah.
Only that Ferrari you're looking at, only 32 250 LMs were built. And that just gives you why it's ad infinitum. Yeah.
Very special car.
When they first started building the 250 LMs, they were underpowered, and they went immediately to a 275, which obviously the 250 means 250 cc's per cylinder. If you do your math, it comes out to 3 liters. Well, they went to a 275, which was 3.3 liters. So they really should be called a 275 LM.
Funnily enough, it went to victory in 65 at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but was fielded by Luigi Chiaretti's North American racing team. I read and saw that, obviously, in some of the movies that have come out about it. But that was a story history too in 65. Obviously, 66 kind of up the level again, but that was an interesting story.
Yes.
Here we go, white flag, last lap. Let's see what we can do. Come on!
He's got it.
Simon.
Best place is coming into the carousel.
Yeah.
If you can hold him up, hold him off going into turn 7.
It's got a good position here as the drone is giving us a perfect vision of this.
Yeah, what a great shot.
Circuit. Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Now we start going downhill. And this is, look at the Lotus here, under braking, just doesn't have to brake quite as early as the Ferrari. Now he's going to tuck himself in, and as you say, this is exactly how he positioned himself for that outside move at the carousel.
He can go pretty deep, much deeper than the Ferrari.
And it's dusty out there. That's not the line. That's not easy. Now he switched back to the inside. He got on the dirt earlier. It's not quite. I think Jeanette's wise to it this time.
Yeah, one more shot in turn 7.
Gunnar wants this.
Oh boy.
On the brakes.
Oh, and again. Very wide indeed, but he holds it. You can see him fighting the wheel on the inside, getting a little bit.
Wow.
Swirly through there.
He is squeezing everything out of that little Lotus.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is historic racing at its absolute finest.
Absolutely.
Look at that.
Boy, they've sure pulled away from the rest of the rest of the guys. Yeah.
Britain versus Italy in their classic colours of red and Lotus green and yellow. One more chance, perhaps. It's going to be
under over.
Yeah.
There you go. Come
on. Go on. Run to the line.
Oh,
Here we go.
boy.
But surely the Ferrari's got the advantage now. And
what a great
Gunnar
race.
Jeanette closes the door and takes victory here at Sonoma. Well done to Ferrari. Well, I'm sure it's not as auspicious as the 65 Le Mans win, but he'll take it. I think it was more hard fought, perhaps.
Yeah. Rob stayed ahead of that Corvette, so he got P3.
And by the way, that's a Collier collection car, and as Simon said at the beginning, it's absolutely priceless, and I wouldn't want to put it in the hands of anybody but Gunnar or someone as good, because there is no price tag on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's great that the owners still send them out here racing, isn't it? It's better out here than in a museum.
Absolutely. Adam, I know you're going to enjoy it. Is there a car you're going to go and look for because you haven't seen yet?
Yes, I'm going to actually go and look at that display of little triumphs at the end there.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, report back to us when,
I shall do.
When done.
I shall do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bert, and thank you
guys.
What a great race! You
great
came for the right race.
That's wonderful. That was great, you guys.
And certainly Horatio got the fastest lap, but it was nip and tuck. They were both within 0.2 of each other. That's how close they were.
Who got the fast lap?
In the end, it was
Horatio.
Yeah, so Horatio Fitzsimon with second place, and in the end, Rob Walton third. So it's Gunnar Jeanette with the win for Ferrari in the Berlinetta, and then Horatio Fitzsimon in that fantastic display with the Lotus from 1964. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma, and we'll just catch our breath after what was a stunning historic vintage race.
You can't walk onto this floor and not get excited about what you see. I mean, we build everybody's dreams.
We define excellence in our products, in our vehicles, the things we manufacture, more by what our clients define than what we define.
What makes our shop different from other shops? What we try to specialize in here is how to build incredible vehicles over and over and over again.
Our vehicles are duplicatable because of the systems and processes that we put in place. We're able to create a consistent work of art that's highly engineered.
You can only build a car to a certain level before you basically have to go to the next tier. So we're constantly looking for that next tier in order to continuously just improve our cars. I mean, they're already fantastic machines, but you never want to feel like you've reached the top. You always want to continue.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. I'm here with somebody quite special. We've been having a little bit of a chat about this car. Bud Muller is next to me with this incredible historic F1 car. Talk to me a little bit about it.
Well, this is a 1982 Formula One Williams that was driven by Keke Rosberg in the 82 Formula One Championship. And he actually won the championship in this car.
And let's talk a little bit about some of the features. You can come on and we'll walk, I guess, this way. Come this way with me and show me a little bit. We were speaking earlier about the side panels.
Right, so these cars run with ground effects, which have recently been reintroduced into Formula One. The best way to think about it is there are tunnels on the side. The faster you drive, the more it sucks the car down like a vacuum cleaner. So you get all that extra grip, and the wings don't do a whole lot compared to the tunnels.
And also, we were also speaking about the cockpit. Speaking of historic F1 cars compared to the newer things that you're seeing on the track right now, this is quite short looking at it. And when you're looking at the modern cars, they're a bit longer. And so I know you were mentioning things about the driver's safety, a lot of improvements in safety features going on with current F1 cars.
Yeah, definitely. The current cars are almost twice as long, I think, as what these were. But the biggest difference for the driver is they're moved back compared to where we were. If you look at the front of the car, you can imagine where my feet are when I'm driving. They're well into that nose, well ahead of the front wheels, and eventually enough people crashed and broke their legs that they decided they'd move the driver back, had to be with their feet behind the front wheels, and that's true even today.
Absolutely, and you're driving this car no matter what, because it's still a piece of history. Williams is still in the game today. But let's talk about your on track. Yesterday, you got the win. You're ready for some more today, right?
Yeah, it was a great win yesterday. Got a lot of fast guys that are wanting to be up on the podium, and so it's going to be sort of rabbit being chased by the dogs today.
Well, I'd love to see it. Best of luck out there.
Thanks so much. Yeah, we'll put on a good show. We call ourselves the fastest rolling museum in the world, and it's just great to have all this history around us.
Absolutely. And speaking of history, we're going to see a lot more in terms of our different groups of historic cars. But from F1, let's take a little segue into rallying. I think DirtFish is coming out on the track soon, Johnny.
So then, we are getting ready for something special, and in the words of Monty Python, now for something completely different. Because rally is, well, it's a passion of mine. Yesterday, I think I kind of came up with my own expression for what rally is for people who don't know. It's like classical music, and the first time you discover it. Once you get the hit, and you realize the history, the beauty, the passion that is involved in rally, then you really get a sense of a different type of motorsport. Now, I am joined, I'm going to ask your name because I've already forgotten it, but your name, sir? James Tate. I can hear you now.
Oh, great, good.
From Subaru North America.
Yes, Subaru Motorsports USA.
Perfect guy to have in the booth as we watch this DirtFish exhibition, and it's going to be an exhibition. It's going to be an exhibition of sideways because there is no other company in the modern era like Subaru who have taken a Japanese manufacturer and absolutely stolen the show when it comes to rally worldwide. And I guess the catalyst, Colin McRae, very much so, was if you like the leading. If you look at a pyramid, Colin was right at the top of it. Alistair's here, his brother. Max's son is here. So the legacy continues, but Subaru just changed the sort of face of what they did. Let's take a look at DirtFish, obviously. Tell us a little bit about what you're watching here, because obviously dirtfish.com, book a class. This is what you can live up to. We've also got James Rimmer here in the background. James, come and grab a pair of headphones and tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, come join us, James.
We're looking at your dad's home and your home. James Rimmer's here. He's one of the drivers, has been over the years, rallycross exploits, but this is what you do of a regular weekend, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We use all Subarus, and we're here at Velocity this weekend, giving people ride-alongs, showing them what it's all about, and we're having a blast.
What can you learn? What's the immediate thing for an idiot like me who isn't a racing driver but is passionate about it? I've done this course, and what amazed me was how quickly you're up to speed.
Yeah, no, it's good for a variety of things. You know, we do everything from teaching race drivers from different disciplines what rally is, all the way to you know, people who want to be better on the road. So it's a little bit of everything.
I think that comment says it all, which is, let's face it, you're not coming to DirtFish necessarily. Although that, to be fair, there was people practicing for a rally while I was there, some top drivers.
Yeah.
So you could be, somebody like a Pastrana or a Tanafas or whatever, or yourself, but getting ready for a rallycross, but also go to DirtFish. I think the comment you made was to become a better car driver too, because once you learn what a modern car can do, then suddenly you've got a bit more confidence immediately.
Absolutely, yeah. So
right, what do we got on track here? That looks like...
So that's Marcus Gronholm's Pikes Peak car from 2008. It ran and held the record at Pikes Peak actually before it was fully paved, so when half of it was dirt. But we've got all sorts of fun cars out here. We've actually got a Subaru Motorsports USA driver, Brandon Semenuk, in the Tommy Mäkinen car, which is fantastic. We're trying to get some of the modern Subaru drivers and some of the older Subaru cars, and it's pretty fun to watch.
Well, we had this exhibition yesterday. Max was out there as well. Max, he's a bit of a hellion. I love him.
He's good. He knows what he's doing. He's up and coming, and we try and throw him in everything we can put him in. So he's been in everything from the Pikes Peak car this weekend to some of the older Subaru World Rally Team cars, and I think he's having a good time. You know, he's coming past us at speed here with Brandon in the car at about 100 something. So I think they're having a good time.
It's not easy now let's just put it also in perspective for those listening on the big screens. You've also got your own play area, as it were, on the dirt.
Yeah.
So this is an exhibition to show off the cars.
Correct.
But there are there you go. There's quite a lot of time when rallycross specifically get to run on asphalt. So that's actually something you've done a lot of time on, which is going from dirt to asphalt in the same race. And that's no mean feat, because you can't set up for both.
No, it's tough, but... You know, we have a great partnership with Subaru, and like you said, there's quite a bit of history there, and there's no better cars out here than for doing a lot of the rally stuff.
Because you've also got the smaller is it the BNC?
The BRZ,
yeah. Lovely car, and a great way to start off if you don't want to go straight to the World Rallycross.
Exactly. No, it's a blast. We're having a good time out here. The weather's great. We're watching the Pikes Peak car come past the commentary booth.
Kind of a cool experience too, because we're getting Max in our U.S. Championship car. He's just driven the gravel stage back there, and I think he had a really good time. And now we're going to have Brandon in the Mäkinen car here on the circuit. So,
what did you do with Pedersen? Has he disappeared?
No, he's in Travis's car right there.
Oh, there he goes.
He's on the big screen right there.
We're talking about a current IndyCar driver who has a huge rally background.
He does, yeah. But as James was saying, it's all about a lot of this cross training and getting people in modern cars. And so, like you said, Max got in Brandon's current car this morning for the first time and came out with a big smile on his face. And now they've switched a bit. So I think Brandon's about to go sideways here at the back end.
I know you guys came here just to watch the hairpin, but that's okay. I've got the best seat in the house, so I'll take it.
And there he is.
Let me talk to you about Subaru, because it does fascinate me, because there's been some fantastic entries over the years. Hyundai, more recently. Then you've got the Ford era. So many great car companies have been involved in rally. But Subaru just seemingly stormed at a time when I got interested in rally back in the early 90s. I used to do the Hong Kong Beijing rally with Richard Burns and people like that. And Colin and but even across Asia Pacific, it gained notoriety worldwide. And I wonder, was Subaru setting out to do that, or were they sort of trying to make a name for themselves as a car company? Because at the time they weren't, it wasn't as well known as Ford, Peugeot, whoever, Lancia, whatever you want to pick out. But as soon as they got to rally and they got to the top of rally, they never looked back.
Yeah, it stayed up top. Until about 2003. This is a torch that we're still trying to carry now, even in modern day here in the U.S. But it's exactly right. It's a long legacy of incredible rally cars and huge fan base too.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's the other side of it. You've got the TV shows that I watch. You've got obviously it's been an every video game known to man, and that again, started off with kind of Colin making it such an important part of that. Possum Bourne was a good mate of mine, another true blue as it came to Subaru, and that 555 sponsorship in Asia was huge. And like I said, Hong Kong, Beijing, I loved doing events like that. 3,000 kilometers through China. You can't beat it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like you say, a fan now following that is tantamount to anything out there.
Yep.
Certainly car culture.
Yep. Even in the intermittent absence of a WRC effort, there's still the fan base still exists throughout the world. Yeah, you'll see people in blue at current WRC events. Yeah.
And so so you mentioned the American Championship. So Subaru is still at the top of that.
Yeah. We just finished this year. I think that makes 17 of 19 championship victories for us. And then next year we'll start again with a 2-car team. So we'll have Brandon and Keaton in the car that's currently on the gravel stage, and then we're going to also bring Travis Pastrana back into the 24 seasons.
And I think branching out into Rallycross and into X Games also helped the brand. Pastrana, of course, rolling the old Subaru, making a name for himself. Well, he already had a name, but I think those sorts of things help, and I think Rallycross has been a huge explosion around the world, and more recently in the States, and I think that's also helped the brand. And I think Rallycross is a great way to see rally, because it's hard unless you're a real aficionado going up a hillside for 4 hours and waiting for one car to come by, and then a host of them. But it's a tough game to follow rally. But if you can get it in a Rallycross stadium, as we did at Kota and many other locations, I think that really does show off the skills and shows off the car as well.
Yeah, or like a super special stage.
Yeah.
That you can, much easier to spectate.
Yeah, I went to the New Zealand World Rally Championship last year, and obviously we had a super stage there. And again, a perfect place to get to see up close. The new kids on the block, and there are many. Toyota, of course, doing a great job now. But rally tends to be where the manufacturers, we're here celebrating motorsport across the board, but this is where manufacturers really get to shine, and where the competition is where manufacturers really get to show what they've got. Look at this car. One of my favorites going up.
That's my sister driving.
Is it really?
That's Josie.
Go Josie, girl power. She's a hell of a driver.
She is.
She could hear me, I'm sure, shouting across there. She came in and had a chat with us, but she's basically running the gaff now these days.
She is,
right?
yeah. She's right up there at the top of DirtFish, and I'm proud of her, and she's a great driver as well, and she really enjoys it. And these are the events that we all enjoy, and we're really happy that we could partner with Velocity this year and partner with Subaru and bring some more eyes to rally, because this is the motorsport community that can make that rally stage bigger, so to speak. But it's more about, you have to get it in front of them. It's a tough sell when you're trying to explain it. You have to see it, and once you see it, and even getting in a car, that's the ultimate, right?
To be honest, getting in a car and being a passenger in one of these cars and seeing what a production car or basic production car can do is a real eye-opener to what you're driving every day on the road. And it just gives you a sense of confidence that this has been designed, you're well below its limitations when you're driving a road car. Me and Josie talked last year at Velocity Laguna, and she's a horse lady, as you well know.
She is.
And I try to make the parallel. I said, look, if you've got the confidence as a horse person, then a racing car does not scare you. A horse is a whole different ballgame. And she said, use that handbrake, why don't you? Or is he? Or is he just in trouble?
He might be out of gas. It's got a small fuel tank. But no, Jonathan, this is great. It's always good to see you. I always love how into rally you are. It's tough to find commentators who are in this space that know what's going on. So.
Well, but also, I think I got introduced. I actually took my rally license on TV.
There you go.
In a Subaru, I may add. Scared the bejeebers out of me at the Silverstone Race School, and I had a great instructor. But we did 6 weeks on Men and Motors, a channel that's now gone. But we took my license, and I was trying to talk. I had a microphone on while trying to do my handbrake turns and go second gear and third gear and all the rest of it. But a lot of fun. And then I got the chance to go through a forest stage with Derek Warwick, who was doing the RAC rally. He was then at the top of his game in Formula One, but that scared the hell out of me because he just drifted across and he wasn't a rally driver, so but he took it on. Fantastic stuff.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate you having us.
And I hear the rides are full.
They are?
Everybody's getting sold out. I love it.
Start signing up for next year.
Well, if they let me out of this darn booth, I'd come out and enjoy it with you. But the checkered flag is out. DirtFish have done their bit for this particular demonstration. Thank you for coming in. Always good to hear about Subaru's exploits, especially here in the States. Get a World Rally here, please. We want it. Let me come to DirtFish, and if you haven't signed up, if you don't get the experience this weekend, head up to the Northwest and get yourself to DirtFish. Take your dad, take your mum, take your girlfriend, take your boyfriend. It's all good stuff, and you can get a great experience, a day, 3 days, you name it, and you'll learn to be a better driver. And if not, it's the most fun you can have with your pants on. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway. It's a beautiful day here in November. As you can see, the clouds and the mist from this morning has cleared away, and we've got a beautiful day. Mid-70s, low 80s, and just the perfect day for going racing and seeing some historic racing. Let's head down to Kev Harris, who's always got something interesting. Kev, what have you got this time?
Welcome back to Velocity Lane here, where Group 2 are getting set to go, and we're talking about sports production cars now then from 1956 to 1962. And this was a time, of course, when the manufacturers, Porsche, MG, Jag and others started to realise that if you win on a Sunday, then you're going to sell it on a Monday. And then bigger brands like Ferrari got on the act a little bit later, and I'm pleased to say the man who I was chatting to at the driver's lounge a little bit earlier on, Jeff O'Neill, is at the front. And Jeff, this is the 250 GTO that you mentioned to me about an hour ago.
Yes, indeed. It's one of the most special cars on the track. I'm very fortunate to be able to drive this extraordinary car. I mean, it's absolutely stunning.
Is this one that you've driven before, Jeff, or is this first time out in this?
Unfortunately, it's not my first time out. I've driven it a number of times. And it's one of the, of course, rarest cars in the world, and that it gets to come on the track and show everybody what a big V12 sounds like is absolutely fantastic.
What's the key to getting the best out of this car, do you think? What's it like to go through the gears and dip the clutch and get through that gearbox?
Well, I think what makes 250 GTOs amazing is the balance and the power. I mean, these V12s, the smoothness of the torque, I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, it gets driven with 2 fingers.
Fantastic, Jeff. Very best of luck and enjoy your day out.
Thank you.
All right, let's go and see what's happening next as we go to second on the grid. We should be able to find Rob Stoker, who's in an Alfa Giulietta Spider, just getting a tap on the helmet from his buddy there. Rob, great to see you here. Tell us about the car you're going at, and you're chasing a rather nice one there, and he's the owner of the whole event, so look after that one.
It's beautiful. I mean, what Jeff O'Neill and Ryan Turi did in putting on this event, they've literally brought together the finest race cars in the world. It's like a museum that just came to life. And if you're not here this weekend, you're missing out, because this is really special stuff. Yeah. I can't even believe that I can be out here with them.
Mate, listen, you got yourself a great position to be in right now. But me and my pal Adam were just looking at these cars lined up, and he said to me, look at that Alfa in second. He said, that is a beautiful car. It really is. Tell us about it.
Thank you. I'm trying to represent Alfa Romeo well, but but these guys have a lot of power and they have beautiful cars, but hopefully we'll put on a little bit of a show for you all.
Really good stuff. Well, listen, enjoy your drive, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Let's slide on back then now as we kind of make our way down. We find the number 173 car, which is another Ferrari. This time, I think what we got here is a 250 GT, and I'm just going to jump in and try and get a word with the driver if I can. Stay right there. Is it okay? Is it okay? Sorry. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Tell us about what you're going on. Another one of the Ferraris.
Yep, short wheelbase, 1961.
And is this your car? You're driving it with somebody else? Because I'm just double checking. Rob Walton.
Yeah, that's me.
That's you, Rob. Come on then. Tell me about this car and tell us what it's like when you take it around the track here at Sonoma.
Oh, this is a great track. I love coming here. Great event, just over-the-top event. It's really nice to be here.
Really is an over-the-top event. What I enjoy about watching you guys race, though, is you're in these priceless machines, but you are actually racers. You're going to start to get the hammer down a bit, aren't you?
Well, Jeff has put on an event here that encourages us to bring out these great cars. Driving standard is really high. You know you're not going to get bumped. Just got to keep the shiny side up and behave, but it's great to be able to bring a car out for this event.
Yeah, it really is. You said there, you got to keep the shiny side up and behave. But like I say, there are trophies at the end of this. So there's wins at stake. There's kudos at stake, isn't there? Come the end of the weekend.
Yeah. We just had a great time though this weekend. It's just been fantastic.
What do you make of the circuit here at Sonoma? We've moved from Laguna Seca. From a driver's point of view, is Sonoma one that you enjoy, Rob?
Well, I love this track. I like this for this event. I think this track is better than Monterey. I love Monterey too, but this is a little bit more intimate experience, challenging track, great facilities on the track. 100%.
All right, well listen, sir, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck and go well, enjoy it.
Thank you, we'll have a good time.
All right, so let's just have a little look. Who we got next? Car number 49. Let's just see if we get a quick word with one more, because this looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? Let's have a look at this. We've got the Abarth name on the side there. Hello, sir. A stunning car, beautiful Porsche. Tell us about what you're going out in.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm going to race with the big boys. They've all got 300 horsepower. I've got 140, so we'll see what happens. But it's a beautiful car, and I love driving it.
140 horsepower and a nice lightweight package. Those should be good fun around the corners.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It moves around quite a bit, but I've driven this car for a long time, and it's just really a pleasure to drive. I really enjoy bringing it out to show the crowd.
Great stuff. And is this the first time that you've raced it at Sonoma, or have you been around this circuit before?
I've been around probably for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've got a few laps.
What's the key to doing well here at Sonoma? I like watching when you come sort of the second half of the lap. There's some flowing lines as you make your way down sort of towards turn 11. The turns that come into that section look really flowing and really good fun.
Yeah, you know, so this track is a very technical track, and you really got to be on your mark at all times. And it basically is a momentum track, and so if you can get to the point where you're braking at 4, 7, and 11, you've got a chance.
Well, listen, best of luck. I'm just double checking. I'm chatting to car number 49, Ransom Webster.
Thank you. Enjoy the race.
Well, listen, very best of luck. Johnny Green, our commentator, will keep his eyes on you for sure. He's going to enjoy watching this one go out. Go well.
Thank you.
All right, so there we go. And in fact, I think we'll probably go straight to Jonathan Green now, the effervescent Englishman who's been adding the colour and the flavour to the weekend all weekend long. Let's go and join him in commentary.
Well, with a shirt like that, how can I not? Because you've got the effervescent shirt, so I have to have the effervescent voice, and I'm going to be joined by the effervescent Dave Hagen after this, because I've got a bit of a delay. You can see the dust flying up in the air because they're trying to clean the track a little bit. It looks as though somebody's thrown down a bunch of oil right by our commentary mission, Dave. So we've got a bit of a delay. But how are your weekend going? You've got your son here racing. You've been out. You've been doing the minis. Well, let me first ask you about that. How much fun was that last night?
These are just incredible to drive. You look at them, you go, oh, they're these little teeny cars, and can they really be that fast, and can they handle well? And everybody asks all these questions, and I did too, and they're spectacular to drive. They are so much fun to drive, pretty violent. Like every shift, you have this massive torque steer in the steering wheel, and so it wants to rip it out of your hands, and so you have to get used to that just kind of, you're always unbalanced a little bit. But they're fabulous cars, front-wheel drive, so you throw it into the turn, and as long as you keep the hammer down, it'll drag you out.
So it's worth kind of just saying that again. You've got a front-wheel drive car, and it's a tiny wheelbase, tiny tires.
10-inch wheels.
But you throw it in, and you keep your foot in, and it just goes.
You have to keep your foot in.
So if you let off, it'll probably spin right.
Yeah,
right?
you'll spin right around. So, but that front-wheel drive, those little front wheels and tires are doing so much work, right? They're powering the car, they're steering the car, they're little. So there's just a lot going on there. So you burn through the tires quickly, but yeah, they will drag you out of a problem. Right? If you get in, sideways, and you'll see everybody sideways almost every turn. You just keep your foot in it, and it just pulls you right out.
And that's the wonder of this event. You go from a Mini to looking at a 2008 at the front there. Championship. Sorry, that was a 1999 championship-winning Mika Hakkinen Formula One car, and we got a display and a half from Paddock Award, particularly. We keep pointing him out, but he got his hands on a 2008 Lewis Hamilton championship-winning car yesterday, and he ragged the heck out of it around the Sonoma circuit. I don't know what the bet was, or what I'm sure he was looking for the outright Sonoma Raceway lap record, because I'm sure Paddock has raced here in Indy before. So
I think he got it.
I wouldn't surprise me.
I'm not the official scorekeeper, but I think he was doing 2:16s.
Oh,
and I think
that's insane.
What I had heard the fastest before that was 2:18, and we were watching from the driver's lounge at turn 11, and it was spectacular watching him full tilt coming in, and then full brake, and then back on it. It was amazing.
Well, I was wondering, because we held Velocity for the first time here in 2019, of course. This is the 4th iteration. We've been at Laguna since. But we had Mercedes back then, and Esteban Gutierrez took around the modern Formula One car, and so I was wondering whether he was trying to take a bite out of that particular lap record, because that was pretty impressive at the time, but I'm sure he did.
Race car drivers rarely go out in a race car on a race course and not go for it, right? And so I'm pretty sure Pato had that in his mind.
Dave, it's a family affair. Your son Tyler has been out there racing, but you are the epitome, I think, of what this event is all about, and what tends to attract the family essence of historic racing. I've never really given kudos to how this type of sport that isn't the high-end IndyCar Formula One cauldron of competition. It's a much more laid-back, and therefore you feel comfortable bringing your family to it, whether it be the wife, whether it be the son or daughter or whatever. Tell me how you got involved in this and how you got your son involved.
So I got involved in vintage racing probably now close to 20 years ago. And go all the way back to 1985, 86. We lived in the Midwest in Kansas City. A neighbor did vintage racing, and we had never heard of vintage racing. So we went to a race, fell in love at that point, but life and everything else got in the way. So it took until about 2004 or 5 that we decided to buy our first vintage race car. So that's when I got into it in a big way. And Tyler, our son, was really into it, came to all the races, and he started racing now. I think this is probably his 3rd season. So he's pretty new to it, and he's just as passionate and maybe more so than I am about it. And so he loves coming. We split the car depending on what race weekend it is. Sometimes we'll enter 2 cars. But yeah, it's a family affair. My wife Natalie comes to every race. Everybody knows her out there. And, it's a community. So every race weekend we're getting back in touch with this fabulous community of vintage racers.
Now, I've got to make an important announcement. We're all about Porsches here at Velocity, but we've got one that's in the way. So please listen up. This is a public announcement for a silver Porsche, and we need it moved from the Redwood deck. The license plate number is 1UEW928. So please, if that is your silver Porsche, we do not want to remove it forcibly or take it away to anywhere where you'd have to unlock it and pay money to do so. So I don't want to put too blunt a word on it, but please move from the Redwood deck your Porsche, the silver Porsche that is parked there. You need to move it into a proper parking position. We love our Porsches here, so please get 1UEW928 out of the way, if you don't mind. Thank you. Mike Smith just walked in. He may put a microphone on him in a minute and tell us a little bit more. But yeah, carry on. I mean, you've raced at lots of venues and different events. This is tip top, isn't it?
It's amazing. We actually went to Le Mans Classic this year. We took our 1967 Porsche 910. The plan was father and son racing, so Tyler and I racing it. Tyler came down with COVID when we got there and was very sick. And so he didn't get to drive. So good news, bad news. I got to do all the segments. But yeah, it was not
24 hours.
Well, it's 3 53-minute segments over a 24-hour period. But driving a classic race car and a Porsche race car that had Sebring experience in Provenance and taking it to Le Mans, we paired it up with its sister car from Sebring in 1967. They were both factory works entries. My buddy Jürgen, he lives in Stuttgart. His car took first in class, ours took second, and we put him back at the Le Mans Classic, first time they'd been on a grid together in 56 years. So pretty cool. It was pretty cool. This event is right there. I mean, it's absolutely as good as those events in Europe. Jeff and team are building just an incredible energy around it. Look at the number of fans this year.
No, it's great.
It's fabulous, and it just makes it that much more fun to race when you have people watching the cars, looking at the cars, talking to you about the cars. It's cool.
Well, we've got Kev Dan and Taylor Dan in the pits, but let's go down to Kev Harris. We've got a bit of a delay here while we clean up the track, but Kev, what have you got?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm down here once again in Velocity Lane where we're waiting in the California sunshine. Some of the drivers seem nervous, but my man Michael Doyle here seems quite relaxed. Sir, you have the Canada man who's just having a great day out.
Oh, it's an amazing event. Yeah. I'm focused. There's 2 A-bars and a TZ there between me and that GTO.
But you know who's driving the GTO?
Yeah, Jeff, but he's waiting for me.
So your mission then is to get past these guys and start having a little bit of a gentleman duel with the main man, Jeff O'Neill.
Absolutely.
Listen, tell us about the car you're in. You're sitting here in a Jaguar, beautiful colourway on this one, a nice sort of British racing green stripe on the bonnet by the looks of it. Tell us about the car.
It's a 61 Jaguar E-Type, been a race car for 12 years, its whole life, restored by Intrepid Motor Cars in Reno.
Yeah.
And it's just beautiful to drive. Yeah. Even if I'm not winning, I think I look okay.
You do look okay, and the race suit matches, it's all good. What's the history of it? How have you come to be the custodian of this one?
Well, it was raced in period by Norman Balzer, and the car was found by Terry Larson for me a number of years ago. Okay. Intrepid restored it, and I've been historic racing it for over a decade.
That's really good. We see that name Intrepid here quite a lot, don't we? They do a great job on a lot of these cars.
A lot of Ferraris do.
Yeah.
And this group is amazing. These little cars are so quick.
So much fun, a classic era for sports car racing at that time, late 50s, early 60s. What is it, though, about this event, the Velocity, that makes you want to bring this car to this one?
Well, one thing is all the cars are authentic. They're inspected. If they're here, they're correct. The drivers are all talented, great people to race with, very respectful. The crowds are amazing. But Jeff puts on quite an event.
He absolutely does.
Oh, the way he's dressed these pits up and the way he's brought people in and the way he treats the drivers, but mostly it's the groups, the way he gets accurate cars together.
Listen, Michael, great talking to you. We've met once before, so nice to see you again. Go well and enjoy your drive.
Take care.
Trying to shake hands there, but I like it. Thanks, buddy. All right, take care. Let's have a little stroll down here. Let's come and find car number 7. We should be able to find in this one. Where's my man? I think it's Marnix Dillenius. Is it Marnix? Have I got the right man?
The last name is Dillenius.
Dillenius. Sorry, sir. You are sitting just behind a beautiful car in front of you there, that Jaguar. Tell us what you're driving here.
This would be an Alfa Romeo TZ, as you would pronounce it. TZ over here.
Yeah. The Alfa
64 vintage.
And tell us a little bit about the history of this car. How long have you had it, and where's it come from originally, do you think?
Came to California as a regular Stradale car sold by the dealer, and I'm the second owner. The first owner only had it for a year. I bought it in 1974. I've owned it ever since.
That's absolutely fantastic. You've owned this car for a long, long time.
Very long time. It has served me well.
What made you go for this one, and why have you held on for it for so long?
Say again, please.
What made you think back in 1974? What made you think I want that car, and how come you've held on for it for so long?
Story to that. In fact, this car was for sale by a friend of mine in Berkeley, but next to it is the car I really wanted. What was that? An aluminum-bodied Ferrari short wheelbase. Same price, except this one ran, the Ferrari did not run. And in those days already, 1974, if you had to have that engine rebuilt on a short wheelbase Ferrari, it cost a fortune. And I had just started my job, so I could afford it. Got this one. That served me well.
Well, listen, sir, I think you got an absolute gem, and to have owned it for that long, I mean, that was a wise investment back then.
I hope so, but I don't look at it as an investment. Either I enjoy it, love it, that's it.
Well, listen, do enjoy it, do love it. For us, the fans are looking forward to see you race it on the track. Go well and enjoy your day.
I hope I do. And fans do like it too.
I'm sure you will. Right, let's bob along now then. Who have we got next? Let's see who we got here. We should have car number 50, and I'm hoping it's my man Tyler sitting in the hot seat.
That is correct.
Tyler, a beautiful looking car here. They're all beautiful, but tell us about what you're in. Lovely silver Porsche.
This is a 1960 Porsche 356 Roadster. Been refurbished about 20 years ago, but was raced from new in Ohio in the SCCA. The original owner even took it to the Mid-Ohio Championship in, I don't remember what year.
That's great. That's the one good thing about this event, isn't it? All the cars that we look at along this line, whatever class it is, they've all got heritage, and they're all absolutely right for the era.
Oh, absolutely. It's such a fantastic event. It's great to be out there doing with the guys that, you know, raced back in the day. Same cars, same classes. It was absolutely amazing.
Well, listen, Tyler, go well. Enjoy your day out. You got a little bit of traffic to make up. Are we going to see you on the podium at the end of this?
I hope so.
All right. Well, Jonathan Green, our commentator, will keep his eyes peeled for car number 50. So there you go, Johnny. Let's see how far Tyler can get up the pack come the checkered flag on this one. Back to you.
Well, I can assure you I'll have plenty of help on watching car number 50 because his dad's alongside me. You're proud, I'm sure.
I'm proud. I have a tear in my eye. Makes me so happy.
Now, who taught who? Because I'm sure you taught him how to drive, because that's what dads do.
Well, I've been driving a lot longer, obviously, but he's getting fast. So it's I think we're pretty comparable now.
Yeah.
We're going to have to get in the same car and do some laps and see who's really faster.
And I asked you this yesterday because I said there's a lot of father-son combinations, and you know, is it a case where you dragged him to your events and he just got the bug, or whether he willingly said, you know what, I fancy this. Tell us how he got in gold.
Yeah, I mean, he came to the races just as a family affair and was drawn to it. I never asked him to come. I never asked him if he wanted to go racing. He initiated that. He went to driving school, and we had a very close friend who passed away a few years ago who kind of pushed him forward. I actually just stayed away from it because I wanted him to pick it if he wanted to do it. I didn't want to drag him into it, and he loves it. I think he loves it as much, if not more, than me. And I frankly, I enjoy watching him race as much as I enjoy racing, which I never thought I would be able to get that kind of experience. So it's really special.
All right, we've got Taylor down in the pits. Let's head down to her. We're still under delay at the moment. Taylor, what's going on?
I am in the hot seat right now. We've got these beautiful McLarens lined up, and look who just walked up. Paddock Award is here to chat with me. You were driving a different car today, but yesterday you drove a piece of history. I saw a lot of jealous drivers on social media wishing they were in your seat, but not only was it a special car, you drove the heck out of it out on the track.
Absolutely, that's what they're for. This weekend has been a trip back in history. This is the oldest car of the lineup, and I got to drive the newest car of the lineup, and I have a lot of sentimental value, maybe we can call it, with the 08, because that is the car that made me fall in love with F1 when I was growing up. That is what I grew up watching the first few years, where I just came across Formula One, and it's just such a machine, like just small, so capable. It sounds amazing, and the only right way to drive those cars is to really try and push it to an extent. Then you don't want to bin it. It was definitely a lot more capable than what I think I did on it, but I got to feel it properly.
And the mindset here has got to be a little bit different. Obviously, as an IndyCar driver, you've got one mindset. You're there for championship points, wins. But here, you're driving that piece of history. But you also, like you said, want to push it. But is there a little bit of nerves that goes into it? I mean, being behind the wheel, having this type of money, this type of history in your hands, it's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking, no?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And the first thing that Zach tells you is, have fun, dude. Remember, this is X amount. And... You know, the thing with these cars is that you take them to a certain point, but then when you start pushing that line is where you start risking a little bit more on the high speed and on the brakes, and that's where it can go south. So up to that point, they still look amazing, and then all your bosses are happy that it came back in one piece, because that car and a lot of these are in like the last race that they raced spec. So you don't want to mess that up.
Absolutely. Well, you're doing a fantastic job, I can tell you, out on the track. Everyone's abuzz about your incredible skills out there. But let's talk a little bit about the event itself. Did you have a chance to walk around and check out these incredible cars?
Oh, it's amazing. And the fans have been very, very engaged here. I think this event just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year. And obviously, the lineup that McLaren brought this year is pretty phenomenal, and super proud to be part of that. But I love coming here. I'm a total car nut. It doesn't have to be race cars, just road cars and anything that has to do with McLaren. I'm all about it. So lots of dream cars are present here.
Yeah, dream car out of all of them. Go.
Ooh, if I had to own one. The Lewis 08, the 08 Formula One. Yeah.
You've already got your hands on that, so now you know.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we hope to see you. Any secrets for next year? Anything you've got going on you want to share with us today?
No, just really looking forward to Abu Dhabi later this year, and IndyCar 2024 with some F1 stuff in bits and pieces during the year, and we'll see where everything else goes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. If you guys want to talk to Paddock O'Ward, he's going to be at the autograph session later today. No.
I have a flight to catch in like 3 hours, so I'm going to do a couple laps and then I have to get straight to San Francisco.
All right. Well, yesterday was your last chance. That's okay. You can just catch a selfie right here. Everyone's looking at you. Give him a wave. He's down here. All the fans are out to see you, but thanks so much and have some fun out there today.
Absolutely. You know it.
All right. Back to you, Johnny.
Great stuff, Taylor. When I grow up, I want to be Paddock O'Ward, and I mean that sincerely, because I may be in my 50s, but I think he's living the dream. No question. I love him to death. He's been a real revelation on the motor racing scene, full stop. He's getting to test a Formula One car at Abu Dhabi, of course, the latest McLaren that Lando drives. He then is going to take on the 24 IndyCar series, and right now he's testing just how good the design of the original McLaren that Bruce made, and not afraid to put his hands all over it. But that is Paddock for you. He's always ready for a photo opportunity. He is living the dream, Titanic style. And we are going to live the dream, because we're going to look back. If you just missed that last race, well, you missed a doozy, as the Duesenberg people would tell you, because we've got a bit of a delay here, but that gives us an opportunity to show you some of the action from the Group 4 race that just took place. It was a cracker. Let's take a look. Welcome back to Sonoma and Velocity Invitational, number 4. And we're looking forward to Group 4 coming up. That's 63 to 69. We've got a representative here from Intrepid Racing, Bert Skidmore. First of all, before we head out on this one, we're going to talk a little bit about this. But how did you set this up, or how did Intrepid come to be? What do you do?
Intrepid came to be, it started in 82 or 83. I started in 84. A doctor started it, and I purchased it from him in 1989. He had, his name was Dr. Selye, he had a 250 LM, had a 250 TR, had the Niki Lauda 312 T2 car.
Oh, wow.
That Chris McAllister owns now.
And it's here this
here,
weekend,
yeah. In fact, I rebuilt that engine 30 years ago when Lou had it.
And Niki wasn't nice on it.
No, he wasn't. So, but we started, with Lou's cars. He had a half a dozen cars and turned it into a Ferrari repair shop and vintage race shop, and it's been really good ever since.
Given the amount of historic racing just in California alone, it was a spot-on business to come up with, or at least have the expertise in.
Absolutely.
No question. And I'm sure it's gone from strength to strength. So what are you working this weekend, for example? You just mentioned the Ferrari that is here, but what have you worked on
so we've got
for here?
6 cars here. We have 2 McLarens. We've got M8 M8C for Nick Colonna. We've got an M8E for Beau DeBard. We've got 2 cars in this group. One is Nick Colonna with the big block Corvette, 67. I think it's a number 16 car. Yeah, 16 car. And then we have his son driving an Alpha, although he didn't feel well this morning. So Mike Miller is driving his car, which is an Alpha GTV, which is number 46. We should keep an eye on him because he's a great driver.
Okay.
He should be coming up through the field. I don't know where he's gridded, but he should be coming up through the field. He's an awesome driver.
Well, still here with us, Adam Smith from Auto Mondial, the editor of. And Adam, your job is to deal with modern cars, and yet this event, surprisingly, I'm sure for you, has got quite a few latest models here. McLaren launching a car yesterday. Ford are here in Might. So there's a lot to look at from your point of view as well.
Absolutely there is. There's Polestars here as well.
Yes.
There's all these new hypercars. There's some fantastic stuff, but for me, despite my job, I do love the old stuff.
Of course you do. Well, and like I said, it's a fantastic lesson in how things innovated and how they came to be. And I'm learning bit by bit how the Americans took a lot of our European cars and sort of changed them, made them in their way more competitive, but also raced against Lotuses and Lolas and so on and so forth, and Alphas, and made it their own. And also, I think our nostalgia, if you will, is growing up with Hollywood movies and seeing the likes of Steve McQueen, Paul Newman, you name it, and obviously. Well, as you can see, the delay is over, and we've got, yes, movement. That's what we want. As you can see, we've got cars coming out on track. Finally, we've had a bit of a delay, but well, Dave, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to bring Ike in as well, because you've got some skin in the game, as it were, to talk about this particular group. We've got Group 2 cars coming out. We've had a delay. We were watching Group 4, because that was such a good race, and if we need another delay, we'll definitely get back to that. But guys, just give me a little bit of a smorgasbord of what we're about to see. We've talked to some of the drivers. Dave, we mentioned your son Tyler's out there. But I just, this is when you started watching these sorts of racing and getting involved in this sort of racing, right?
The pits on cars at age 12 with my neighbor, and I just saw a Denzel in the picture going out, and I had a neighbor that had one,
How many of those were
back in
made,
the
those
day.
Denzels?
Not very many.
Right.
And they were quick. They were as good as
Yeah, super light, right?
Porsche Speedster.
What's the typical motor in that car?
Basically 1600.
1600, like a Lotus twin cam?
No,
1600 or?
Porsche motor.
Oh, Porsche motor in that car.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Is that a fiberglass body or aluminum?
No, aluminum.
Aluminum.
Yeah.
There's a lot of kitty litter out there. They're going to have a fun first couple of laps.
Yeah.
We're seeing them around turn 5. It is a mess out there. Johnny?
Oh, doesn't look like fun, does it? I don't know. As a racing driver, that's the worst kind of scenario, isn't it? You want to be out there, but you do not want to take a priceless Ferrari over a bunch of dust. But that's what's happening right now. Anyway, it'll clear itself up. That's motor racing, folks. That's we've seen it all before. It happens to Paddo at the best of times in the modern day, as it does to the historic as well. And sometimes it happens a bit more often because these are older cars, guys. But it's a mess out there, right on the race line too. Unfortunately, that's always a way. But it will clean itself up.
It will. By the probably third lap, most of that dust will be gone. But yeah, right now they got grit in their teeth.
Yeah, especially the open wheelers. But to be fair, that's something that has advanced as well, along with the sport itself. But the use of the dust and it used to be limestone, I think, that they would just patter out there. But now they've got a combination which dries quickly. I'm not sure what it's made up of, but it's a clever sort of dust stroke limestone mix that dries quickly and also absorbs whether it be oil, water, whatever it is. And so it dries instantly. And I've talked to a lot of modern racing drivers who tell me that they don't, because I said, you went straight over the oil patch. And he goes, you know what, that stuff is so good that I have no fear of the modern use that they come up with, because it dries instantly and actually it's almost more grippy.
Yeah, it looks worse than it is.
Yeah.
You have good grip. You want to try to avoid it, but sometimes you can't, right? If it's on the racing line. And so it's really not as bad as it looks.
Group 2 then. Race on Sunday, buy on Monday. That was the accolade at the time, and it still is today. Off comes the safety car. He has to just get out of the way. Away goes Tyler. Up the outside, just right on doing exactly what I said. Right all over the oil. Not frightened at all, but that's another Hagen for you. Group 2, away he goes. He isn't frightened, is he? Off he goes.
Look at those cars.
Lovely. Up the hill. Bit of grunt for the feature race. And as you can see, people careening on the bridge to get a
Tyler
great view.
going up the inside.
Oh, he does. Well, he was on the outside and he turned it into the inside at the top of the hill there, but that was a good start. And now we're going to see, with this 8-lap race, how they spread out. And I'm keeping an eye. Jeffrey O'Neill taking the lead away in that Ferrari 250 GTO.
Yeah, Jeff drives the way he organizes things, right?
Yeah.
Very well.
Very well.
Turn 1's the best place to be on the outside.
Yeah, because you've got that inside line, yeah.
Because once you go up the hill, you're on the inside.
Yeah, good point. Well, away he goes, Jeffrey O'Neill leading the way. And here's the famous carousel. And we saw the Lotus in that last race. We were going to see it again, but we saw it doing the outside move. So there's a lot of lines out there. And now the dust and dirt is going to make it a little bit more tricky. But there is grip out there. There's no question. There's some tracks. I was at Coda last weekend, and there really is no grip on the outside with all the marbles and stuff. And that's usually the case at most racetracks. But here at Sonoma, we've been lucky, haven't we? There seems to be quite a lot of grip everywhere.
I learned yesterday in the mini race that you can go 3 wide all the way through the carousel. And I was on the far outside, and it worked. I was shocked.
Jeff went slightly wide there, lost a place, and 2 places, in fact. He's dropped to 3rd as the 96 also going well, the Alfa Romeo GTZ of David Perkins of Park City, Utah. Just saw him. And there's the 49, that is the Abarth. 61 of Ransom Webster, who's been around. I'm sure you've raced him.
And a beautiful car. Just a spectacular Abarth car. Oh, man, so good.
Go on then, if you've got to pick one, is it the one that your son's driving, or is it one of those Ferraris?
Well, I'm a Porsche guy, so
okay,
I'm drawn to the Porsches, but man, those Ferraris are hard to beat. They're just a work of art. And Jeff's on it. He's trying to get him back.
Yep. Now, is it Now, in historic terms, is it polite to allow the organizer to go through in his priceless car, as we've just seen? Well, is that what the text you sent, was it?
Yeah. I had a
Let him through! He invited us!
Let Jeff win.
Yes.
No, there's no...
No.
You know, once the green flag drops, there's no let anybody win,
No
right?
team orders in
Everybody wants
vintage
to go.
racing. It's more competitive than most of the races I go to. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of Max Verstappen, dominate the race here in vintage.
Nah.
Little better racing.
Well, we've got, like I said, cars from 1956, all in period SCCA production cars. And like you said, this was a bit of a golden era, really, in the early 60s for American racing. And we have, obviously, the huge influence from the likes of Porsche coming over, and Alfa, Fiat. But then we've got the Austin Healey 3000 out there, 1959. Kevin Adair at the wheel of that, another Californian. Plenty of Californian drivers here.
Rob Stoker in that beautiful red Giulietta Spider. It's a cool car. What's great about these cars, back in the era, they would drive the car to the racetrack, race it for the weekend, and drive it home. You just don't do that anymore.
So yeah, they were all licensed back then, right? You had to basically, have it licensed anyway to go to the racetrack. There you go, you see the license plates. That does look a lot of fun, that 57.
Isn't that pretty?
So who owns that?
I'd have to look at the list. Is that Ranson or is that Bill Lyon?
Ranson's 49.
That's William Lyon.
So Bill Lyon. So Bill and I raced at Rennsport a month ago, both in 910. So we had a lot of fun dueling out there.
That sounded like a great event. I spoke to some of the Porsche Carrera Cup guys because they did their North American Championship there. Riley Dickinson saying that was a great event.
Yeah, I mean, if you're into Porsches, Rennsport is it's hard to beat. I mean, just what the factory support, the cars that they bring over from Stuttgart, the museum. It's over the top. Really, really nice.
Rather nice looking 96 Alfa Romeo GTZ. I just mentioned David Perkins, Park City, at the wheel of that one, getting dust thrown in his face by the 49. But across the strip they come, and they're sort of dealing with that clear up now and starting to make it look a bit more pretty. And talking of which, the 163 Giulietta Spider, that lovely classic Alfa.
Great view from that.
Yeah, the drone has given us
cool.
so many different. Jeff O'Neill, as you can see, back into the lead in the Ferrari. But yeah, the drone gives us this wonderful view of how you attack some of these corners and how these drivers do. You don't see it at ground level or even on an onboard. I've always been really impressed with the perspective you get, especially like this corner, the carousel here. You see how long it is.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that long when you're out there.
No,
but you're actually in it quite a while.
Yeah.
And then you go up to 7, pretty tight turn, and then the S's are just fabulous down the back. As we talked about, I met one of the designers of the track several years ago, and they were standing at the top of the hill trying to figure out how to get the track back to the start-finish, and they saw a cow trail following down through the valley, and that turned into the back straight, the S's. So I think that's why it feels so organic. It actually is.
Yeah, natural. And also, it's a natural amphitheater with the hills in the background behind the main grandstand, which, the grandstand would really stick out were it not for a huge hillside behind it.
If you haven't had a chance, the fans should get over. There's a tunnel under the track to go to turn 9, and you can literally see the entire track from the grandstands at turn 9. It's really a great place to watch from.
Just saw a yellow flag out there, and I don't know if that's a full course yellow, but we've got a few cars that have come off track. But
it's not full course.
No, good. It's just local yellow. That's good to see. Good battle on here then for the lead as Jeffrey O'Neill continues to lead. And they're going to get into traffic now, and they're going to have to sort of dice their way through this. It's going to be interesting because Rob Walton is right there in the Berlinetta, so it's an Italian fest right at the front of this.
It's still tight at the front, right? Got 4 or 5
Very
cars.
close.
4 or 5 cars going after it.
Five laps to go, and it's nip and tuck at the front, no question. As they go to the top of the circuit and now start to make that long run downhill. What would you say is the hardest section technically here?
I think turn 1, turn 2 is very challenging to get it right. The G-forces are pulling you across track. You're trying to get back to the left. It's a little bit blind at turn in. The track goes away from you at the end of after the apex. It's really difficult to get well done.
Well, as we take a look at the 57, I just want to tell you that car, the Berlinetta, in second place, is one of 4 out of 24 ever built. First owned by Walter Lambert of Switzerland. Sadly lost his life driving it, but it did a bunch of hill climbs and was restored back in the mid-60s and eventually repaired back in 1962. And then it got Swiss, German and Italian ownership prior to being sold in 2003. And it was sold to Bobby Rahal, of all people, the car you're looking at in second place at the moment.
I had a ex-Michael Rahal car, a Elva Mark 7 that I sold back to Bobby about 2 years ago. It's in their collection.
He's a big collector. He likes his cars.
He loves the vintage stuff too.
Yeah.
He really does. Look at Bill Lyon is right
I know,
there.
We got there in third place.
We got a little Porsche coming on here against the Ferraris.
Three-way battle. It just keeps getting better. I think as the weekend goes on, we should make this a full week, because by the time we did, we'd have a fastest lap then for the leader, Jeffrey O'Neill, trying to push on, but he can't get away at the moment because. And fourth place also, Ranson Webster is making a move, and here's a bar. So we're going to have 2 Porsches versus 2 Ferraris. Germany versus Italy. Perfect, in the middle of America.
This is how it ought to be.
Yep.
You see that horsepower advantage, but the Porsches are doing well in the corners.
And look at this. We've got a real battle here with 4 to go.
And frankly, it's easier to be where Rob Walton is in second position than it is where Jeff is. Like seeing all those guys behind you trying to catch you. You can't miss a shift. You can't miss a turn-in point. You got to get the apex. So he's feeling it right now.
Well, I don't know how he has the chutzpah to do all this, because there must be a lot on his mind.
He's not busy this weekend at all.
Not at all. No. I asked Ryan Turry, who's occasionally I've seen him run Trans Am Historics and throw his helmet on and get going. But I said to him, "Are you going to get out there?" And he said, "I don't have time this weekend. This is too much to think about. But
I think that's why Jeff's out there.
Yeah, I think that's it. He knows he can't be bugged out there. There's no phone.
Ryan's getting all the work done.
Yeah. Well, that's a smart guy.
Jeff's having the fun.
Ranson Webster, we're watching in fourth place, who is catching this group in third. In fact, he's just done his fastest lap of the race. So watch out for that number 1949. The number 49, 1961, and we've got a lead change as the Berlinetta hits the front. Well, there you go.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Wonderful.
They're tight now.
Yep. Into 11 and out of 11, and we're going to keep an eye on whether the 57 now, if William Lyon makes his move. He goes to the outside. The Ferraris take the inside line. And now the Abarth still there in the distance. And again, Rob Walton putting the fastest lap of the race in that last lap to take the lead away from Jeffrey O'Neill, who will try to come back at the top of the hill.
I don't think he's just going to let him have it.
Probably not a lot of difference in power and weight and ratio between those two Ferraris.
Yeah, I think they're quite similar. But it's a classic, right? Big motor, bigger car against the Porsche, the very small motor, but quick handling car. It's fun to watch.
And a little further down, rounding out the top 10, Dillenius, the young man we spoke to. I say young man, but they're all young in heart. Marnix Dillenius in that Alfa Romeo rounding out the top 10. John Ganaway at the moment in the 11 in the Triumph TR4 in 9th position. Mike Doyle in the Jaguar XKE from 1961. He's in 8th position. Tyler still there. He's down in 7th at the moment, Tyler Hagan, and doing a good job. He's trying to chase down Robert Stoker, who you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
here we go, side by side again.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
I'm glad those
Great
cars
racing.
aren't worth much.
Nah, it's just a couple of go-karts out there. I don't know what they're worried about. I honestly, if somebody said, would you like to drive, I would absolutely decline. I wouldn't want the responsibility. I'd love to drive one, don't get me wrong, but, absolutely no way.
The good news, bad news is they're race cars, and so they've been crashed, they've been rebuilt,
Yeah.
and everything is repairable. But yeah, you don't want it.
But it's like a thoroughbred racehorse. It's like, unless you know how to deal with a racehorse, you don't know what you're doing. Chase for the lead again. Up the inside at 11, under braking. Jeffrey O'Neill looking for the lead and takes the lead.
What a pass.
Now, that's actually given our third place, number 57, a chance at the Berlinetta as the laps tick down. But there's nothing between the top three at the moment. Well, we had to wait a little bit, but it was worth waiting for, that's for sure.
Fabulous race.
Now, I was going to say, where's the Berlinetta stronger, but there really isn't a place. They're just pretty equally yoked. And I'm not sure whether the Porsche's got the grunt to actually make an impact on the two, but we'll see.
I think there will have to be a mistake.
Well, and that could happen if they get into a real Barney, as we say in England. They get into a real fight, which I wouldn't say I wouldn't predict anymore. I wouldn't say that normally, but the racing has been absolutely brilliant.
You got Jeff O'Neill and Rob Walton. You think they're competitive guys?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of pride at stake. And now they've got cars ahead of them that are a little bit slower. So traffic, here it is. So now this is the chance for the Berlinetta in these closing stages. And you can see from the body language of the car, he senses it.
Well, they got by that pretty clean.
Yep. And here they are, approaching our commentary position in a moment. And again, I can see another Porsche ahead of them. And in fact, there's quite a lot of cars. There's some 4 cars now ahead. 6 cars ahead of our leaders.
Yeah, this is going to tighten it up right here.
Really going to be interesting now. Now, they've got to clear as many as they can down the main straight. From here to that left-hand turn. That's what you want to do. And they are giving them the signal quite rightly. And the flag marshal's doing their business. And the white flag is out. What a race this is. The final lap then. The 2 Ferraris going head-to-head, being chased hard by the number 57, William Lyon, in the Porsche Abarth Carrera GTL. It's 61 versus, they're all 63 versus 61. The second and third from 1961, and the leader in 1963.
Ooh, they're tight. Bill's right there. He's got a shot.
Got a very good shot. Bill Lyon, the man we're talking about, in third position at the moment as they start to head downhill towards the carousel. Was that a mistake? No. He just took he's taking a very different line on the inside there. Maybe gives him a little more run at the carousel with this long left-hander coming up now, and you'll see him tighten up, late brake as he does, come out of vision there for a second, and he'll pop out in a moment, and he'll be as close as he's been, I would have thought. Right there he is. But I think Jeffrey's got this at the moment. O'Neill on his way in this absolutely magnificent this magnificent Ferrari 250 GTO. But the Porsche is still pushing in second place to try and take one of the Ferraris to task at the end of this race. Group 2, and it's been a cracker.
Yeah, they're hauling the mail.
Yep, they are hauling the mail, exactly right. And they're coming down the back part of the circuit towards our commentary position for the last time now. And it's nip and tuck, the 3 of them, very close together. And if Rob Walton's going to make his move, it's got to be now at 11 for the drag race to the front. But I don't think he's got enough to do it. They come into turn 11, the famous mini hairpin here at Sonoma. And it's going to be Jeffrey O'Neill who wins at his very own event
Look
and
at
it's
that.
going to be close. Look how close it is.
Fabulous.
There's the checkered flag, and it is literally a photo finish. 0.137 of a second. Who says these cars are over 50 years old? Fantastic. There's the 7 coming in. That's Delanius in that 64 Alfa Romeo. But the winner, Jeffrey O'Neill in that 1963 Ferrari 250 GTO. I can see that. That's a good race. Did you enjoy that?
That was amazing.
Yeah, great.
Exactly what we wanted. Well, I'm out of breath, but I know somebody who's not is Taylor. She's out there. What's going on, Taylor? Yeah, great race. William Lyon, hats off to him as well. 1961 Porsche Abarth Carrera GTL. Taking 3rd place overall. And then Ranson Webster in 4th position. David Perkins 5th. Robert Stoker in 6th. And Tyler Hagen, taking 7th place. And Michael Doyle 8th. Ron Erickson in 9th. And John Ganaway. Are you happy with that, Dad? 7th?
Great job. He was right on Robert the last 2 laps. They were nip and tuck. Couldn't quite find a way by him, but I'm glad the car is coming back shiny side up, and I bet he has a big old smile on his face.
I'll bet he does. And in fact, our winner Jeffrey O'Neill did take the fastest lap as well, a 2:05.0, so well done to him. But what about that, guys? A vintage race with a gap of what? 0.137. That works. Love it. Absolutely fantastic. Now, as you can see, the boys of Formula One are strapping themselves in, and I've got a couple of strapping lads to come and help me in a minute. But thanks, gents, for coming in, and thank you for being part of this amazing Group 2 race. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Johnny. Appreciate it.
Let's head down to Taylor. She's found Zach Brown, who is, of course, in charge of all of these youngsters out there. Let's head down to Taylor.
Tell me when. I am here on pit lane with Zach Brown, the man himself. We've got some incredible cars. They're firing up behind us. Tell me a little bit about what we're going to see. We've had some driver swaps going on, but these guys are ecstatic. I spoke to them earlier about getting in the seat of these iconic, historic McLarens.
Yeah, I think we all grew up watching these various racing cars, so definitely a pinch me moment for all the drivers to be able to drive them. Tony's going out now in Mika's World Championship car. Stephanie in, I think that's first World Championship car. Our first World Championship, which we'll be celebrating next year. Rob's out in our MO M23, and the last one, I think we just did a driver swap, is Bruce McLaren's car. He finished 3rd at the British Grand Prix, and then we got a bunch of more toys in there that we'll take out this afternoon. So pretty cool to be able to share it with the fans.
Absolutely, and speaking of sharing it with the fans, it is the 60th anniversary, so all of the fans have come out. I mean, they've come out in droves, really, to celebrate all of your accomplishments here at McLaren.
Yeah, it's great. We've got such a rich history. It's nice to share it with everyone, see how appreciative everyone is, and allow people to get close to the cars and the drivers. We're all fans of the sport, so I think it's enjoying the cars with everyone that makes it so much fun.
And it does, and it's absolutely accessible to fans of all sorts. I mean, getting into an F1 race is quite a challenge, but to be able to come here with Velocity Invitational and have a glass of wine, sit down, experience cars like this is just top-notch.
Yeah, it's a great event, and we've had our IndyCar drivers out, Extreme E, and of course Lando before we go to Vegas. So yeah, for everyone to be able to get a chance to meet the drivers, like you said, it's not always easy at a race weekend. So this is really an event put on for the fans and for us.
And you're also behind the wheel of some other cars. I know I spoke to you earlier. How's it going in your racing?
So far, so good. Finished second yesterday in the McLaren M8D Can-Am race. And 4th, I had a podium, but I gave it up on the last corner, and my Williams FW07. So getting some exercise while I'm at it.
I love it. Well, we heard the whistle blowing. That means these guys are ready to go out on track. We'll get to see some exciting things.
Sounds good. Looks like it'll be more fun.
All right. Well, Johnny, let's get back to you. We can get some McLaren cars on track.
Great stuff, Taylor and Zach Brown, the CEO, and of course owns United Autosports as well, which is a busy year for Zach Brown, but he dips his head in. The sad news is Pado's not going to get to go out. He's got to go to the airport, as you heard earlier. But I'm delighted to be joined once again by Mike Miller and Chad Renault. And guys, this is a bit of fun. McLaren racing at its finest. I don't know how much you enjoy watching modern Formula One cars, but I can't think you don't.
I can't imagine anything more exciting than driving a car with this much grip and downforce and power around a track that is probably like a bull ring for the speed of this car. So it's definitely going to be a workout for him, and grinning ear to ear, I guarantee.
Now that's the Mika Hakkinen 99 winning car that you see there. Mika was here last year, or at Velocity last year, got to drive it and also advise on the other drivers like Paddock who were out. Now, Paddock may be gone, but not forgotten. Boy, did he hoon round in that 2008 yesterday. I mean, I'm sure he was trying to break the lap record.
It looked like he was. It looked like he was having a good time out there.
Chad, what are your thoughts? Memories of these fantastic cars?
Yeah, I mean, even when Jeff did the first one here in 2019, and they brought the Mercedes team, that was fantastic too. I mean, I got to bring my little nephew over to watching those guys prep the car over in the drivers' school garages, and we were sitting there gazing at him so long and longingly that one of the McLaren guys Mercedes guys pulled us over the ropes to come look at the car, and my nephew Nick just hasn't forgotten it.
I'll bet.
And go ahead. That year they also had the vintage car go out at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, I remember being there. Esteban Gutierrez was the driver.
Yep.
He's still very much involved in Mercedes, and it was just great to see and to have that access too, to be able to get that close. But there's nothing better than that sound. I long for it. I'm going to Vegas this week, and I'm just not going to hear that sound, unfortunately.
19,000, right?
Yeah, 19,000 RPM. Tanner Faust was at the wheel yesterday. I think it's David Malukas now at the wheel this time, and putting it through its paces. He's a new IndyCar driver, and I would have thought this will change his orientation on what he wants to do in the future. Pato, of course, going to be doing the Abu Dhabi test. After the season's over, they always do a Monday and Tuesday new driver stroke whoever you want to put in your car test, and Pato's done that a couple of times. He won it on a bet, and now he's winning it on merit, because he is absolutely showing he is capable more than driving a Formula One car.
It's really fun to watch that crossover between IndyCar and Formula One as well, because you always watch both sides of the sport, and you wonder, these are the best in the world. So if they're paired up against one another, how would that matchup take place? And they're a little bit different to drive, obviously. The IndyCar has a little bit less downforce, a little bit less technology, but a lot of power, and they're both super competitive. Just look at the lap times.
Yeah, no question.
They're driving on that speedy dry like it's not even there, too.
Well, yeah, speedy dry. That was the word I was looking. I couldn't remember the word when they were putting it down, but that's what they call it. And I can't remember what it's made up of. One of you might know, but I was saying back in the day it used to be sort of limestone dust from limestone
shavings. Yeah.
Shavings, yeah. But speedy dry now has got all the chemicals in there to dry it as quickly as possible, and it actually creates grip. Weirdly enough, that is Tony Kanaan at the wheel, not David Malukas.
I didn't recognize that helmet. That's interesting.
Yeah, me neither. So what we've got, I think, out there, let me just check. We've got David Malukas out there replacing Pato. We've got Stefan Johansson and Tony Kanaan. So Stefan Johansson, a familiar name, and certainly a familiar man to IndyCar. There he is in the MP4 2B03. And great to have Stefan here. Still very much involved in IndyCar racing, of course, as a manager now.
Yeah, motorsports of all kind. He has a Ferrari Challenge team as well that he helps manage. And he's I know he likes wine. He's a big foodie, and I'm wondering what's going through his mind, because he competed in Formula One around this era, but he wasn't in McLaren. So I wonder what he's.
That's a good point.
I wonder if he's thinking, man, I was in the wrong car back then.
Or he's like, can I redo my whole career? No kidding. And you make a good point. It's very rare that you actually get somebody from period, if it were. We had Mika here driving his championship-winning car, and you know how amazing that was, because I talked to Mika that weekend. He said that McLaren brought out his old engineers, and he hadn't seen him since he won the championship.
Wow.
Because he wanted the guys, Zach wanted the guys that worked on the car. Many of them don't work at McLaren anymore or have retired. And he said, come out to California, fire that baby up, Mick is coming. And it was just wonderful.
Amazing. That's fantastic. So when you, at any level, but especially the premier level, you develop such a relationship and rapport with everyone from the guy that puts the tire on the car to the engineer that makes the engine and the transmission work, the ECU guy, the shock guy. They have a lot of engineers. You develop such a cool relationship with them. Like, Chad's probably had something similar. Chad has a really awesome racing background, but I remember there's engineers that I worked with 25 years ago that I still shoot them a text, hey, happy birthday. So for Mika, that had to be quite special.
Yeah, for me, it's all family. We just got my uncle, my dad, my uncle's son-in-law. Just fantastic, though. But yeah, I can't imagine doing it without those guys. So that's so neat that Zach brought Mika's guys out for him.
Yeah, it's a love, and that's the sort of story you hear. Now, of course, tag on the side means it's Porsche V6 turbo power. So another interesting era. Obviously, we obviously talk a lot about Prost Senna, and that kind of dominated the headlines. But it was an amazing period also for Porsche coming into Formula One, and they thought about it again, and now Audi are coming back, and obviously that was a dominant time also for McLaren, and not only the competition and those two great drivers of their time, without doubt the two best drivers of that era. As the
look at that
James Hunt car just gets out of the way, that's Rob Garofal, who's a handy driver himself. He's a test driver for McLaren full-time, but also a European Le Mans champion multiple times. And look at Zach.
That's cool.
Look at him getting his Instagram going. Nice on. Good on you, Zach. Good to see you acting like a good old 13-year-old like the rest of us.
So, Chad, have you driven that era Formula One car?
No, I have not.
I've been blessed enough to actually race that era, and you're in the car, and I think they said yesterday during the F1 broadcast, it feels like the movies you see that are fast-forwarded.
Yes.
And that's in the older car. And you saw how fast the newer car went by him. That was pretty shocking.
So tell me, in those era period cars, because like I said, you are watching and very much part of the historic guys, and there is one of those period cars, 77 I think, though. That's the James Hunt car, if I think I'm right. What is the hardest thing to get your head around?
Everything. Starting with the safety. I mean, you're getting into a car you don't know, and you trust the shop that preps it. All the guys that prep these Formula One, Phil Riley, Intrepid, these guys are awesome. Louis, JNL, I mean, I drive Louis' cars, and I don't question a single thing that goes into the car, but you're still looking at this going, you got to slide this around, and there's these little roll bars, and my feet are in front of the front tires. Okay, as long as the seatbelts work, I guess I'll go do it. But, and then the car itself, on those tires, are actually quite fun to drive. The vintage racing tire I like way better than a modern racing tire. You can move the car around, it has a good feel to it, and it's actually quite fun to drive. You lose a little bit in the brake zones because it's not a radial, but what you gain in the corner is a big grin.
Now, the older car that you're seeing there, just coming into view now, the number 4, originally driven by Bruce McLaren himself and John Surtees, Joe Bonnier, and Carlos Reutemann. Not a bad number. If that was my race team, that wouldn't be bad. But all had a hand in driving that car back in the day, back in 1969. And that high wing, David Malukas at the wheel, I don't know whether it was a triumph or a tragedy, but it was an interesting one, and I never really gave
one of the first times they ever tried it on that car.
And of course, you've got to remember that it wasn't designed to create airflow over the car. It was designed purely to put more grip on the rear wheels, and of course it did its job. And the air, of course, completely avoided the car. Right. So it was only catching air and pushing it down, or pushing the car down to the ground, creating that mechanical grip, which is what you want.
Now, were those uprights on the suspension components?
Yeah, they're mounted up above the rear uprights. Yeah. So it does load the suspension like a Chaparral did it first, but neat stuff.
That is Charles Nürburg watching on, who is a handy driver himself and has done a lot of historic Formula One racing in his time. Also got a land speed record. He's a regular at Historics. I'm trying to grab him in here at some point this weekend and hear from his weekend, but he's a great character from Dallas, Texas.
Charles is great. I spent some time over in Spa with him last year doing the 6 hours at Spa. He's actually quite fast, and so interesting to talk to. And his livery or quiver, I like surfing, quiver of cars is super interesting from Formula One. And then I just literally got off track in the Alpha, and he asked me, "Hey, how's that Alpha to drive?" I'm like, "You have an Alpha that you still race, but you have like a quiver of Formula One cars." It's quite interesting.
Oh yeah, he's an interesting cat. I talked to Karun Chandok about a lovely story. He of course tests and drives historic Williams now, as well as being a Formula One commentator for Sky Sports. And he said he was asked to come to Silverstone and shake down an old vintage Williams that was for sale. And so he was out there, and he saw this truck pull up and another car pull out, and he suddenly found himself on track with another vintage car, and he couldn't quite understand why that was it. And the buyer of the car that he was asked to shake down was Charles Nürburg, but he hadn't driven Silverstone, so he brought out another car because he didn't want to embarrass himself when he took hands of his new car.
Right. Quite competitive.
Oh yeah,
Malukas is flying in that old car.
Yes, he is.
He's moving.
Well, we're celebrating the history, the 60-year history of McLaren motorsport and autosport, I may add, because we've obviously got a host of their cars here, and we're going to have Amanda McLaren herself, the daughter of Bruce, here in the booth later today, which is a very special moment, I'm sure, for the family to celebrate this weekend of 60 years of the McLaren name. And long may it continue. They launched a new car yesterday. That's how much the McLaren name is still very much vibrant. They have taken second place in several of the races this year, and they've taken a sprint car win in the hands of Oscar Piastri, which was much to the chagrin of Lando Norris, who is out this afternoon because obviously he's yet to win a Grand Prix. But I'm putting my money on him for Vegas. Why not?
Why not?
It would suit him nicely. Now there's that Mika Hakkinen car from 1999 with the
Kanan's getting after it too. I mean, he's every lap looks more and more on edge.
He was talking about the fact that he drove the Senna car yesterday, the Prost Senna car, and he said it was just a dream come true. He grew up wishing to do something like that, and of course Ayrton Senna, his idol.
Well, it's interesting, the rivalry. I can see why it would be his idol. He was mine. I'm from America. But it's interesting how a rivalry actually increases the exposure of the sport. So the Prost-Senna rivalry is...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no question. And I think that's what makes modern Formula One. I mean, to hear Lando, throw a line out about Lewis Hamilton. He got out of Lewis Hamilton's 2008 car and said, yeah, he's an old man, but he's still pretty fast. And, laying down, somebody will pick that headline up and put it out in Vegas, and, it'll get a grin here or there, maybe across Mercedes. But, that's what it's all about. So then, in he comes, and I'm sure he's broken the helmet because his grin it's probably... You can tell he is just that was the international sign for, oh my god, that was fun.
On my mom's side, I'm Finnish, and so Mika was also one of my fans. I was a big fan of his. I mean, one of my idols for sure. He watching him push himself, and then he came back from that injury in Adelaide.
Yes.
And I actually ran a company, and if you knew me, you'd say no, you didn't, but I did. And I used his. He has a YouTube. Mika has a YouTube thing on overcoming that, coming back from it. And I showed that from all my employees as a motivator. It's a really cool video on YouTube.
Well, Charles Nürburg, Zach Brown, all crooning in to hear what Tony Kanaan, who will be as lucid as you like, as though he's just done the 500 after that run. I hope they get in there and get a word with him, because he will be loving that. You can tell. I know enough about watching Tony's body language over the years to know he is like a kid in a candy store right now. Loving every minute of this. We've got to get a selfie. That's the modern way. And, we've got to get everybody in, of course. Yeah, what a wonderful moment. And it's not often you see drivers getting giddy.
Right.
It's not often you see Zach Brown with his phone out taking a picture.
And it's not their first day. They've been doing this for a day or two, right?
Yeah.
So it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I've got a good story for him. We're going to see if we can get an interview with him in a minute. But while we've got 2 seconds, Mika Hakkinen, met him in Formula 3. One of my first outings when I was just starting out in my career, I was a little cub reporter, and I got to put the mic in front of the winner of the race at the Formula 3 race, and his teammate was Alan McNish at the time, funnily enough. And I said, Mika, well done, good race. I said, what's your ambition in Formula 1? I mean, you're just starting out, there's another Scandinavian coming up. He goes, I'm going to be world champion. And I said, well, that's pretty confident. He goes, no, it's not confident. This is my plan. I was like, all right. And I knew from there on in.
Yeah, look at these guys. They're just stoked. He's trying to tell him how everything was just unreal. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's a special moment. And actually, you know, I mean, I know Tony's retired now, but I think for current racing drivers to get a chance of doing something different that isn't the norm, it just pricks their interest again. Well, talking of getting interested, Taylor's right there, and she's going to shuffle in there and get an interview, I'm sure. Down to you, Taylor.
Thanks, Johnny. That's right. I'm down here, and the excitement is palpable. You can feel it, and I can feel it radiating off you. Tell me about that ride.
Unbelievable. I hope the fans enjoy as much as I did. I mean, I was trying as hard as I could to actually show them something. You know, you want to drive it quick, but this car is unbelievable. I mean, the F1 cars are so fast. I had the pleasure to actually drive some of them in the past, but driving Mika's car here at Velocity with McLaren, I mean, it was very special. So hopefully the fans loved it. If you guys, I said that yesterday, this is the best event for me. Yesterday was definitely the best day of my career as a driver. You know, I want to thank the fans for coming. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here, but what's happening here today, this weekend, hopefully Jeff and his group will be able to reciprocate that this is the 4th year. 15 more, and I told him I'll be here every year. I don't care where I'm driving, I just want to be here.
I love it, and I was standing right there as that car was flying by me. You can actually feel it. I don't know what you feel or hear in the car, but the fans could probably feel what I felt as well.
Well, I tried to drive as close to the wall as possible so you guys could feel what I felt. So.
All right, well, we've got to keep the racing going. Thank you so much, Tony Kanaan. Let's head back for even more.
You know, it's not often that you get a multiple IndyCar and Indy 500 winner tell you that the best day of his life was here this weekend. Tony Kanaan, in his amazing career, has done everything. There's not much more you could ask for from Tony. Now an advisor, I may add, a bit like Stefan Johansson, who's here, basically plays the role of team mentor advisor and, you know, watches out for things that racing drivers are currently looking for. And he's the perfect guy to be your spotter, to be your advisor, to be the shoulder to lean on.
Well, I mean, Kanaan has such immense experience from so many different backgrounds. And that experience, you know, you're kind of with the team environment, managing the team, organizing the team. So once you're done driving, well, he's clearly not done because he's quite fast, but once you decide to step away from it, all that knowledge is really beneficial for a lot of the teams that might have you out.
Well, as you can see, we're about to get some muscle car magic here in a moment. And the Trans Am boys put on a show and a half. And this location is without doubt a place where the golden era, as they call it, 68 to 72. If you want to put the middle into it, 1970 was when Trans Am absolutely ruled. And there was a lot of great racing going on at that time. When you think about it, IMSA, Can-Am and so on. But these boys just captured the imagination of the regular fan. And Chad, wouldn't you agree that this is really where so many, what I would call ordinary race fans, not people looking for the exotic of Formula One, but then being met by drivers like Mark Donohue, Jerry Titus, and so many superheroes of the time who actually wanted to drive these cars because they were so much fun.
Yeah, and the factories are paying them too. So you had Parnelli Jones, George Fulmer, Sam Posey, all these guys, Peter Revson, who you mentioned, you had Dan Gurney. I mean, they all got in the fray, and it's just unbelievable.
And then you had Jim Hall with sports car background. You had Roger Penske from Indy background, and you had Woods and so on, and Bud Moore from NASCAR. And suddenly you're like, game on.
Game on, for sure. Yeah. And he's a modest guy. I've been fortunate enough to race these cars a little bit, but Chad's in this series quite often, and he's one of the front runners. I was actually looking forward to talking about him. I was hoping he was going to be out there, but unfortunately for him, he's sitting next to me, and he has to listen to me.
Chad, what do these cars like to drive?
Oh, they're a handful. So I like the cars. Actually, I like them all. I like the cars that are kind of hard to drive, or at least require a lot of effort. So like my Camaro requires a lot of effort. Some of these cars, like that Javelin in front, not to take anything away from Kenny Aston because he can drive anything well, is kind of almost over-assisted. It's by no means a formula car, but in comparison to some of the other ones, it's really easier to drive. I like the cars that are kind of hard to drive, where you can't misstep, you can't you can't screw up the corner entry. Otherwise, the car just says, sorry, you're going to lose a half a second or a second. I like them. They have, you know, a production gearbox. They have production almost everything that's been modified, but it all started out as something production. So that's kind of fun for me, is trying to figure out how to modify them within the rules and make them work pretty darn good. That way I met Mike here was actually when he came to test a car that we had like been working like non-stop to get ready for the owner, and he came to test it because they couldn't be there. And it was neat to hear that Mike was also a Camaro guy at heart as well and had owned one. So it was fun to meet him that way.
Because I read all the books and that it was my dream to drive a Donahue car. And then I met Chad and I'm like, I don't actually know anything.
Well, there's a great bit of history here. It started back in 1966, and it's the longest road racing championship in America. Still racing today. In fact, we just finished. I am the current voice of Trans Am, and we just finished the season. And, you know, to give you just an example of how the love of this sport continues, our TA, we have TA and TA2, TA unlimited, effectively, but 850 brake horsepower, and TA2, which is limited to 550 brake horsepower. And our TA race was won by two-time Texan Trans Am champion Gar Robinson. Second place was a guy called Boris Said, you might have heard of him. And third place was a guy called Wally Dollenbach.
Wow. That's a good lineup.
And that was last weekend.
That's fantastic.
And I love the fact, if you talk to Boris Said about racing modern TA and racing modern Trans Am, the DNA is still there. He says it's pure racing. And that goes all the way back to these late 60s, early 70s cars. And that, I think, says it all about Trans Am. It's as relevant today as it ever has.
It's so interesting. And for the spectators out there, watch how much these guys slide around. As Chad said, these guys are good drivers. There's no bad driver in this field. In fact, that's why I like competing in this field, because you have to drive each and every one of these cars. And if you're in the middle pack or forward, then you know you're doing your job right. But I was actually just at a GT3 test with Boris, and we both drove the same car. And he's like, nah, the TA car.
Was that the one in Portugal?
Yes.
Yeah, because that was Jim Farley calls him up and said, hey, will you test the car? And he was like, yeah. And I spoke to him about it, and I said, what on earth? You know, he goes, I don't care. He said, hey, I get the invite, I'm going.
He got the air miles, too. It's a long way to drive. Yeah. So it was funny. We landed on the ground, and I'm like, how much time we get in the car, Boris? He's like, I think we get like 10 or 20 laps. I'm like, and he goes, I flew all the way across the world for 20 laps.
He'd do it. And, of course, his son now racing in TA2. And talk about a chip off the old block, got the same curly hair. His dad was a Formula One briefly racing driver, so that's another good story. But this is definitely, squint your eyes, guys, go to black and white TV, you know, get your muscle car fandom out and get on the hill here at Sonoma and cheer these guys on, because this is how it was back in 1970 when they came to Sears Point and changed the world.
All good drivers, and as Chad was alluding to, it's an engineering marvel. Like, they were scratching their teeth at, or whatever, at trying to figure out how to get a tenth of a second or a half second. I know the Penske cars, I think they acid dipped their bodies.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Anything they could do. They changed geometry around within the rules. This is a good pass into 11. Pass attempt.
It's been a great car, a great family name, still very much involved in Trans Am. And those AMC Javelins, of course, that Penske took over after getting rid of the Camaros. He sold one to Jim Hall. He sold one, funnily enough, to the president of Sears Point. I found that out yesterday. I didn't know that. And he sold another one to Woods. So, therefore, out walks Penske saying, I'm done. And AMC Javelin said, no, you're not. And, of course, then they came back again. Great story. I love it.
So, Chad, what makes the Javelin so competitive? So driving against it's hard.
In 1970, they kind of opened up the rules and said, hey, you can do anything you want to make the front suspension work however you want it. So instead of working with a production spindle or knuckle, whatever you want to call it, they were able to make their own. So they changed all the pickup points in the front of the car, and then they built this knuckle, this upright that literally looks like a Formula car upright. Yeah. It runs currently a bearing that's used in a modern Daytona prototype car. I mean, it's just massive. And but then, so it's super safe, but it's also optimized for racing geometry as opposed to being a production car part.
Sure. Didn't Penske move the location of the spindles in the front upright within like some parameter?
Yeah. So like the car that that you drove, Michael, has the same Penske mod, because Penske guys helped the University of Pittsburgh do the same thing to the car and change the lower control arm point and the upper, but tried to make it look fairly stock, and it just transforms the car as far as how it works in the front, but uses other production parts outside of that.
Was it gray area legal or totally legal?
And it was not legal. It was whether or not they caught it or not. And they never caught it on the Penske cars. They caught the Budmore guys and the Shelby guys all the time, but not the Penske guys very often.
I love it. That's great stories. And that's the beauty of this whole series, that it became, as soon as the money came in, and it elevated, everybody wanted in. And talk about race on Sunday, buy on Monday. This was absolutely what it was about, because these were the cars you drove to the store.
Yeah.
And here you got a Dodge and a Plymouth. These are the two factory team cars in 1970, kind of the pinnacle of Trans Am, battling for, what is that, 7th or 8th place?
What year are those cars?
1970. Both these guys.
1972.
1 year only factory team cars. So 1 year only for Dodge, 1 year only for Plymouth.
That's right. And Plymouth, that 1970, Bill Auckland at the wheel of that 42 Plymouth, currently in 7th. But yeah, you've got a sort of crossover from between, 66 to 72. The AMC Javelin leading the way with Ken Epsman just putting the fastest lap in. But yeah.
So interesting looking at time and scoring. So you have Patrick Byrne running third, and that's 69?
67.
67.
Yeah, not bad.
Mustang, so much older. So, he's whipping the wheel as hard as he can. And Patrick Byrne has quite the racing heritage as well. He's raced overseas, LMP2. He's raced a bunch of stuff and been successful in everything he's driven. So all these guys out here have some talent. Then if you look at P4, I'm sure a lot of people will recognize the last name Hildebrand.
Yeah, of course. That's John Hildebrand.
John Hildebrand.
Yeah. Of course.
When my dad and I used to come to these races and watch the historic Trans Am cars, because they were my favorite well before I ever owned a car. John was the only Chevy out there, so I gravitated toward John running a 68 Camaro, and JR would be running around on the top of an open trailer, because John wouldn't want him running around the paddock, but he was too young. He was so small, and then to go on and see him run Indy cars is pretty darn neat.
That is cool.
Yeah, and of course, by the way, following on the story from last weekend, guess who gave out the prizes? Willie T. Ribs.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, well, he's based in Austin, so that's not a hard thing. But of course, Willie T., Tommy Kendall, some of the great names, Dorsey Schroeder, all cut their teeth and certainly made a name for themselves. But then you've got the likes of Vic Elford, who also took part, and international drivers. You mentioned Donahue, obviously, was a household name back then. And so many. Sam Posey made a name for himself. He came up as a youngster and started Trans Am. And our current Trans Am 2023 15-year-old Brent Cruz, a name to remember. If you watch NASCAR in the next 4 years, watch that name come through. Trust me.
That's amazing. I maybe to date myself, but when I was 15, I was just happy to be in a go-kart, let alone
no kidding.
A car of that magnitude.
I was happy enough to get 3 meals a day if I was.
Well, I skipped eating. That's why I paid for the go-kart. So saved on weight too.
I was on a bicycle on my chopper trying to create jumps, trying to be Evel Knievel. So we've got a great race. Jim Haig, Ken Epsman now drops to second place. Patrick Byrne, who came in here and did some commentary earlier in the weekend, he's in third. John Hildebrand in fourth. Nelson Calais in fifth. Bill Auckland in sixth place. Richard Goldsmith, another big name from historics in that Dodge Challenger. Dodge didn't have a really big presence, and they still don't actually. They still are involved, but Dodge kind of were the smaller company, if it were. But, didn't make the big name. But that Pontiac, like you say, didn't also have a long history. The Grey Ghost that we're looking at right now.
It's interesting. Remember the IROC series, the International Race of Champions?
Yep.
Wasn't Dodge heavily into the IROC series?
Yes, it was.
For a while, yeah.
It's interesting.
Talking to Willie T, he did that. Yeah.
It's interesting they didn't go more in this. Do you know why they would not think of this avenue as a marketing opportunity for their products?
No, it's weird. It's always based on whoever's running the basically marketing and motorsports programs, and if they like each other at Dodge, it seems like. And every once in a while, they got the ACR, the ACR Viper program that does pretty well. They did a little run where they even got Evernham involved in their NASCAR program, but it's always short-lived, unfortunately. But yeah, that Grey Ghost, great car.
It's a fun battle to watch right here.
Fantastic battle to watch. That 44 has had a good weekend, actually.
They were struggling on the test day with some rear axle and diff issues, but they've gotten them figured out. Mike Seymour's crew got it all figured out. Looking good.
Oh, that's right. They brought Thomas in for the test day. Yeah,
he went quick in it. I think he was third fastest.
In fact, Thomas Merrill, the name I just mentioned, he raced TA2, which John was talking about TA and TA2 over in Austin. He's quite competitive in the TA2 series.
Yeah, I think he won at Lime Rock this year, didn't he? I think he did.
I think he had a couple wins. Lime Rock, I think, was one of them. And he's always at the front of that field. And then I think he was doing well at Coda and had one of those racing incidents, which unfortunately impacted the championship. Good friend of mine.
Yeah, it's also worth thinking about the era, too. An exciting era, the late 60s, early 70s. There was so much going on in the world as well. I mean, you think about it, astronauts Neil Armstrong, 69. That's when they went to the moon for the first time. And, you've got things like, 25th Amendment to the Constitution ratified. I've got me researcher. I've got Eric working hard for me this weekend. And, Martin Luther King assassinated in 68. So it was there was a lot going on as well as the racing at that time.
It looks like the Dodge got by the Plymouth there.
Nice move. It's perfect track this for them here and Laguna, and of course they raced all over the States, as we still do.
There's Jeff and Ken Adams. Jeff O'Neill and Ken Adams right there.
Jeff just can't get enough of it, can he?
Yeah, he's having a good old time. That's a great car. We used to support that car before for the prior owner, and it's a fantastic 69 Budmore Boss. Just fantastic. Twin 1050 carburetors on there, just 2100 CFM for a 302 cubic inch motor.
How does that even work?
It works. It's crazy. It's their weapons. I mean, they're just absolutely awesome. It's amazing that they work, but they do. They make probably a good solid 18 to 20 more horse than any car out there.
You got to pump so much air to make that work.
You do. They have a 4-inch, it's truly more like a 5-inch snorkel per side of air coming into that thing.
Now, there must come a point, Chad, where, well, I'll ask both of you, but there must come a point, you're talking about making them lightweight, you're talking about stripping them of everything that they've got that can add weight to it. And then you're also trying to put more and more power down and down and down. There must come a point where it becomes recalcitrant and you can't control it. It gets too much, surely.
Ooh, that was close. Yeah, I think you're right. It kind of, 70 was kind of the year where the manufacturer said, this is too much. I'm gonna. And Dodge backed out, and it was kind of a shame. Pontiac kind of got out of it, so I think it became a situation where everybody was trying to one up, and if you weren't competitive, you were throwing massive amounts of money away.
Right.
That the sport has that ebb and flow kind of throughout history.
Exactly.
So
that is motor racing to a T.
Motor racing to a T.
You build and you build and you build, and you put more money, and then eventually it says, we can't afford this. And that's happened to IMSA, that's happened to Trans Am, that's happened to, even Formula One to a certain extent.
Yes.
With now a price cap.
Somebody's going slow through here.
Look at this group, though. There must be 8 cars in that group. Fantastic.
The racing, it is so good in this category. It's so good.
Well, Jim Hague set the fastest lap so far of the race in second place. It's still Patrick Byrne. Well, I say still, he's just got the lead. So Byrne now leading.
Wow.
In his Shelby Trans Am from 67.
That's Daniel right there. It's Daniel Goldsmith right there coming in. Oh. Either that was Speedy Dry or a brake block there on the left front.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Well, I also saw how close Byrne got to the wall on the front straight, so who knows what's coming out of that car right now.
Don't say that.
And just to, kind of emphasize the popularity, back in the day here at Sonoma, you could get 70 to 100,000 people up on the hills.
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, here in Laguna Seca and, everywhere that the Trans Am Series went, it was just mind-blowing.
The track was a little bit different back then. I'm sure Chad drove the original configuration. It was definitely less safe, a lot more risk, and just slightly different, a little more challenging.
Those are two good friends coming in there together, side by side into 11. That's Ken Adams and Brian Farron, giving each other plenty of space. Ken Adams, you can trust him with anything. Oh, he's going to even get Chris Liebenberg, too.
That's what I love about this group. Like, you can go side by side. And I try to tell people all the time, like, yeah, you want to win, but when you're actually out racing, it's the side by side that's exhilarating.
Yep, absolutely.
And for the fans on the hill, they're side by side and they're sliding through the corners. They're not letting one guy go. They're going as hard as they can, online, offline, and that's what is so much fun to watch.
Ken, look at the bridges packed with folks watching this race. That's a great spot to be too. 3 laps to go then. Hague, Epsman, and Byrne. Great to have Chad and Mike alongside me to take us through there. Bruce Canepa also in this race. 9th position
It's a different Canopy, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I was going to ask. Usually Bruce
They say they're related, but I don't think it's very close. But
there you go.
He's driving an independent Boss 302. Does well.
It was interesting to see the name Canada back in 9th, because normally he's up at that.
Yeah, Bruce Canada, very good driver, yeah.
I think he had he had a transmission issue. It was found only days, maybe even I think Wednesday of this week that was found. That's what's helped keeping him out of this car. Now Jimmy should start hanging it out. So the car in the yellow should start hanging it out now, I bet. That's you guys were talking about the acid dipping. That car's kind of neat because in 71, not only did they make them light, but what they did is they ran them down the assembly line after hours with lighter gauge sheet metal that they ran through the presses. So it didn't have to have all the acidity problems that an acid bath would do. It was just made out of thinner sheet metal from the get-go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they made 2 of those cars.
And still passed homologation, huh?
Yep.
I love it. Yeah, we were talking about a story about one of the, at the end of one of the days, one of the stewards cracked open a beer and leant on the top of the car, and his elbow kind of went through to the top of it. Hang on a minute. So they had to go and rip off the roof and go down the local Chevrolet dealership and go and get a proper roof, because they had dipped it and tried to make it lightweight. Didn't show much love for the drivers at that point, did they?
That's why the Penske Camaros have the vinyl roof at the beginning of '69 for the first 5 races, because when they went to paint them literally days before the first race, they were all marbly on the top, and Mark Donahue got a local Landau top guy to put a vinyl roof on it to cover up all the marbleness.
I was going to ask about that. And then GM actually sold some with the vinyl roof.
Well, yeah, that's what they said. They said it's all the rage. Let's do it, and we'll say it's an option.
Look at this racing,
I told you, there he goes.
Yeah, he said he was going to get sideways.
Mr. Slideways, yep.
Wow, what a race. And, I thought we were getting it all in Group 4, but we're doing it again in Trans Am. Everybody seemingly inspired by what we've gone before. This is great racing. Top 3 split by less than a second.
2 laps to go.
Yeah, I think they're having a good time. Real good time. Kenny's probably... He's so good. He's probably looking in his rearview mirror while he's going.
Here we go, up the inside.
Side by side for second.
Wow, that's a vicious overrev right there.
And nicely done by Patrick Byrne.
Oh boy.
The drag race down the front straight to start the last lap.
Yeah.
Doesn't get any better than that, does it?
I don't think he's got anything for that 302. That's 289 in that blue car is a 289.
Another fastest lap, Jim Haig taking the lead with a 154.2 to set us off on our final lap here in the feature race for the historic Trans Am. Chad Renault and Mike Miller helping me out and doing a hell of a job, because you guys know these cars better than any, and it's just a joy to sit here and watch this, because it's just the perfect venue, the perfect day, and great competition.
Great competition. The parity amongst the field, whether it's the driving prowess or the cars, it's just so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at those cars in 4th and 5th.
They're right there. They're in their own
right
battle,
there.
aren't they? Yeah. Yep, that's Hildebrand and Calais.
I think Kenny's going to get Patrick.
Into the carousel for the last time then, side by side.
What a place to go side by side down the hill. If you haven't driven here, it's blind until you get to the compression. Yeah. And you're sliding the whole way down the hill.
And he's got him.
Patrick's having to pinch it off to run that inside like that.
This could be it.
Oh, this is good.
Well, something's got to give. They're side by side again, coming into the next left-hander at 7.
Yeah, Patrick's on the kitty litter.
Yeah, he's on the kitty litter a lot.
And now the others have caught up.
Yeah.
We've got a 5-way battle for the win.
Oh, boy.
The Grey Ghost may get it yet. So, the Javelin leads.
Wow.
They are wheeling this.
I think Jimmy's going to dive into 11. That's my call.
All right.
Jimmy's going to dive into 11. I don't know if Kenny's going to give it to him, though. Kenny might hold it in tight.
All right, here we go. It's all down to the final turn here at turn 11. Here they come.
It's got a little gap.
No, I think he's got here. He's going to come.
There we go.
Oh,
three abreast would be great. This is good.
Breakers.
Little overlap.
Yes. Go on. Jim Hay.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, now look at Patrick go. Patrick's having to go at it.
And he is getting sideways completely.
There we go.
Here we go to the line then, the run. And it's going to be the 16, maybe.
Oh, boy.
The Javelin right there with him. It's going to be a photo finish, and it just crossed the line. The gap, 0.215 of a second, and 0.227 to third.
What a race.
Wow. Fantastic. But it does go in the end to the Mustang of Jim Haig, who takes the Pony Wars in the modern day to a new level. Patrick Byrne taking second place in the Shelby, and Ken Epsman in the AMC Javelin taking third, having led going into the last corner.
That was incredible. That was incredible.
Fantastic.
I mean, just good side-by-side racing. They knew where everyone was. They're sliding all the way through the corner, trying to optimize the exit. You saw Patrick Byrne with the big power slide come out of 11 to try to get up. That was cool.
Well, thanks, gents. Lovely. Final word, Chad.
Shout out to my mom and my wife. It's a birthday today. That's all I wanted to.
There you go. Good boy. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Velocity. It's a family affair. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. We're about to get our opening ceremonies underway. And of course, we will start with our color guard. So. And now, please pause for a minute's silence in honor of Veterans Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats for the national anthem.
And once again, thank you to our local color guard as we get things officially underway here at Velocity Invitational. Now, as the historic Formula One cars get ready to go out, let's head down to Kev Harris, who's got something very novel. Let's get going. What have you got, Kev?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. How about this? Something very novel indeed. We're surrounded by the internal combustion engine and we're surrounded by automobiles, and I've found something that's neither of those things. It runs off electricity and it goes on the water, an electric boat, but quite a special one. Chris, tell us about Navier boats, because you know all about these things.
Well, what can I say? We have we like to call it actually like electric flying boat, and we say it electric flying boat because we have three basically wings and three control surfaces that basically allowed us to go above the water, and we get extended range 75 nautical miles, for example, and you can get extra battery and get over 100 miles. But the cool part about it is it has basically wings, and the airplane wings, they're actively controlled 50 times per second.
This is the interesting thing, Chris. When people come over and have a look at it, they'll see you've got the three sort of columns on the boat, but what they do is they actually put the foils down, and then you're riding on the foils, so the thing lifts out of the water. It behaves like an aeroplane, but on water.
Yeah, it does. It does behave like airplanes, literally like a small jet fighter on the water. The cool part about it, it's actually they don't get seasick on a boat like that, because it has all the building airplane technology into it. It just smooth out all the wakes, and it's incredible. It's just incredible feeling. You can basically get the smoothest from let's say Aston Martin, but you can drive it like a Porsche and just make really nice banks like a jet fighter around it. And it's amazing. It's an amazing technology.
It must be really, really smooth when it's on the water, and it reminds me, if anyone watches the America's Cup, you see those boats sitting on the foil, and they're so high out of the water, they want such little contact with the water to reduce the drag. And like you say, with an electric boat, that's important, because you reduce the drag, you get better range out of your battery, and the battery on this is good for a day boat, so plenty of mileage for a day boat.
Yes, it is. I have been all around the bay with it, and I always make it home. It's just it's amazing. It's incredible. 75 nautical miles is more than enough to be out there, and you can always throw another extra battery and get over 100 nautical miles, and that's more than enough for a day boat to go out on a sunset cruise with your family, and it's going to be beautiful.
And also, one thing you're saying to me is the market for these things, great day boats, smooth boats for people to enjoy for pleasure, but the idea is obviously these could be used from a commercial point of view for moving people from A to B. You can cut journey times by an awful lot.
So basically, that's one of our goals. We actually want to go around the bay and have a water services, a water taxis that they're going to go. I will just give you an example. From Alameda to San Francisco airport is 20 minutes on the water. Last time I had to go for work from the headquarters basically to go to SFO, it took me 2 hours and a half on the land in the traffic, and it's just really hard to get there. Sometimes I almost miss my airplane, by the way. But if somebody just shuttled me over a water to SFO, that's going to be 20 minutes, so it's going to save me so much headaches.
20-minute shuttle time by boat, or go by car and sit for 2.5 hours. I suppose it depends what car you're in, though. If you're in a lovely car, you might be enjoying the drive. Chris, listen, thanks ever so much for talking to us. It's an absolute pleasure. Navier Boats, how about that? Come and check them out. They're just by the Ragtime races here at the Velocity Invitational. Right now, though, we're going to take a short break, so we'll see you after.
Welcome back. I'm here in Velocity Lane, and I've got Martin next to me, and this is probably one of my favorite classes. Obviously, it's hard to choose, but we've got historic F1 cars. And Martin, you're right next. You're on the front line, right? So you've got to catch up to Bud out here in this race.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. I'm P2, so see if I can bring anything to Bud Moeller here in P1. And I'm driving my friend Doug Mockett's car, so going to take good care of it, but try to do my best at the same time. So if you're watching, Bud, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it very much.
And I told you I had a chance to actually jump in the driver's seat of almost the exactly same car. Easy to get into, hard to get out of. Talk about how tight this cockpit is of these historic cars.
Yeah, these are, it's a nice tight cockpit. You don't want to move around very much when you're in here, if at all. And it's kind of, it's a nice place to take a nap, although that won't be happening anytime soon, I hope.
I was going to say, I don't think you're going to be taking a nap out there on the track. You're ready for some horsepower. How is the track? Race Sonoma, obviously a synonymous course with legends, but tell me about driving around this beautiful scenery.
You know, this is a very technical track. and made even more so by the variety of cars that have used the track before us. So there's lots of interesting souvenirs left on track, and but that's all part of the fun. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. So Jeff O'Neill and the incredible team here at Velocity have just done an amazing job. You know, Ryan and Ardell and Aurora and everybody. So grateful, and yeah, we're going to go out there and put on a good show.
I'm looking forward to it. Have a blast out there, yeah?
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can catch some other drivers. Let's head on down to this stunning number 3 car. Who we got in here? Dwight, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing terrific.
Terrific. How was your go yesterday? I know you had some time out on the track.
Oh, it was awesome. Great group of guys, fast cars, but everybody's respected each other.
That's right. And speaking of respect, what a respectable and historic event to be at.
Oh, it's awesome. This is the best cars in the world right here.
Best cars, best vans, best wine?
Yes.
You don't experience the wine till after you race, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Yes.
I hope so too. All right, well, we're going to talk to some other drivers, but have a great time out there.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's keep it going. Let's head on down. I get to speak to a lot, excuse me. 27, this is actually my lucky number, so I'm excited to talk to you. How you doing today? Zach, how did you know 27 was my number?
I picked it, it's a lucky number. It's a lucky number for Alan Jones.
It is, and I spoke to you a little bit earlier, and I know yesterday when I was speaking to you, you were like, I'm a little tired. We're refreshed today, right? We're ready to go to the front.
No, I think I'm even more tired, but we got a race to do, so we'll see how we do.
Well, hopefully that wine is after the event still, right?
Absolutely. No, it's good fun. It's been a great event.
All right, well, we're going to keep going. Heading down, best of luck, Zach Brown right here. Oh, we've got some things to go around, pardon me. Let's keep going. More McLarens in number 7. Danny?
Hi.
Yeah, hi. How are you doing today, sir?
How are you?
I'm doing absolutely excellent. I think I have the best spot right here on Velocity Lane. Hanging out with these incredible drivers. Talk to me a little bit about your car. What makes it stand out?
It's an old McLaren from 1973. Very special car, M23. Most successful mark in Formula One. These M23s ran about 4 years in F1. And I'm going to do my best job to put the team boss behind me in it. He's not driving one of his own McLarens, so I got to show him up.
I like it a lot. And how did you get your start in racing or in historic automobile?
My dad was a racer.
Yeah. That seems to be a theme here. Family motorsports, right?
Absolutely.
How long are you going to be in motorsports?
My dad was driving until he was 87 in a race car. So I hope to match that. We'll see.
Absolutely. We'll have a great time out there.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
All right. We'll keep it going. It's my lucky day. This is probably one of my favorite cars in terms of themes right here. Absolutely stunning. Chris, you want to have a chat with me? You ready to go?
Yeah, all set to go. This has been a spectacular weekend. Velocity is just beyond every expectation. And it's an honor to be driving one of Mario's cars. He was a hero of mine when I was growing up.
Absolutely. And how'd you get your start in racing?
Okay.
Oh, can't hear? Oh, you're
Having a little trouble hearing.
How'd you get your start in racing?
Oh, all my life, really. Just as a sport. And great cars, great drivers this weekend. We'll try to put on a good show.
I love it. All right, well, we're going to get you guys ready to go. The whistle is about to blow for you guys to fire up these incredible historic F1 cars. I can't wait to see all of them on the track and see what these guys have got for each other. We've had quite some battles out there, so I'm excited to see them today as well. Johnny, let's head back to you and go to racing.
Great setup, Taylor. That's what we want to hear. Chris Locke giving us some wonderful words from the John Player Special, a very special car. I grew up with a toy version of that, as I'm sure many of the people alongside me have had similar experiences. But we're looking at historic Formula One cars from 1966 to 1981. And you've got a nice smorgasbord of the Ford days, the Ford engine days, the most successful engine ever in Formula One. I think it was something like at least, I think 183 if I'm close to the right number, but not far off. I'll check that with Scott Durnick. And I've also got the man of the moment, Horatio Fitzsimon, who's here alongside us to enjoy all this. You had, well, a cracking weekend of Velocity. Great races with 2 big Ferraris, very expensive ones. But Horatio, you must be enjoying yourself out there. You were handling that Lotus like nobody's business.
Often that you get a chance to race up against one 250LM, let alone 2. So it was a fantastic couple of races we had this weekend with Gunnar Jeanette and Rob Walton. So yeah, I've really enjoyed myself. It's fantastic being back at Sonoma for the first time in a long, long time.
And Scott, these cars, not a big field, but we don't need a big field.
No, good variety, and there's going to be some interesting racing. One of the cars to watch is the Orange March, driven by Steve Romack. Steve Romack had to join the race late yesterday. They had a puncture they found on grid, but he knows this course very well. He drives here very well, and it'll be interesting to see him come up through the field. Yesterday, Martin Lauber had a hell of a drive behind Bud Moeller in the Williams. Martin Lauber driving a car that is not ground effect, and a March, chasing Bud around for second place in the Williams. So looks like it's going to be a fun race, and some fun races in between the races.
A very important time in history for Williams, no question about it. They had the money, they had the Saudi sponsorship, as you see there, and, you know, unlike today, they were world beaters, and of course, like McLaren, Williams looking to come back to those glory days.
Yeah, you know, that was a really, they had great engineering talent in Adrian Newey and a whole bunch of other folks. They were also, you know, fairly well-funded, had the best drivers, KK Rosberg, Alan Jones. You know, every team has this moment in the sun, and all the stars lined up for Williams during that era. One of the things you notice on the Williams cars, they're the only cars in this race group that are running 15-inch rear wheels, and that was one of the Williams design ethos back then. They were making the wheel bigger and the tire smaller to save a little on front weight in the rear.
Interesting, yeah. And also an interesting time, you mentioned Adrian Newey, for design too, because as has been Formula One's wont for many a year, it was all about technology and innovation, and the designers, the Gordon Murrays, the Robin Hurds, the many great names that I don't think get enough praise. I was with Adrian Newey a few months ago at Laguna, and he was actually gooning around in his own GT40, but it was good to see him flying the flag for Ford just to get ahead of himself, making sure Jim Farley doffed the cap and said the right things. I'm sure it would have been an interesting dinner that night between those two. But, of course, because Ford, of course, coming back into Formula One. But it was a time for innovation. It was a time, it was certainly not a time for anything goes, but it was certainly a time to try things.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were trying things. You know, some things were a little questionable with the rules. They were pushing the envelope, like, you know, Gordon Murray's second-generation fan car and the quote-unquote water-cooled brakes of the Williams that were nothing but a ballast that they could dispel during the race. You know, everybody had a few tricks up their sleeve, but like I say, this will be an interesting run. It'd be good to see how Steve Romack comes up through the field. That car there in the rear, John Dimmer driving the Tyrrell, very historic car. There's only one of those. That car was driven by both Jackie Stewart and Francois Saver. John's owned it for a long, long time.
Yeah, I talked to John about that car, and there's a lovely story to that. Of course, Ken Tyrrell, Harvey Postlethwaite, back in the day when I was starting off in Formula One, they were finishing their sort of Formula One careers as Tyrrell men. And funnily enough, I talked to John Dimmer about whether he talked to Jackie about the car, and he said, yeah, I've been to Jackie's house and we swapped stories about driving it, which I think is lovely, because I think to be able to actually talk to the guy that pedalled it in originally, it would be a great experience. But more than that, he got a call from Bob Tyrrell saying, hey, I got to keep the name. Can I make you an official driver? So he is the last, John Dimmer is the last official Tyrrell Formula One driver in history.
Perfect. That works out.
To carry on the name.
Absolutely. Well, John Dimmer at one time, I don't know if they still have it, but John Dimmer and John Delane shared an official one of the official Tyrrell transport buses from the period. And they dragged it out of a river in a soggy bog in England somewhere and restored this whole thing.
Brilliant.
And they used to take it to the races both here and it's been to Goodwood. A really interesting thing.
Horatio, you're looking with a grin on your face like you'd like to be out there. You've already had a great weekend, but You've been telling me you've driven a fair few cars already in your young experience, but why historics?
Well, quite honestly, I got started in the UK the last few years, and I got started in the modern cars, and I got an opportunity to race a historic once, and it was a historic Formula Ford, and we beat quite a lot of the modern cars, and it kind of snowballed, and I got many other historic drives after that. And it's not often, I'm only 23, so around the paddock I tend to be one of the younger guys, and in Europe it's very competitive. You go to circuits like Goodwood, and it's taken very seriously over there as well as it is over here. And a lot of opportunities have shown up for me in the last few years in the historics. So it's very rare that someone of my age will be able to jump out of one car and into another, which is how obviously the drivers were in their day. So there are just easy answers. There are a lot more opportunities in the historics.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of the young drivers. I spent a lot of time in the SVRA paddock with Trans Am and with Formula 4 and Formula 3. And a lot of guys run out of money in FR Formula Regional. And, you know, I sort of turn to them and go, look, if you want to keep racing, throw your hand in taking an owner's car out and, you know, and getting permission to do so, doing a good job, handling it well. I said, because you can learn so much from the experience in a paddock like that, and I'm sure it's the same for you in historics. I mean, if you really do have questions, it's not like the competition in your age group with sort of, like I said, those modern formula groups. You're gonna have people helping you out.
That's right, and one of the fortunate positions I'm in, I have quite a few friends who raced some of these cars in period. And so they're always, a friend of mine, Howden Ganley's always just a phone call away. So when I'm visiting a circuit for the first time, I can ask him any tips around, for example, Alton Park, and he'll sit on the phone with me for ages and tell me each bump and each curb what to look out for. So these cars they're not easy to drive, but they're one of those things you can really master one. They move around a lot more than a modern chassis.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I find whenever I'm driving a historic car, regardless of what it is, I have a smile on my face.
You know, you just brought out a name that I hope would get mentioned, and I thought Howden might be here, because Howden was the third ever member of the McLaren team that went to England. He's a New Zealander. He told me a great story. He had £1 in his pocket when he arrived. Bruce called him up. He went over with Wilmot, and then they said, well, we need some more help. So Howden said, okay. And off he went, but he turned from mechanic to Formula One driver himself. Lovely history, a lovely man, and of course part of the Kiwi heritage that was Denny Hulme, Bruce McLaren, Howden Ganley, and so many more, and now it continues to this day. You know, we've got Liam Lawson on the verge of entering Formula One, and so many other Kiwis. Marcus Armstrong joining Indy, and it's just great that if you like what Bruce and Denny created, and people like Howden Ganley can be celebrated here 60 years on with McLaren history. But let's get focused on the race itself, because we're about to go racing. And guys, I want your input on what you see, and certainly when it comes to what the surface is like out there right now. They're going to resurface it in February here, but you've been closest to it in the last hour or so, Horatio, so if there is some nuance, let us know. We've got a Williams on the front row, Keke Rosberg, and we've also got Martin Lauber ready to go alongside him, as away they go then. Race 2, the feature race for our historics, and
really bumpy coming up the hill here in turn 2. That's one of the worst areas of the track.
Good start, good clean start, and a lovely sand. I know on the hillside there, they're enjoying the sights and sounds of classic Formula One. I wish it sounded like that today. I think we should take these to Vegas and throw the others out.
Plenty of oil down there. It's quite tricky, especially in a single-seater, an open cockpit. You get a bit more of the kitty litter in your eyes.
Yeah.
And that's something that you really have to pay attention to, especially on the first lap on cold, slick tyres.
I still haven't found out who the culprit is, but he did a darn good job of laying down as much oil as he possibly could on the racing line, but they've done a good job. That's why we had the delay. Yardley McLaren had a Tonka toy of that as well, or a Matchbox car of that as well.
That's a car with a great history. I believe that's Danny Baker at the wheel. I was chatting with him a bit earlier, and that's Jody Scheckter and Peter Revson's car.
Yeah.
That is the car that was responsible under Jody Schecter's usage of the big accident at Silverstone in 1973 at the start line. And so I was chatting with Danny earlier. That car's been dormant for a few years, and and it's great to see it back out on the circuit, and Danny peddling it very well as always.
Yeah, and back in the early 70s, when I first sort of got into Formula One, I didn't know anything about the manufacturers, Scott. It was all about the Yardley McLaren and the JPS Lotus. And little did I know that these were perfumes and cigarettes, but that's how I knew these cars.
Yeah, and they were, and that really was their goal, right? They were meant to be rolling billboards, and that's where the funding came from. Certainly, I don't think many of us had any beta tools, but yet, they were on the front of a lot of the cars.
The March
but
that's out there at the moment. Yep.
Yeah, but Bud looks like he's pulling out a pretty commanding lead here. It's going to be pretty tough to make that up.
So what's your, obviously you know the drivers, but is there a particular car? We've mentioned that 312, obviously the Ferrari storied history, Niki Lauda, etc. is out there in the pack.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit further back.
Chris McAllister at the wheel, yeah.
One of the disadvantages of the Ferrari, as beautiful as it is and as glorious as it sounds, these DFE engines now are making more power than they ever made in period.
Right.
And they're also as reliable as a refrigerator for the most part. The Ferrari has not enjoyed 30 years of continuous development like the DFVs have. So it's pretty tough sledding to run up a Ferrari with a legal engine against the DFV-powered car these days.
I actually think for poor old Jim Farley and Ford, they've got a bit of a heritage to live up to when they come back with an engine in Formula One.
They do. The DFV was such a landmark accomplishment because anybody with a checkbook could go Formula One racing.
Right.
They'd hire a designer, they'd get a couple fabricators, they'd make a chassis, they'd buy a DFV, they'd buy a Hewland, and then put a car together. Not anymore, but still great time in the history of the sport.
So the Tyrrell coming side by side and getting up a position, nicely done.
Yeah, I think Martin Lauber is struggling with his car. The Tyrrell is a ground effect car, but if you look at Martin's line through the corner and the speed he's carrying, it's a lot different than it was yesterday.
And that Penske is in some ways a bit of a rarity because Penske obviously didn't have a huge history in Formula One, but they made a name for themselves and they did go racing in Formula One 1975, this particular PC4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Penske's were modified Marches. They bought tubs from Marches. By the time they got to the PC4, Penske was largely constructing the cars on their own, but that's how they did it. This is going to be kind of tough for Martin because I know the two drivers involved here, Martin and Dwight Matheson. And Martin's still going to have a lot of corner speed on Dwight, but he's not going to be able to get around him because Dwight's driving a ground effect car.
And hats off to Zach Brown. He doesn't care about branding. He is the CEO of McLaren, but why not race a Williams, especially a World Championship winning Alan Jones from Australia. I knew his son pretty well. He raced in Asia for a long time. Christian did the Carrera Cup, won that. And got to know Alan during that time, which was great because he had nothing better to do than give his son a hard time. And he's a typical Oz, is Alan. And he told us some great stories of those times. And, of course, it was a heady time also for Williams himself. Well, Scott's got to go, I don't know, race a car or something. So, that, we'll let him go and bring in Mike Miller again. But, these names trickle off. Niki Lauda, Alan Jones, Keke Rosberg. We're very fortunate to have these cars.
Absolutely. It was such a golden era, too. We have a couple eras at play right now, but these drivers and what they accomplished in a time where a lot of drivers were, frankly, getting hurt, getting injured. Niki Lauda's story. We talked about it a little bit yesterday where I turned on the television, Niki Lauda finished on the podium, and I'm expecting this prince to get out of the car, and he had just gotten burned.
And in a similar car to the one we're looking at.
In a very similar car to what we're watching right now. So in spite of that, I chose racing as my profession. I guess my dad didn't advise me well, or I'm not sure, but it's just an interesting era with the drivers and what they were risking and how hard they had to push. And you can watch these guys right now. They're sliding. That's one thing I alluded to with the Trans Am a race. These tires are so much more fun to drive than a current racing tire. They're not quite as fast, but they're just so much more fun to drive because the car's moving around the whole time. And there's Steve Romack coming up through the field. He had a flat tire. He rolled over something on the way to grid yesterday, and so that's why his result yesterday was not what we were anticipating, but it's fun to watch him come through the field right now. He's been racing so long. When I was a kid and coming up, cutting my teeth through the Atlantic Series, he was a guy in the Atlantic Series that was on the podium quite often, so he's definitely a great driver.
Now, you've driven some of these cars, Horatio alongside you, so great to have two historic race car drivers here. But what always amazes me, and it's great to watch these cars being driven hard, But it takes some skill. There's no ifs and buts about it. These are the original cars. It's not like they're replicas. So you've got to be both gentle, but also aggressive, because you don't. I mean, these cars don't go slowly. They don't react well if you're going slowly, right?
That's absolutely right. I mean, at the end of the day, in period, they never thought of them as cars that in 50 years we want to preserve them. So it's a mixture of, do you drive them the way they were driven in period, or do you take them around gently? And with a slicks and wing car, especially like one of these, the faster you drive, the easier it becomes.
Yeah.
An old adage that my father was taught when he had his first McLaren Formula 5000 car: if you go into a corner at 120 miles an hour and it understeers, you need to go in at 130. And it just becomes so much easier to drive the harder you push them. And that's a bit of a difficult thing to convince yourself of.
Yeah, that's a mind meld, isn't it?
That's right.
It's that commitment level, right? I've driven, we were talking to the 82 Williams, the tunnel car, and you're looking at the corner, and visually you're like, that's probably a 100-mile-an-hour corner. And you're like, no, it's way more than that. And the commitment level, and like you said, if you underdrive it, you have way less grip. It's almost easier to go in faster. That's where the 15-inch wheel on the Williams, I think, was an engineering marvel. What they tried to do is take some of the sidewall flex out, actually made the car more stiff to drive, which kept the platform more level, and they were hoping to create more grip.
Talking about a classic, doesn't get any better than this. The 77 from Lotus, an absolutely fantastic car, and of course, Chris Locke doffing the cap to the great Mario Andretti with the lid. And I've been very lucky. I came to Laguna and was commentating on Mario Andretti's dream of taking out a modern Formula One car, which he was allowed to do, and it was such a pleasure. And even at his age, he was still pushing it hard, as only Mario can do. Drive it like Andretti, as they say, and that's exactly what he did.
That was fun to watch. If you remember, it wasn't that long ago, he would actually at the 500 take the cars out.
Yeah, that's right.
And test them at the 500 to help them with setup. And here's Mario Andretti, who, when was the first 500 he drove? Was it in the 70s?
Something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's still out there whipping the wheel. That was quite fun to watch.
Yeah, he still does the two-seaters now and again, too. I saw him at Nashville last year. I just passed him, and I'm like, morning, Mario. And it's like, you kind of walk away going, that really was Mario. In fact, I had a lovely chat with him, and Mario could have summed up the racing in the 70s. All these Formula One drivers and all these IndyCar drivers were complaining. This is at Nashville last year. All these IndyCar drivers were complaining about how bumpy this street circuit is. And Mario just got on the microphone and he turned to him and he goes, I don't know what they're all talking about. It's bumpy. Drive around the bumps. It's the same for everybody. Get on with it. And at that point, all bets are off. That's it. Mario has spoken, the Pope of motor racing. But, I mean, it's a fair point.
I think that tells you a lot about the difference between today's drivers and the drivers back then. Can you imagine, as we look at the 3-1-2 here, you imagine no one would stand up to, for example, Enzo Ferrari. Niki Lauda was the first man that really came along and stood up to Enzo Ferrari and told him that the cars were actually terrible to drive. And they managed to develop one. So the difference today, can you imagine a driver coming along, one of the modern guys, and with essentially not really a big Formula One CV of results, not a world champion? If he came along today and said, the car is awful, they would swap him for someone so quickly. So it tells you a lot. The old school style of racing, they were much different to today's generation of Formula One drivers.
Another good story, Niki Lauda, of course, in that movie that's been made about the battle between he and James Hunt back in the day, and really well done, I thought.
Agreed.
In terms of how they put it together. But a great story is, I was interviewing Mario at Coda for one of his events, and he said, I don't like that movie at all. And I said, why not? He said, I won the darn race. Nobody mentioned me in the whole darn film. Good point. Sorry, Mario, we forgot about you.
Mario's such a character. He's such a nice, modest guy too. Anybody can walk up to him and get an autograph. He's a very humble man.
A brilliant guy. Last year, I think I ran into him with my father, and it's so incredible. Some of the people you meet at the Velocity Invitational that you just can actually go up and chat to.
Absolutely.
Some heroes when I was a kid. Chaps such as I was just chatting with Derek Bell, and it's just so many incredible people here.
Slipped in and slipped out. How dare the great one do such a thing?
That's right.
Launched a car yesterday, did Derek.
Look at that gorgeous Vittorio Brambilla car.
Yes.
That, for me, that's one of the most significant cars. So one of the first books when I was about 5 years old, my father gave me was Niki Lauda and the Grand Prix Gladiators.
He was earmarking you for racing immediately then.
It was brilliant showing up to school at 5 years old with that, and the teacher having a read through it, thinking, well, if this is what you want to read. So this era of racing car and the Formula One cars, it's incredible to see that 312T of Chris McAllister's. My father had the 312 steering wheel, one of the originals from Niki Lauda's cars. That unfortunately I had to sell to start racing, but it was a good compromise to actually get started myself.
That's not a bad deal though. Sell a steering wheel, get a car.
That's
like
right.
That works out okay. Yeah, it worked out. So Romac's up to third, and he's really closing on Lauber, and they're both in flat-bottom cars. So Romac's on the comeback here. This is going to be a fun battle to watch.
Flat-bottom cars, you make the rocking wheel go around. No, that's not the lyric. Something else.
Well, they don't. Again, the flat-bottom cars don't have such a disadvantage on this track. So until it gets resurfaced and the grip comes back up, the flat-bottom cars, it's more of an even playing field.
Now, if you weren't with us yesterday, Bud Moeller won the race in that Williams, and he's on his way to do the same. But I think Martin Lauber and Steve Romack might have some words to say in these last 2 laps. You're listening to Horatio Fitzsimon, who's had a great weekend here as a driver, young 23-year-old, taking 2 historics. And all I could say to all the fathers out there, for God's sake, give them a golf club or a tennis racket. It's a lot cheaper.
I've been taking my kids to the golf course, and they really like driving the golf carts. And for me, I'm encouraging that. But look at this battle.
This is great. Well, now where would you overtake here, Horatio?
Wherever there is a gap, quite honestly.
Well, there isn't one.
Well, I think when you're following, obviously, much closer in these slicks and wings cars, you suffer a bit with the understeer the closer you get. So really it depends. I think around a circuit like Sonoma, it's so bumpy and undulating.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult. You really have to set up coming out of the corner, especially if you're in a car that's a momentum car, which is more of what my background is with the Lotus. You want to really focus on your exit speed and setting up and getting to the inside into the following corner.
Well, we were marvelling at the way you were taking on those Ferraris, because you definitely had the measure of them, and it was the tactics that you were putting on the car itself, because it wasn't outright speed that you wanted on.
No, that's right. That's right. You've got to really build up the car. You have to wind it up and keep the power in. With the 250 LM, that car is stunning mid-engine V12, and the grunt in a straight line is incredible in comparison to that Elan. But where our weak points are is really down the straights. Coming into the corners, you can carry a lot more speed. So it's just keeping that minimum speed up all the time.
Well, Bud Moeller has been around a long time in historic racing, but he's having a cracking weekend in that Williams. He is channeling his inner Keke, his inner Nico.
Yeah, he's taking the edge off. He's like, I just need to see the checkered flag. Meanwhile, Romac's on a charge, so he better not slow down too much.
No,
here.
Romac's up to second place now in that mark, so luckily he's got this final lap to come out of the corner, and he does take the checkered flag and win in the Williams here at Sonoma. The number 61, and fastest lap goes to Romack, no surprise there. A 1:32.6 by Stephen. In that Martin Lauber will cross the line in the Penske in 3rd position, and Dwight Matheson, it looks as though he's going to take that Tyrrell 09 009 to 4th position ahead of Zach Brown in 5th.
What a fun race to watch. That was just incredible. Those cars around this track, amazing.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun indeed. Well, and a lot of fun having you guys to talk us around. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate being here.
Are you done for the day? Are you done for the weekend?
Well, I hope not. Hopefully I'll get out in a Mini later on.
Oh, good deal.
Which would be great to see.
No, that I'll wait to see.
That's another giant killer of a car.
Which one are you in?
I don't know yet. I'm hoping to get in a car.
I reckon you could. I'd start wandering around and start bidding on it.
Saying,
listen, I'm the guy in the one in the green and gold car. What do you got?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to have a go wander around now and see if we can get out in another car.
Good to have you over here. Mike, thank you again, as always.
Thank you.
You're always welcome. But you've enjoyed the weekend?
I've had a great time. I got to drive a Can-Am car. I got to drive an Alpha. I raced the Alpha earlier today, and it was quite fun. And I might be in the Enduro later on in a Mustang. So, I'll wave if I see you out there. Let me know what car you're in. And
here we go. Mike Miller versus Horatio Fitzsimon.
Well,
here
he's
we
in the
go.
Mini. It's not a fair competition. So we'll see if it happens.
Well,
fingers crossed I want to get out there again. But I want to also say hi to my family at home if they happen to be watching.
Absolutely.
So.
If you don't want to drive that Mustang, I'm happy to jump in one of those as well.
You want to partner up?
Would love to. Definitely.
Right, as these two argue it out, we'll take a short break here from Velocity. This is motor racing at its essence. Join us after the break.
Thanks, John.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway. It's a beautiful day here, a November afternoon. And yes, it's California at its finest. The weather is absolutely splendid. And in a moment, we're going to celebrate something very special, and I have some very special guests to do it with, because this whole weekend has been about McLaren, as well as just historics, but also where McLaren fit into that in the history of motor racing. This year, they celebrate their 60th year of racing, since the late 50s and early 60s, when Bruce McLaren, who founded the company from New Zealand, from Auckland, New Zealand, came over at the auspices, funnily enough, of Jack Brabham, who saw the talent, and he won a scholarship to join the Cooper team. And from there on in, as they say, the rest is history. But obviously Bruce McLaren going on to become an excellent Formula One driver, and one of the greats of motor racing, as well as a huge innovator in the sport. And as they get ready, we'll keep the action going. And I was mentioning the race that Horatio Fitzsimon was in Group 4. Well, we're going to have another look at it, because it was a cracker. So while we just wait for this to get underway, why don't we look back at some of the action from earlier today, Group 4. Welcome back to Sonoma and Velocity Invitational, number 4. And we're looking forward to Group 4 coming up. That's 63 to 69. We've got a representative here from Intrepid Racing, Bert Skidmore. First of all, before we head out on this one, we're going to talk a little bit about this. But how did you set this up, or how did Intrepid come to be? What do you do?
Intrepid came to be, it started in 82 or 83. I started in 84. A doctor started it, and I purchased it from him in 1989. He had, his name was Dr. Selye, he had a 250 LM, had a 250 TR, had the Niki Lauda 312 T2 car.
Oh, wow.
That Chris McAllister owns now.
And it's here this weekend,
yeah. In fact, I rebuilt that engine 30 years ago when Lou had it.
Niki wasn't nice on it.
No, he wasn't. So, but we started, with Lou's cars. He had a half a dozen cars and turned it into a Ferrari repair shop and vintage race shop, and it's been really good ever since.
Given the amount of historic racing just in California alone, it was a spot-on business to come up with, or at least have the expertise in.
Absolutely.
No question. And I'm sure it's gone from strength to strength. So what are you working this weekend, for example? You just mentioned the Ferrari that is here, but what have you worked on?
So we've got
for here?
6 cars here. We have 2 McLarens. We've got M8 M8C for Nick Colonna. We've got an M8E for Beau DeBard. We've got 2 cars in this group. One is Nick Colonna with the big block Corvette. Yep. 67, I think it's a number 16 car. Yeah, it's 16 car. And then we have his son driving an Alpha, although he didn't feel well this morning. So Mike Miller is driving his car, which is an Alpha GTV, which is number 46. We should keep an eye on him because he's a great driver.
Okay.
He should be coming up through the field. I don't know where he's gridded, but he should be coming up through the field. He's an awesome driver.
Well, still here with us, Adam Smith from Auto Mundial, the editor of. And Adam, your job is to deal with modern cars, and yet this event, surprisingly, I'm sure for you, has got quite a few latest models here. McLaren launching a car yesterday. Ford are here in Might. So there's a lot to look at from your point of view as well.
Absolutely there is. There's Polestars here as well.
Yes.
There's all these new hypercars. There's some fantastic stuff, but for me, despite my job, I do love the old stuff.
Of course you do. Well, and like I said, it's a fantastic lesson in how things innovated and how they came to be. And I'm learning bit by bit how the Americans took a lot of our European cars and sort of changed them, made them in their way more competitive, but also raced against Lotuses and Lolas and so on and so forth, and Alphas, and made it their own. And also, you know, I think our nostalgia, if you will, is growing up with Hollywood movies and seeing the likes of Steve McQueen, Paul Newman, you name it. You know, and obviously, you know, the Porsche is ever, you know, in our heads, James Dean's, etc., etc. So we kind of come with an appreciation from the movies we've watched and grown up with, and you guys get starry-eyed about an MG, which is great.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you know, we don't get most of these muscle cars in the UK,
No.
but you can ask any Englishman and they'll point out a Mustang or a Camaro.
Yes.
You know, we love that sort of stuff, as you say, on TV. You know, Dukes of Hazzard, things like that, and then movies, Smokey and the Bandit, Bullet, all that sort of great stuff.
I comment regularly on historic Trans Am, and we do have the Talladega Nights car.
Oh, fantastic!
With the windshield covered. Now, this race, I'm glad you're here for this, Adam, because this race yesterday between these two cars, or three cars, I should say, the two Ferraris, the yellow and the red there, which are unobtainable, no question. And I love that line from Fitzsimon Horatio saying, "I've got 40 million plus behind me in the mirror. Help!" But he did a hell of a job in that Lotus to hold them off. And we got a heck of a race, and I think we're going to do the same again. But this is just a cracking combination. Group 4, away they go to the green flag, and immediately Ferrari of Gunnar Jeanette takes the lead, but a Corvette follows him hard. Is that the yeah? That's the split window. Yeah. 63.
Yeah, the plucky little Lotus didn't quite have the legs on the bigger engines there.
Not quite.
But see what it can do through some of the tighter stuff.
What do you like working on, and what do you don't like working on, or what's hard to work on?
Ferraris are pretty tough. It seems like when you have to take something off, you got to take like 4 or 5 things off before you get there. They're all good to work on. It's enjoyable.
And how many people have you got working with you?
We've got, there's 5 of us. Yeah. I'm actually looking for another tech. And like I said, it's very difficult to find, good help. People don't seem to want to work on cars anymore.
Well, put out the email, put out the advert, because I would have thought for somebody who's interested in cars, it would be an absolute education.
It's a great place to work. Reno's a great area.
Yep.
It's really cool.
I'm sure this will be the place to find someone as well, maybe.
Absolutely, yeah.
So away we go then, and Horatio Fitzsimon, who did such a good job, yesterday, is now back at it again and comes alongside that much more powerful Corvette, and power down, the Corvette says, get out of my way. But watch him roll through the corners here in the slow sections of this racetrack. The Corvette already struggling to weave from side to side. Beautiful car, that number 17.
I'd still put my money on Horatio. I think he's gonna get him.
I think you're absolutely right. Well, we're looking at the number 9 for the first time. This is a Ferrari 250 LM from 1965. Rob Walton at the wheel, the man from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Great driver. He's really good.
Yeah. Well, you need to be, don't you?
You do, yeah. Rob's got a ton of cars, and he drives every one of them, really fast, really well.
Now, let's see the grunt of the Corvette.
No, he
here
got
it
him.
is. Whoa, nicely cut off.
He'll stay in front of him now. He's got to go after that LM now, and he will.
Yeah, like you say, there's a hint in the word invitational, but that said, these guys are racing hard. Look at these cars here. The fans just drawing in. What a great place to spot from up there. Sit in your car, and away you go.
It's unbelievable how many people are here.
Oh, yeah.
It's awesome, yeah.
And it's a great spectator circuit as well. You can
see so much. Yep, absolutely. Yep. No, it's great. Yeah, if you go up above turn 2 or turn 3, you can pretty much see the whole track.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
When Paddock Award took that 2008 Lewis Hamilton winning McLaren out last afternoon, there was people running. We're right down in the media center looking out over turn 1. We've got a fantastic view. But people were literally running to the front of the grandstands to get a glimpse of it. And that just shows real proper fandom. They're not here just for a casual glass of wine. They're actually here to watch the race.
Yeah,
and it's great.
Oh,
very
absolutely.
cool.
I mean, there aren't many places where you can see cars like this really going for it.
Yeah.
Several £1 million Ferraris versus little Lotuses and big muscle cars. It's
yeah,
fantastic.
and this particular track, I mean, they're going to repave it in February, but it goes back to the late 60s, and it was Sears Point back then, but it's had everything from NASCAR, IndyCar, you name it. And, of course, the drag strip here as well. So it's had its fair share of American muscle over the years. Trans Am had a huge period here. Whoa! Yep, that's oversteer, folks. He got it. Good catch.
Sears Point's had some really good driving schools here.
Yep.
One of my first schools that I took was here, and it was Bob Bondurant back in the day.
Yep. Still going strong.
Yep.
Amazing. So that little Lotus doing what the little thing can and absolutely muscling that car.
It looks great out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It really does.
So poised.
And of course, in the classic Lotus colours, the yellow and green. That Corvette hasn't dropped off, and the Ferrari's still there too. So it is Gunnar Jeanette leading in the Berlinetta GT. Simon in the Lotus 26R. Patrick Byrne in third of the Chevrolet Corvette from 1963. And then Rob Walton in the Ferrari 250 LM. And please, Bert, if there's anything that you want to point out, I'm looking at Alex McAllister in that number in 8th position in the Cobra. Anybody else you want to?
Horatio's looking good. He's just taking the lead. He passed Gunnar on the outside going into the carousel. How about that? That's pretty cool.
Gunnar won't like that.
He won't like that at all.
Well, Gunnar's got a great history too. His father started a restoration of Ferraris, of Porsches. Whoa! What are you doing in the dirt?
Oh,
but that looks like something's gone wrong as well. No, it was just dirt. Okay, good.
Here we go.
Here we go. On the inside now.
Yep. No,
he's not going to let him have it easy, is he?
We've got 7 more laps of this. Careful, boys. And if they get it wrong, that Porsche will, that Corvette will pounce.
Yeah, he's right there.
This is great.
That Corvette absolutely filling the mirrors of the Lotus.
I know. Well, we've got a Group 6 IMSA GT car as well out there. Another one of the red Greenwood wide-body 1977 Chevy Corvettes. We've also got a Group 4B production car, a Sebring Silver 63 Corvette. That's the 17 you're watching right this moment.
That Corvette's got to be a handful to drive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it sounds absolutely phenomenal as well. The V12 Ferraris sound good.
Yeah.
But that absolute thunder of that Corvette, we can hear it as it shakes our booth here.
And keep in mind, what is that Corvette has probably a 327, which is a 5-liter. The LMs are 3.3 liters, much smaller. It probably has 350 horsepower compared to probably close to 500.
Yeah. That's a fantastic shot right there, isn't it?
Gunnar's doing a great job. Here we go.
Here we go. On the inside here, on the...
If he can just hang with him, which he does, and then he'll get it going into the carousel.
Switch back.
That's what he did last time. And he can just stick there on the outside, and he'll do it.
Here we go, into the carousel. Ferrari versus Lotus.
On the outside.
Go on.
Look at that. He won't have the legs going up the hill, but boy, what a great race.
It just looks so juxtaposed. Oh, not quite this time. Okay, we'll wait for another day. Yeah, we had Patrick Byrne in here, who's back in 3rd place at the moment, and doing a hell of a job, but he came and commentated as well yesterday. And so we'll keep an eye if he comes back. I'd love to see him again. But, yeah, that split screen only made for 1 year. And I found out earlier this year just why that was. And it was actually an intern down in the sort of, down in the bowels of Corvette, of Chevrolet, who came up with it. And it got to a lot of argument as to whether they should do it or whether they shouldn't do it and why we have a split screen and all this sort of stuff. And they said, okay, everybody stop. And the boss said, we'll make a damn split screen. We'll do it for 1 more year, and then you have your way.
And then a lot of people didn't like it because when you look in the mirror, all you see is the body. So they would cut that out and put a regular window in it.
Well, crazy. But now it's like become this, unicorn.
Yeah, it's the same with split window Volkswagens.
Yeah.
Right down to Morris Minors. It's people love the unusual.
Yeah, a little touch that
ones.
Just makes the difference for them. Yeah. Sets it apart from the field. Well, the race continues, 5 laps to go, and it is Ferrari versus Lotus. You can make your own film on that. Forget Ford versus Ferrari. We've lost. No, the other Ferrari's still there in 4th place.
Yeah, chasing down that Corvette. But yeah, what a battle for the lead this is.
That's superb. Yeah, we kind of focused on it yesterday as well. We should, because they've got away from the rest of the field. Rob Walton, funnily enough, in 4th place, has still got the fastest lap so far, and they're running in the 154s. That's pretty impressive. Colonna still in 7th place, then McAllister 8th, Avia in 9th, and Goodman in 10th position. John Goodman in that 1964 Ford Cobra. Yeah.
It's pretty impressive that Rob Walton has the fastest lap so far. Wishing he'd get up to the front.
You weren't expecting that? You wouldn't expect that?
I thought he'd be up front. I really did, yeah. So maybe, who knows what's going on.
Well, this is the battle for 3rd, as you can see. And that beautiful Ferrari trying its damnedest. And like you say, fastest lap a moment ago. And Walton pushing it on here in the closing stages of this race. And let's see if he can
taking
get
a run on the Corvette.
Yeah.
I think he's got him. Here we go.
Well, he should
Here
do.
We go.
Yeah.
You know, the Corvette might have been holding him up, too, so we can see if he's going to move up.
Can catch up now, yeah. So nice little classic overtake at turn 11 then.
Textbook.
Yeah. Charles Nürburg also in this one in a Shelby GT 350 from 1965. Haven't seen much of him because we've been concentrating quite rightly on the battle at the front.
So obviously these are quite different cars in the way they're laid out. Do you know if they would have raced in period against each other?
I think they did, yeah. Yeah.
Must have been just as amazing back then to see it as it is today.
Yeah.
The beautiful yellow Ferrari we're looking at in 4th, Rob Walton, actually competed in Targa Florio in Italy. Obviously, that amazing race. How they ever did that, I'll never know.
So Horatio just took the lead. We'll see if he can hold him off now. He got a good early start on that, so I think he's gonna hold him off. Oh, Gunner's going for it.
Ooh. Go on.
Come on, Horatio. Come on. You got it. You got it.
Yep.
He should walk away from now, down through the S's.
Makes it stick. Now, let's see what happens.
This is where the lightweight Lotus comes into its own, isn't it? Through these.
Now they've got traffic, though. We've got an Alfa there, and we've got a couple of other cars, so it's going to get interesting now. And this is going to be skill. This is going to be strategy. Meanwhile, we've got this other battle for 3rd.
Corvette got around Rob.
It's going to get a bit tasty, I think, in the end of this one.
I think it could.
Blue flags are waving.
Oh, here comes Gunner. Nope.
No.
Yeah, I've watched Gunner drive so many different cars around the world, and he's put in some fantastic performances over the years. Yeah. Now, this particular Lotus 26R that you're looking at actually raced in period against the likes of Jim Clark and Sir Jackie Stewart in England at Alton Park, Crystal Palace, European Grand Prix, and also Brands Hatch in 1964. And it also won at the Rolex Motorsports Reunion against, again, V8 powered AC Cobras and Mustangs. So it's got a history of doing just this.
Yeah, Horatio is a great driver.
It's fantastic to see a car that's been racing its whole life still doing what it does
going,
best.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Chapman would be pretty proud to see what his cars are still able to do all these years later. I got to say, if you took a Lotus like that, I mean, how now with the fact that Lotus, you know, it's gone, but where do you get the parts now for that? Or do they
you can still get them. You can still get them, and if not, you just have them made. There's so much,
And is that easy to fabricate?
Gunner's got
Go on, Gunner.
Can't make it stick.
What a great race. What a great race.
Superb.
We kind of joke about it, but you just got to throw money at it for making parts.
Yeah, well, that's, in a nutshell, isn't it, really?
Gunner's taken the lead again.
Gunner,
what a great race.
This was one of the best races of yesterday, and it's turning out to be another great, cracking race here. And everybody says, oh, it's just an invitational, it's just an exhibition. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, two more different cars you couldn't imagine, and look how closely matched they are.
Well, that's the beauty of historic racing. You would never have put these two together in terms of a race like this, but here they are, putting it together. And I think the track as well, with its nuances of the hills and the you know, the slower or mid-speed corners that they've got, obviously add a bit of traffic in there. This is great. So another lap completed. Now the fastest lap goes to Horacio Fitzsimon of 54.2.
Wow.
So he is pushing on. Walton moves up to third, Byrne in fourth. Now, that 73 we haven't spoken too much about. That's behind. That's that L88 Corvette from 65. Haven't seen that on camera because we've been watching this, quite rightly.
What's happened to Gunnar?
No, that's a different car.
Oh, okay, is it? Good. Sorry.
Number 99, who is that?
99. That's Victor Avila.
Yep.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Ah, that's. Sorry, I got confused by the two.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah.
Only that Ferrari you're looking at, only 32 250 LMs were built, and that gives you a why it's ad infinitum. Yeah.
Very special car.
You know, when they first started building the 250 LMs, they were underpowered, and they went immediately to a 275, which obviously the 250 means 250 cc's per cylinder. If you do your math, it comes out to 3 liters. Well, they went to a 275, which was 3.3 liters. So they really should be called a 275 LM.
Funnily enough, it went to... Okay, folks, we take you out of that very exciting race because we've had a bit of a delay, but that's all right, because now we've got something very special for you, because as we know, we are celebrating 60 years of McLaren racing, and more importantly, Bruce McLaren, who made it all happen and came over from New Zealand, and the rest is history, and it goes on into a very fine history, which we are trying to purvey as best we can this weekend. But I think Jeffrey O'Neill and his team have done a hell of a job, including Zach Brown, of course, the current CEO of McLaren Racing. And we've had his drivers here in modern cars. And now we're looking at McLaren's auto cars, effectively their road cars, which was I guess a real ambition both of Bruce McLaren, who we lost early, and also it went on to Ron Dennis and now Zach Brown, and the continuation continues. And I'm delighted to welcome the one member of the McLaren family we have here, Amanda McLaren. Thank you so much for coming. I know you were out there yesterday, but we've got you in here. And again, Steve Donnell, both enjoying, I'm sure, the weekend. Have we done justice? Let's put it first and foremost. You're the McLaren here. Have we given a tribute to Bruce that he would have been proud of?
Oh my goodness, yes. Dad would just have loved this. What an amazing tribute to him. 60 years of McLaren racing and McLaren Automotive here as well. It's just been absolutely spectacular. Wonderful.
You know, we've been celebrating this all year, and I've been talking about it in Formula One as many other commentators have, but this has got to make you feel very special, and also make you feel that the family and the people of New Zealand who are so proud of what Bruce did in the day. And when you look at the humble beginnings, we were just talking about that, you know, back in Auckland, back his father was, you know, ran the petrol station, which you were just telling me is kind of getting a renovation in some ways. But it's an amazing, humble, and yet amazing motor racing, heroic story for so many reasons, and not just the cars that we're looking at now.
Well, it is. I mean, you've got the story of a little boy in New Zealand who at 9 years old is diagnosed with Perthes disease, so a degenerative condition of the hip joint, and put on traction for 2 years and never lying down on this traction frame and didn't come off it, and was told that he potentially may never walk again. and it certainly kind of changed the career path he was wanting to be on. He wanted to be in All Black and play rugby. But he was told no contact sport, and to be honest, I'm not a rugby fan. Whether it's nature or nurture, I love cars. So I'm really pleased Dad did decide to go be a racing driver. Those early years in that, he cut his teeth, you know, building and then racing that little Ulster Austin that is now on display at the McLaren Technology Centre in the UK, and then through to working with Jack Brabham and meeting him, and the Driver to Europe Scholarship, and then the early days with Cooper. And, you know, what a story of success up to that point, becoming the youngest driver ever to win a Grand Prix, held that record for 40 years or 43 years. But then to decide he's going to establish his own racing team against, you know, what were already out there, the Ferraris, the Maseratis, the Brabhams, the Coopers, the Lotus. And
pretty foolhardy when you think about it.
Yeah, crazy. This little kid, this little whippersnapper from New Zealand, you know. But boy, you know, look what it became, and just, you know, 7 years really from starting the team through to his death. But, you know, today the second oldest team in the Formula One team in the history of the sport. What an amazing legacy.
And it just shows you how smart Sir Jack Brabham was to spot him at an early age and help him on his way. And obviously that combination of the pair of them, and then Jack going on to do his own team, obviously inspired Bruce. But Stephen, we talked yesterday, and let's get to what we're looking at on screen. Amanda, you were out. The car that you were in is not out there, right?
So no. So I was in the little Elva MA Mark 1, depending where you are, Mark 2. But yeah, that's not running today. And it's if any of you have seen the Elvis movie Spin Out, that is actually that car that was in that movie. But yeah, what we've got today on track is basically one of every road car that McLaren Automotive have created in the last 13 years. So racing is 60 years old this year. McLaren Automotive, formed in 2010, a very young company really. Yeah. But look at what it's achieved, and for me, it kind of mirrors Dad's achievement, almost the same time frame, from coming to the UK, arriving in the UK, through to Goodwood, June 2nd, 1970, and McLaren Automotive, doing what Dad was wanting to do. So opposite the Can-Am cars, in the paddock today, there is the M6 GT, Dad's prototype road car, his daily driver, built on exactly the same philosophy as the automotive cars out on track now, super lightweight, and all about the fun and the engagement of driving the cars. So again, a huge tribute to what Dad was going to do, and it's just great to see them all here today.
You know, Stephen, that was what I was about to say, is that although we lost Bruce so early, I think this was part of the plan. McLaren Automotive was very much in his head, and were he to have survived the 70s and gone on, I think, you know, whether the cars would have looked like this, I don't know. They might be better, but worse. But amazing and truly a very rare story that people can follow a legacy on like that, especially given what he achieved.
It is, and it's great to be here today and walking through the street where you've got the garages on the brick garages on one side and a tent on the other. You'll find there is a huge number of cars there, and amongst them is Bruce's red M6 GT on display. And it's so, Amanda, when she saw it, thought, wow, it is here. It's great to see it there amongst all the other cars, because it's 60 years and what it's become. That was the starting point. Look what we've produced today, and those cars out there are absolutely outstanding.
Well, Stephen, Amanda, it's great to have you here, and obviously the McLaren Parade on its way to finishing up here. But let's head down to Kev. What have you got, Kev? What's the latest down there in the pit?
Oh, I can't stand. Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm down here in a row that you would love to be having a little look around. Group 5 cars, Heritage Formula One, from an era that I know you really enjoy as well. And I've found one man who owns a 1972 Tyrrell, John Dimmer. John, thanks for talking to us. You've just been out on track. You've managed to calm down and grab a water. How was it out there?
Oh, it was great. It's always fun driving that car.
Now, tell us about that car, because it's been in your ownership for almost 24 years. So just give us a bit of the history on it.
Yeah, I was laughing. I think I have more seat time in the car than Jackie does. But it's a Tyrrell chassis 004, and actually it's one of 3 identical cars built. So in 1971, Ken Tyrrell built chassis 002, chassis 003, and then at the end of the year built chassis 004. So it was a spare car for Stewart at the end of the 71 year, and then it was used in the 72 year by the Tyrrell team. Jackie raced it at Monaco in 72, and then Patrick Depailler made his Grand Prix debut in the car at the French Grand Prix at Clermont-Ferrand in 72, and also drove it at Watkins Glen in the 1972 U.S. Grand Prix. And then the car was sold to Alex Blondeau in South Africa, and it was driven by Eddie Kazan in the South African Championship in 73 and 74, and also the South African Grand Prix in 73 and 74.
This is a great bit of history. So when it finished its, Formula One career with Tyrrell, it wasn't just sold to a private chap like yourself to look after it. It carried on racing, but in South Africa.
It did. In fact, it was kind of fun. One of the fun things about bringing this car out is I just had a gentleman come by and he said, I grew up in South Africa. Is this the car that raced down there with Eddie Kazan? And indeed it was. And we got to put him in the car. He got to sit in the car.
Listen, we could talk all day, but one thing I want to get across is you are the exact reason why heritage racing should happen, because you understand it all. You said to me just now, I was in a position where I could buy the car of my hero. This was the car that I watched, and at a point in life, I could go out and get it, and that's what you did, isn't it? And Jackie Stewart's car means a lot to you.
So, well, it does, yeah. For me, Formula One is Jackie Stewart and a Tyrrell at Monaco.
Yeah.
And that's what I have. And it's really quite surreal that I get to insert myself into that scene, multiple times a year. So it's very fun.
And it's gentleman racing as well, because you're out there looking after these things, you're racing them, they're big, powerful machines, but you still have to be careful, don't you?
Yeah, you do have to be careful. I mean, they go fast, and they're very dangerous.
Yeah.
And so it's fun. The grid that we race with, all the drivers know each other.
Yeah.
They all understand that these are fast cars, these are dangerous cars. So they're all very good drivers, and they're all very quick. But they also understand that you need to be careful. We're not going for a world championship.
Okay. Listen, John, thanks so much for talking to us. It's been fantastic. You're an absolute gent. Taylor is waiting somewhere on the other side of the paddock. But Johnny Green, if you're listening to this, come and speak to this chap. Come and have a look at this car, because you're going to absolutely love it. Now, though, let's go and join Taylor.
Thanks, Kev. I'm here with Cal Buick from the North Bay Triumph Club, and he's brought out some exceptional cars from over the years. Tell me a little bit about these cars and what you guys are all about.
Well, thank you, Taylor. We're a small group of Triumph owners here in the North Bay, north of San Francisco, and every year now we get invited to come to this Velocity Invitational event. It's a wonderful time for us. People really enjoy these cars. And, Velocity is a really unique event in itself. Some of these cars date from the 1950s through the 1960s and the 1970s. And actually this year and next year is the 80th anniversary of the first introduction of the TR line of Triumphs. That started at TR2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then there's a Triumph Spitfire also here today. And so we brought a good selection with us today, and it's a lot of fun because people like to have their photographs taken. They enjoy these cars. They're a slight contrast to some of the McLarens and Lamborghinis that everyone's seeing around the place here today. Yes. Do you have any other question, Taylor? What would you like to talk?
It's been an absolute treat. I know this is your personal vehicle. You've had it for over 30 years, and what an exceptional model.
This is my Triumph, a TR4A. I've had this one for 32 years. This white car behind here is a TR3, which is a car from the 1950s. And here you see behind this a very beautiful dark red TR6.
These are absolutely exceptional cars, and they go all the way around the corner. If you guys want to come take a look at them, if you're in the paddock here today, they are right by the main entrance, right by turn 11, the driver's lounge. I hear some cars on track, so it was wonderful talking to you, but we're going to get back to some racing. Thank you so much, Cal, for your time.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Bye.
Back to you, Johnny.
Great story, as always. And yeah, if you are here, I will encourage you to go and have a look. But we are underway, the green flag waves for Group 6. And I've got Carrie Morris next to me. And I'm delighted to say we're underway. We've had a bit of a delay, Carrie, but we're up and running. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what we've got in store in this race here, this Group 6. An exciting group, as always.
Well, for the start of the race, we see a repeat of yesterday with Bruce Canepa and Ken Epsman and Mike Thurlow in the Greenwood Corvette getting a pretty good start. And it looks like Bruce is out to his usual, oh, look, I can dial up the boost. No, I believe he is in second at the moment, according to our aerial drone.
I also want to reintroduce Thor Johnson, who was here earlier today with Group 2, I believe, right at the beginning of the morning. It feels like the whole... Yeah, Group 3 it was. Yeah, right at the start of the morning. It's been a long day, Thor.
It has.
Welcome, though. How are you? Were you supposed to be in this race?
I was. Again, we did the same thing with this that we did this morning. We put my mechanic in it, who drives way better than I do. And it gives them a little bit of fun at the end of the summer.
Yeah. Say, they've been doing all the work, right?
They've been doing all the work.
There you go.
Well, see, we're at that age now where we believe in riding mechanics. You know, this could be a return to form.
I like that. That's a full circle.
This case, it's driving mechanic.
Yeah.
Speaking of driving, we see, look, Ken Epsman once again is using the grunt of that Decon Monza and see if he can hold off the vet.
And guys, this is the early days of IMSA, GT, FIA, Group 4, and so on. But certainly the infant days of IMSA, and a lot of competition, a lot of racing series going on at the time. And you had to fight for drivers and positions, but once the sponsorship was in place, Mr. Bishop doing the job, John Bishop, of course, kind of responsible for making it happen. Once ensconced, it's never gone away. It's up, it's ebbed and flowed like every motor racing series. But IMSA is as strong in 2024, I would argue, that it's ever been.
I would say that it's probably the strongest that it's been, and this is again in my, remember we've gone through, you would have to say that the ALMS to a large degree being IMSA, it followed along the same pattern. But if you wanted to stay purely by the IMSA brand, I'd have to say this has got to go back to the early GTP cars, 962, the Marches, and certainly going back to, although we were at Sears Point Raceway, Sonoma Raceway, if you look at the old events like at Laguna Seca, the Triple Crown, where these were the cars, these were the stars, and I believe to this day that these are still the cars that are most recognized with IMSA.
Great battle here, Ken Epsman and Patrick Byrne. They've been out in action, both of them, already today, in various different cars, but this is a cracking battle already. Thor, we've come to expect this close racing from Historics here.
Yeah, I have one thing to say. I've got to correct you. We're only going to call it Sears Point.
That,
okay.
Yes.
All right, now
that's not a correction. I agree with you. That is not a correction. This is Sears Point, and we're having a lovely time because this, of course, now known as Sonoma Raceway. But back when it opened, back in '68, it was Sears Point Raceway. And it's gone through some iterations, it's gone through some ownership, but it survived, more importantly.
Well, thankfully, we've gotten the word that next February they're going to repave, and boy, it needs it. Between 2 and 3 is horrible, and around 8 is, in fact, that's what made my bottle fire off this morning and soak me.
Well, that's when track. Sorry, go ahead.
Thor, you've driven, as you said, you've had a 924 GTR, and then going into the BMW CSL. Even though that there are 5-6 years in between when those cars were come out, they were both front engine. The 924 being down on power to the CSL. But can you talk about driving the two different? What are the distinctions between the two cars?
Well, for me, one is not turbocharged, And the one that I had was 924 GTR 04, which was built in Florida. And it has, from the turbo to the intake manifolds, 42 inches. So that we laugh about, you have to call in today if you want the boost tomorrow, because it takes quite a while to spool up. Where the BMW, you step on the throttle, instant power. And actually, the power is about, we're pretty close, because we dial the 924 motor down, and the motor that we've got in the BMW has been done by a guy who really knows how to build a motor. So they're both about 350 horsepower. Yeah, it's the cars, driving-wise, I like driving the BMW. It's like going to the grocery store. But the 924, with the almost perfect balance and with the big 935 brakes and the rest, it was so easy to race, except for the boost business. And the deal was you had to commit, put your foot on the throttle and the brake before you turn in to keep that spool up. That's pretty scary.
Well, I'll tell you that you don't have to worry about turbo boost lag with the fight going on between Cat Empsman and the Decon Monza and Patrick Bryan in that Greenwood Corvette. They were using every bit of grunt and torque that they can get in those two Chevys.
Yeah, it's Thurlow that's out front now, and he's got a good, healthy lead in the 53. As you can see, 6 seconds over Kanepica and Epsman. Epsman, though, in a real battle for third place. And we've got some really great drivers out there. Charles Nurberg in 10th place at the moment. We mentioned Martin Lauber, of course, who's been in action already. Patrick's been in here. Patrick Byrne has been in here to talk about some of the cars as well. But a young man just really pushing hard at the moment. Some great lap times, too, here at Sonoma. Now we've cleaned it up. 6 laps to go as we take a look for the first time at the 55. And that's Chet Taylor in a 74 911 RSR.
I honestly have to say that I never thought I would be sitting in this chair commenting on Charles Nurberg driving a 9.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think I've ever seen him.
You know, F1, the 936, his 962, his Audi like that, and he is in basically a car that started life as a Volkswagen.
you did say something about as we're getting a little older.
As we're getting a little older,
and let's not forget, he also drove over 400 miles an hour on the salt flats.
The man is of a very exclusive club and nature.
He really is. Lovely man. Dallas, Texas. He's got his own collection, and I've been very lucky. He's invited me up, so I'm not missing that invite. He said, "Come and have a look," and I said, "I will." There's Rob Fuller in that Datsun 240, and guys, just talk for a little bit. I mean, we've been waxing rhapsodic, and I haven't really been a bit errant because we haven't got many iterations. But when Japan woke up to the fact that racing in America was a good way to sell cars, they came and they conquered in their own way. And, you know, especially at IMSA level, Datsun's history here in America is second to none, isn't it?
Well, you really have to think, though, that they were smart enough to enlist the help of Pete Brock, which is...
Yeah.
And that eventually opened the door when you look at the Electrodynes, Don Devendorf, and the rest of then Datsun, then with Nissan Technology. And then what's the end result? Dan Gurney and Toyota.
Yeah. Good point.
You know, we haven't mentioned on, speaking about the Datsuns, though, that the 240Zs, you know, were a heavy mainstay in SCCA and early IMSA competition, you know, and entered such later Decon Monza drivers such as Brad Frisell, who ran GTU with quite a bit of success in his Datsun 240Z.
We're looking at that wide-body Corvette. A hell of a job. Leading the way, Mike Furlow. And that Greenwood.
We have four. I'm sorry. We have 4 laps to go, and I keep wondering, okay, where's Bruce? What's going on here?
He's laying
there's
back.
Something, you know. But how far back is he laying, Vallejo?
6 seconds.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
Got to get across the bridge quick then.
Yes, he does. Oh, you've been in that traffic.
I was about to say, yeah. I've learned the hard way in the last few days. You got to time it right to get away from that traffic. I hadn't realised how it had gone down to 1 lane. But as you say, Bruce Canepa in second place, 9 seconds the gap. He may not be able to pull it off today, but we'll keep an eye out for him because he's always likely to come good when he wants to.
I'll tell you, speaking of Charles Nürburg, though, I would have to give him as they, what is it they do in IndyCar with the most positions moved or gained is Charles Nürburg in the 914.6 is now in 10th overall.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Generally speaking, both of you guys, pretty impressed with what you've seen. Yeah, this is a good battle too.
I think that's what he's done. He's gone back to play with those guys.
Maybe.
I've heard a comment in the past that says, just because you won doesn't mean the guy behind you didn't let you.
Oh, that's a T-shirt right there. This is the battle for second place. And as you say, Bruce Canepa kind of having a little bit of fun, I think, with the number 20 of Ken Epsman and in the Decon Monza.
As I said earlier, these two guys have traded positions and been racing each other now for decades.
You bet.
And as the Monza now is just getting by in perhaps the most famous turn at Sears Point, Sonoma.
No, you can. Hey, listen, this is an historic event. There's a burger stand just over there that says Sears Point Burgers, or whatever it says, or it's one of the food outlets.
Thor, you brought up about the repaving. Boy, you watch that bump into turn 1 right there, and you go, you can't get repaved soon enough.
Yeah.
You know.
And of course, that makes it relevant. As soon as they repave it, everybody will want to set new track records and so on and so forth. So yeah, always the way.
It's mostly between 2 and 3. It's rutting.
Right.
You know, it feels like you're running across railroad tracks or rails.
That's no
and
fun.
The same thing around 8. It's just, it needs to be done. And thank goodness they're going to.
Yeah, that's no fun in a race car. But every track goes through that sort of time where it's getting a bit worn, a bit wet, a bit weathered.
Laguna this last year?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And since they've redone that, everybody's waxing rhapsodic about new lap records. I saw the Moto America guys, the two-wheel guys, just going, oh, it's so good now, you know, all that sort of stuff. But it is good facelift.
Well, in the case of Laguna, it also brought for turn 4 a whole new approach that you absolutely have to get that one right.
Yeah. Now, this is going to get interesting. We're watching the battle for second place, but they've got traffic. And they've got to kind of tiptoe through. And I think that's a skill that is not often talked about in racing, is how to deal with traffic and understand that you're racing against suddenly not your opponent, but a guy who perhaps just isn't going as fast as you.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, they're playing.
They're playing, right.
But it's good playing.
Yeah, it is.
Canepa versus Epsman once again, right? You know, you're talking about traffic. Just on a quick short story. J.J. Leto, who had done such a great job in the BMW LMR, when he later was driving in GT in the BMW, and I asked him, what's the difference? And he said, before it was traffic, now I am traffic.
That's a good line.
It must be pointed out that in this particular grid, too, there are some... The disparity in speed is quite large.
Yeah.
There's some very fast cars out there.
Well, you're taking, you know, it's a big decade, 68 to 78. There was a lot of innovation and advancement in that time alone. You take 10 years in motor racing, that's an eternity.
These days take 10 weeks.
Yeah, no shit. So their little battle continues. 2 laps to go, and back goes the number 12. As Bruce Canepa picks up the lead, and now Byrne down in 3rd place in the 40.
Oh, they're
Webster
not done yet.
In 4th. Yeah, they're not done by any means. Webster in 4th. Rob Fuller in 5th place at the moment in the Datsun 240 that we saw earlier. Chet Taylor in 6th place in the Porsche 911 RSL. And Lauber now in 7th.
And Charles Nürburg is now running in a fine 9th.
There you go. Richie Goldsmith's had a busy weekend. He's down in 11th at the moment.
They're going to swap again.
And Thor, I don't know how you do it. You sat here, but you're still in 13th. Pretty impressive. They haven't taken you off the leaderboard, or i.e. off the timings, which is good.
I tell you, it's amazing what you can do with remote control, isn't it, these days? You know?
So, come on, who's your money on out of these 3?
Wow. On the final lap, I'd have to say Bruce, just purely because Bruce being Bruce is going to be awfully tough to give up that second spot.
Fair comment. Who needs a number 11 when you got 2 boots?
Exactly. And Jimmy Dean sponsorship.
Oh,
in
yeah.
theory.
Bit of sausage sponsors. I love that CSL as well.
That number 11 is Martin Lauber's car, but he's not driving it today. He's driving one of the Formula One cars.
Of course, yeah. He was out earlier in the last session, yeah. So, final lap of this, our Group 6 feature race. The beginnings of IMSA GT, AAGT. What was AAGT, American?
All-American
GT.
GT. That was what gave us the decons.
Right. Here we go then. The battle for the lead then between the 12 and the 20. Bruce Canepa and Ken Epsman doing it in style here at Sonoma.
Look how much the Greenwood vet knows how to slide, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Time running out though, and it's going to be another turn 11 classic, but there's traffic to play with this as well. Now, can they use it? No room on the inside, sir.
As Bruce slams the door shut on Kenny Epsman.
And it's going to be Bruce to the line by the looks of things. Out goes the checkered flag and across they come. And it is the 12 of Bruce Canepa in the 1979 Porsche 935. He wins the race. Ken Epsman in the Decon Monza from 1976 takes second, and the 77 Greenwood Corvette of Patrick Byrne taking third place. Ransom Webster coming across the line now in fourth. Rob Fuller fifth. Ransom Webster coming in across the fourth. Yeah, Rob Fuller fifth. Then Chet Taylor sixth. Martin Lauber got up to seventh in the end, and Steve Walker just sneaking through on Charles Nierberg by the looks of it at the end, and Nierberg in ninth position, and William Lyon rounding out the top 10.
I would have to give Nürburgring then the drive of the day.
There you go.
You know, normally aspirated GTU 914.6. Yeah.
He was standing next to Zach Brown while they were letting the youngsters play in the more modern Formula One cars, and it did make me smile when they were both chuckling as Zach Brown took out his phone and took, literally got his own Instagram photos. I was like, they really are still 13-year-old kids, those guys.
But Nürburgring probably did Zach attempt to buy the car, though?
Yeah, that's a good point. Buy it off each other. Great stuff. Well, listen, we'll take a short break here from Sonoma and the Velocity Invitational. And after this break, we've got something very special. One of the great drivers of the modern era are back to be here at Velocity Invitational. Join us after this break. And Alexander Rossi, just one of several McLaren drivers here this weekend, and we're about to get another display of their Formula One. There's Marshall Pruitt up and down for Racer Magazine, doesn't miss a trick. He's going to be looking for an interview or two, because we turn our attention now to this Formula One display. Like I mentioned that the James Hunt car was out earlier, and Alex drove it yesterday. Not here today, he's at a wedding today. So we now have, well, we've got a group of cars. We've got Paddock Award, we've got Rob Garofal, Stefan Johansson, and if you don't know that name, you should, because a great Indy and Formula One driver, but still involved with Ganassi Racing. And this afternoon, we've got Stefan, Rob, and Paddock Award, but also our first appearance of the man himself, Lando Norris. And I say the man himself because at the moment in Formula One, I think if Bruce were looking down right now, he'd be pretty happy to see another guy making his way in Formula One as a youngster, but also turning the tide. Funnily enough, I was with Lando as a 15-year-old in New Zealand when he first won his first major major international title of the Toyota Racing Series. And, of course, that brought a great deal of glee to his career and marched him forward towards Formula One. But now to be with McLaren and sort of look back at what he achieved back then, I'm sure still as a youngster. And like Bruce, he's a kind of guy, he's a modern tinkerer. And what I mean by that is he loves all aspects of the sport. When during the pandemic, Lando Norris was on Twitch, he was on The Sims, he was getting the audience going, he was having fun with the crowd and that was watching and tuning in. And so I think he fits nicely into the history of McLaren, even at 24. Scott, you're still with me, and I'm delighted you're here because this is totally different, but actually, another fantastic piece of history as we watch a Prost Senna car take to the track as well.
Right. Well, the MP4 cars, of course, they signal the beginning of the Ron Dennis era, and people don't realize what that stands for. When Ron Dennis in the 70s was running a Formula 2 team sponsored by Motul, that was called Project 4. So when he then moved into the lead of McLaren, that was McLaren Project 4, and that's when he was with Neil Trundle, and they had a very competitive F2 team. Now, the early MP4s, of course, were TAG Porsche powered, so it was a V6 1.5-liter twin turbo. Techniques Avant-Garde, the company from Mansur Orge, and they, again, were game changers in Formula One. They were utterly dominant, having the power of an OEM behind him, Porsche, building engines that were specific for their chassis. And that was one of the advantages McLaren had early on in Formula One of that era.
Now, Pat O'Ward, who is at the wheel of this car as we speak, has had a pretty fun relationship with his boss, as did Daniel Ricciardo, I may add. Daniel Ricciardo got to drive, I think, a Richard Petty car that Zach owns, but now and previously he has driven both Zach's current Formula One cars, and now he's driving a championship-winning McLaren as driven by Lewis Hamilton in 2008. And while I'm not a big fan of the shape of this particular McLaren, it does fit into the history of it. And of course, this was the controversy. Lewis had to finish in fifth place, and were it not for a last lap change with Massa taking the victory, Massa would have won the World Championship, and Lewis Hamilton wouldn't, and it changed very quickly in a matter of seconds, and it was a lot of confusion. And would you believe it? It's 2023, and they're still debating it today.
Yeah, well, it was the whole notion of team orders and everything, and people like to believe that they're athletes, they're champions, whatever, that it's a fair fight and that everyone's trying to do the best they can for themselves. But Formula One racing is a team effort. There's 1,000 people behind this car. And McLaren wants a championship. They're not worried about a particular driver's standing or ego. They want the team to win the championship.
I hope somebody's got a watch on this, because I know Pato well enough to know that he is not going to hold back. He is obviously an IndyCar driver. He's raced Sonoma in an IndyCar many a time. He's been here to do these exhibitions as well. He's done Laguna. Look at him taking a little bit of dust and dirt. He is going for it.
Yeah, he is putting the hammer down when you're using going over the berms on the exit of turn 3A. That's pretty good. And he's certainly carrying a lot of speed into the carousel. Just look how the car is loaded up, and look how he's running out. I mean, he's really running the car well. I don't know what kind of times he's turning. We don't have access to that, but I'm sure he's not standing around.
No, he certainly is not standing around. And just watching him come through the top of the circuit now, just going through the gearbox, now through the S's and down towards that hairpin again. But he is absolutely on it. Mercedes powered, of course. And this was designed by Neil Otley as the executive engineer at the time. Paddy Lowe still involved in Formula One, of course.
Yeah, and it was one of the earliest cars to use that curved front compound wing. When they first came out, everybody thought they were ugly and that they wouldn't work. And if you look at the cars back then, they were on a week-by-week basis whereas earlier on, the design was pretty much, established in the beginning of the season, and they worked on refining it. Whereas, boy, by the time you got to 2008, there were wholesale changes made every week on these cars.
Yeah, and of course, at the time, we'll move on in a moment, but at the time, that other car was driven by Heikki Kovalainen. Successful year it was for McLaren, winning both the World Championship and second in the Constructors as well. And
yeah, you could hear the very different sound of the 6-cylinder turbo tag cars versus the later 2008 car. All these eras, the engines have their own growl.
But again, those colours synonymous with the Ron Dennis cars of that time, the Philip Morris sponsorship, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when you look at Ron accomplished, I mean, when he got McLaren in the late 1970s versus the empire that it is now, you can say what you will about his management style and what he did or didn't do or what he was or wasn't good at, but wow, talk about evolving and growing a company. It's truly remarkable.
Yeah, so as I said, at the wheel of the MP4 6A-10, Rob Garofal, a accomplished test driver for McLaren and European Le Mans champion in his time. You've got Pato Award, Stefan Johansson's in the MP4 2B03, and Lando in that MP4 2A.
And talk about somebody who's driven a lot of race cars. Is there anything that Stefan Johansson hasn't driven? I mean, he's won in the rain in a 956 in a Porsche at Spa. He's driven Formula One cars. I mean, he's driven just about everything.
Yeah. And you mentioned Ron. Not everybody knows that Ron started as a mechanic for McLaren.
Right. No, and that was the beginning of Project 4. It was Neil Trundle and Ron Dennis and Alan Rees and another gentleman I don't remember, but they formed Project 4, and that was near and dear to Ron's heart and always was, and that's why all the cars to this day are MP4/something.
The Prost-Senna battle, the drivers' battle, almost kind of negated the brilliance of the car itself. They won everything. There was one year where I think they won 15 out of 16 races between them, but their bitter rivalry was unbelievable. And with Prost saying, I'll do another year, but not if he's in the team and this sort of stuff. And
but you talk about what
he retired because of it.
What drives an engineering team to put the best car they could on the track. Imagine if you're an engineer for Senna or you're a technician on the Senna team and I'm on the Prost team. Man, they really made leaps and bounds because they knew they had a driver. They knew that if they did their best work and gave their driver the best car, they had a chance of winning.
Yeah, and also what distinguished the pair of them was that their styles were completely different. Prost, the Frenchman, the quiet Frenchman, the thinking man's driver, and his quotes were obvious. He believed that the slower you can drive a car and win, the better. And by the way, very good philosophy, because that means it holds together. Mechanically, you've got more chance of it not falling apart, whereas Senna wrung the neck out of everything he drove, whether it was a hire car, a bicycle, or a racing car. And his emphasis was all on speed.
When you look at times when Senna had a truly awful car, like the very first active suspension Williams, the pure force of will.
The Ford-powered McLaren before that.
Yeah, the pure force of will, just hurling that thing around and still putting it on the pole, getting out of the car shaking.
Yeah.
I mean, he was trying so hard that it's just unbelievable the force of nature that guy was in driving a car, and it's a shame we lost him so soon.
And I think it wasn't until '94 when he did have that Williams that just wasn't competitive that we saw it clearly. But when he came into Formula One in Tolman, for example, or Lotus,
which was nothing but an F2 car with a bigger engine, it was unbelievable. Yeah,
and he was doing, and that's where I think the racing world that were involved in Formula One at the time knew that they had something.
They had something there.
Well, they knew it in Formula 3 days at Macau when he won there back in '83, and everybody went, "Who the heck is this?" Even Gerhard Berger. I did an interview with Gerhard, and he was at the race in at Macau in '83. And he even said that day he realized that in the years to come, whatever happened in his career, he just wasn't. I mean, they were great friends. They became great friends. But he knew that Ayrton Senna was just top drawer and kind of out of this world.
And there's a lot of times we talk about the body language of the car when it's racing. And when you look at when Senna was driving a car, it was very clear that he was master and commander of what was happening. that if he came within an inch of the wall, that's because he wanted to come within an inch of the wall.
Yeah.
It was truly something to see. I was very fortunate to see him, in live when he was still alive.
Yeah, and if you wanted to pinpoint, the two sort of opposites as we look at Lando Norris in that MP4 2A, but, if you want to put a point on it, we think of Japan championships won and lost over 2 years with those two throwing each other into the gravel effectively, or kind of that's how it ended up, and then looking at Monaco. Where both of them had unbelievable careers there, and again, different styles. Senna going home to his apartment for 3 days after losing while leading, but also winning 6 times.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Now, what's happening here? We've got the 08.
Yep. Well, that's the latest car. That's the 23A.
Yep. So that's
Patrick
Award.
Award.
We've got Lando
Looks like
out
they're
there.
extracting the driver.
I wonder with Pato how much he kind of, he's been in the middle of this maelstrom that involved Palou and all the rest of it, the potential of being a reserve driver for McLaren Formula One. He's loving his time. Oh, he's not happy by the looks of things. His Mission Foods sponsorship, but or he's more than happy. I don't know whether he's just shaking his head in. He's happy.
Yeah.
I know that look.
Yeah.
He's happy. Yeah, he's enjoying that. He said that was fantastic.
I mean, what's not to enjoy when you've got his skill set and then you can put it to use with that tool. That's about as good as it gets.
Well, and I just wonder, because I know Pato pretty good, and I was asking him about having runs, because he made a bet with Zach to run the Abu Dhabi tests. He said, if I win, I can't remember what it was, one of the Indy races for him, he said, I want to test your F1 car. He said, you're on. And he said, okay. And I think it was 21 that he got a chance to finally get a Formula One run.
Wow.
And that was a bet. And then, of course, it led to a serious, why don't you be our reserve driver? And then Palou came into the picture, as it were, and he was on those blocks. And now, then Ricciardo, there was a lot going on.
More
then
drama than Peyton Place.
Oh, it's great. But you wonder, I would love to see, and here I am, maybe kind of getting a misty eye, but I'd love to see Lando and Pato as a team to reckon with in Formula One.
That would certainly be a formidable combination.
And I'd love to see Lando do an Alonso, which is come out and do the 500, just for, excuse my French, shits and grins, because he would.
And it's funny, Lando, I'm sure there was a choice involved. Lando's driving the oldest MP4 car out there now, the MP4 2A. There's actually an older McLaren here. Ranson Webster has an MP4/1 that's on exhibit.
Yeah, we've got the field is deep. It's not just McLaren bringing their Formula One cars. There is a lot of other, like you say, Ranson Webster and a few others in the actual group coverage.
I was very fortunate for a number of years. I owned a M14 that was Bruce McLaren's last Formula One car. It's the car he drove at Monaco in May before he was killed at Goodwood in June.
How did he go?
I'm sorry?
How did he go at Monaco?
I think he was 5th or 6th. Bruce was not the driver Denny was, and Bruce was very smart. He hired drivers who were better than him to run his cars in Formula One. But the car had an interesting history, and then was identified by the rivet patterns on the tub and pictures in Monaco with Bruce sitting in the car, that it was that car. And just a lot of history and a lot of fun.
How cool is it that we are able, in this sort of window of 2 weeks, to get Lando here? And I don't mean to you're a racing driver, but this is a guy...
No, I'm a racing dabbler. He's a racing driver.
I know, but of a guy of this quality, we're outside of, Verstappen right now. This guy is on top of his game. He's yet to win a Formula One race, but my word, when he does, and his teammate Piastri has already won, but it could happen in Vegas in 3 days' time. It really could.
Well, when you see an interview with him, he's having so much fun. I mean, he's just like, this is it. This is what I want to do, and he's going to develop into a fabulous driver. He's got all the tools available. He's clearly got the natural talent, and he's certainly got the determination. And from what I've seen, he's pretty fearless.
Let's see if we can get a word with Lando Norris. Kev's right there with him. Let's head down there.
Well, I can tell you the atmosphere down here on the pit lane is absolutely fantastic as the main man himself, number 4, Lando Norris, gets out of his car. The fans have been queuing up to see him all day, and he's just lit up the track. I'm going to leap straight in there and try and get a word with him because I think we're allowed to do that. Lando, great to see you here, sir. The fans have come out in force for it, and they loved hearing that thing go around here at Sonoma. What was it like where you were sat?
It sounds good.
It sounds phenomenal.
I had my earplugs so hard into my ears I couldn't hear anything, but no, it was amazing, honestly. It's the first time I've ever been able to take a car like this around the track. I've done Goodwood, but this is a different experience to Goodwood for me. So very special, a different experience of driving a Formula 1 car. No paddles and clutch. Like now I have to do a clutch and I have to do all the paddles and everything again. So a lot of fun, as you can see.
You are grinning from ear to ear, and the fans are loving it. Just tell us as well, Pato O'Ward was just ahead of you in Lewis Hamilton's 2008 car. He was giving it some. What was it like going alongside that car, of course? Because you're still racing with Lewis now, and there's a car that he was winning championships in.
Yeah, that's how old he is. But he's doing well for an old guy, you know. So yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Lewis was a guy I watched on TV growing up. He was a guy I looked at and I admired, and yeah, now I'm racing against him. It does feel weird, but I have a lot of respect for Lewis. We get on really well together, and yeah, I love racing him. I have a lot of respect for everyone that I race against, and also people who have raced in Formula 1 and just race in motorsport in general. So yeah, I've loved it.
Well, listen, thanks so much for coming to talk to us. It's a busy weekend, obviously in the US last weekend, at Las Vegas next weekend. You've had a great end to your season. Quick question, come on, that top step of the podium, it's only a race or two away, isn't it? When's it going to happen?
I mean, there's only 2 more left this season, but I know it's coming. It's we've given that a good shot. You know, I don't think you can fault us for what we've tried. We've been very close the last few weekends. I've had a lot of second places this year. There's just one guy and one team in the way, but we're getting there. I'm very proud of the whole team, and you know, we have a lot of people here from McLaren. So to keep up the McLaren name and continue to try and push and get another world championship, it's coming.
Lando, thanks so much for talking to us. You're a busy man. You got an autograph signing for him. Thank you. Ladies and gents, how about that? Lando Norris. Taylor, I'm going to go back to you because I think Group 9 are going to be going on track shortly.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational here at Sonoma. It's a packed house. No room in the car park, I can assure you. And I want to give a shout out to Dorothy. Dorothy at 8 a.m. this morning, actually earlier than that, gave me the bus ride down from the car park. And she is the most go-getter that I've met here at Sonoma. And I think she epitomizes all the workers here. So congratulations, hats off to all of you. She had her Band-Aids ready, her water ready, sunscreen ready. She had a full layout of the land and the bus times and everything else. So congratulations to Sonoma. You've got a great bunch of people here working with you. And I just want to say thank you, Dorothy, for getting me here safely and so I could get on the mics and talk to you all. I hope she's given all of you a good ride down here. So we turn our attention now to some more racing to come. Plenty of action still to come from Sonoma because we've had a great weekend of racing, and I've got some more guests coming up because we've got Group 7, which is 66 to 73 historic Can-Am cars. And I would argue that this, in many ways, you could argue, given that we are celebrating Bruce McLaren and the history of McLaren Automotive and McLaren Racing, that the Can-Am period for Bruce McLaren was probably one of the biggest of his career and certainly made a name for him. Let's remember, he was the first man to win the US Grand Prix in 1959 at Sebring in Formula 1, but that was not enough for Bruce. No, he wanted to do it himself with his own cars. And so when Can-Am came along and it was no holds barred, then Bruce jumped at the opportunity to come and make a name for himself wholeheartedly in the States. And that's what he did. And we've got some fantastic cars on display today. And far from being on display, they are going to be racing hard for you. And just to start us off, I've got Bob Lee here, and also got Bert Skidmore. And I think we've had some errant commentary, right? We got a few things wrong, so put us right, Bob. 1 second.
The TI-22 Mark II that we have at the Velocity Invitational today, and I want to thank Jeff for inviting us, is a very successful car. It was a successful car in the era. It placed second on its first outing at Laguna Seca in 1970, and it set the fastest race lap. And both Denny Hume won the race, and Jackie Oliver was in the TI-22 Mark II, and they both lapped the field. That car did the same thing 2 weeks later at Riverside. Denny and Jackie Oliver lapped the field. Denny won, and Jackie Oliver set the fastest race lap. That car was the second titanium car. The very first titanium car, the Mark I, was a different design, had the similar body. And the Mark I is the one Jackie Oliver flew at St. Jovite. I was always interested in the titanium cars, but only if I could. I knew both of them were destroyed, so I was interested in the Mark II, and that appealed to me the most. And the Mark II, the Peter Bryant's widow came inherited the drawings on the car, and she had them for sale. And I wanted to build the car, but only if I could get it accepted into vintage events. So I tracked down the last legal owner, Nick Diagardi, and I bought the rights to the history of the car, and I also got the original door bucks and door molds for the Mark II. And I bought the drawings from Peter Bryant's widow. And then I started about researching the history, interviewing prior team members, and interviewing the board of directors. The first TI car was very innovative. Paul Lamar, who worked for Chaparral, helped with the aerodynamics. The aerodynamics on both TI-22s were very popular with slot car racers because they had the best, or the lowest coefficient of drag, and the best relationship between drag and downforce. And that same design was used on the Mark II. Mark II is 2 inches. The car here today is 2 inches longer wheelbase, 4 inches wider than the Mark I. Both of those cars were twice as stiff because of the liberal use of titanium, twice as stiff as the other Can-Am cars from the era. I restored the Lola 310. The Lola 310 was about 4,000 pounds per degree in terms of deformation. And I owned an M20 and measured that. That was about 5,000 pounds per degree, but the M20 was older. The TI Mark I was 10,000 pounds per degree. It was a very strong car. The Mark II is similar in that torsional rigidity. So you had advanced aerodynamics. The TI Mark I was the very first Can-Am car to have side fences. That innovation goes to Paul Lamar and Peter Bryant. It was also the first, the Mark I showed up at Mossport with fences on the fenders. Bruce McLaren came over and asked Peter what those were for, and he told him it was to channel the air over the front fenders. And then the MAD a few races later added those. So getting back to the Mark II, which is the car here, it's restored to look exactly like it did at Riverside in 1970. Same decals. And the other aspect of that car was built in 3.5 months, mainly through the support of Tymet, which supplied all the titanium and did the hot forming of the titanium. Yesterday somebody said that we had special new titanium. That's not correct. The titanium that they had in 1970 was 6.4, 6AL, 4V. That's the same titanium we used in the main structure of the car. We duplicated every detail on that original car, right down to the weird groat side mirrors or tail lights that were different. And so I wanted to correct that on the There's nothing special about the car. This car is exactly like it ran in 1970. It's a perfect replica of the car, or resurrection, I should say, because I own the history.
Perfect. I love it. We are apologetic for getting it wrong in the first place, but thank you. But just generally, forget the cars for a second. How about Can-Am's era? I mean, what a time to go racing. What a no-holds-barred race series Can-Am was.
I got interested in the Can-Am I wasn't interested in the era. I'm not like Ike here who lived it, and he can tell you more about the era.
Well, he's coming up next.
I fell in love with it, and I spent all my grandkids' inheritance on these cars.
And that's why they love you so much. Well, I've also got Bert Skidmore here again, and we were talking about these beautiful Can-Ams, and Ike's going to join us in a moment. But I really do think, again, when we're celebrating McLaren and Bruce's input to it, this was him unfettered, wasn't it? Both
Yes.
as a racing driver and as an innovator and designer.
Absolutely.
And total domination. If it wasn't him, it was Denny that was winning.
Yes.
And I think that's the beauty of this. We just had Amanda, his daughter, in here, and I said, are we doing a decent job of at least celebrating his past? And she said she's absolutely delighted. We have obviously the McLaren cars out there doing what they do, the current 13 years of McLaren Autosport. I want to thank Bob Lee for coming in and definitely giving us a real history of that Lola. That, by the way, it will be the number 4 car that you see out there, and that is Rick Knoop. Is it Knoop?
Knoop.
At the wheel. But welcome, Ike Smith. Welcome. This definitely was your era for sure. You've worked on a whole bunch of these cars, but again, let me get your take. Special time to be involved in motor racing.
Yes. You didn't realize it at the time.
Yeah, never the case.
Because there were just 2 of you or 3 of you, but it was great.
When you've got that much power and that much lightweight bodywork and all the rest of it, where it's rattling around on bumpy circuits, how did you maintain these cars? Because they were built to just literally race till they drop, right?
After every race, we took our cars down to the bare tub. The master cylinders came out, the fuel cells came out. You just had a bare tub, and you took it out back and washed it. And then you looked at the bottom, and if it was scraping anywhere, you put in new rivets or you fixed what was wrong. Everything got Magnaflux and Zyglode, and you put the car back together, and you drove to wherever the next one was, all within about 10 days.
Every race?
Every race.
Wow, unbelievable.
We took ours down to nothing every race. Other people didn't, but we did.
Well, this entry we've got, and we're looking at Can-Am from 66 to 73 here. And obviously we've got a host of McLarens of different iterations, M8Fs and M6As and M8Cs. But I was going to say, what was the competition to McLaren and what they brought to America? We've got a Sting Can-Am, we've got a Sparling Ferrari Special out there, and a Porsche 917. Now that's just a microcosm of what would have been available at the time. So who was the competition?
Originally in 66, it was McLaren and Lola.
Right.
Mark II McLaren and a Mark II Lola. And everybody had small blocks. And the competition was very good. Bruce, if you watch the Valvoline movie after Riverside in 1966, when he was interviewed, it tells the whole story. Economaki asked him, "Are you happy?" And he said no. And he went home and did something about it. And when they came with the with the M6s, it just changed everything. Gary Knudsen, who was from Colorado, who worked for Chaparral before it was Chaparral, he went home after the 66 Can-Am season and went to Lucas and bought a Mark I metering unit for an 8-cylinder and some injectors and some stuff, and they asked him, "What are you going to do with it?" And he said, "I'm going to put it on a Chevy." They told him it'd never work. And he designed and machined and made the first angle drive for Lucas fuel injection for small blocks and then later for big blocks. And it forever changed how fuel was delivered to these cars.
Fascinating. We're about to get underway, and I think it's going to be a fascinating race, this, because Gunnar Jeanette is in that Porsche 917, and he is going to be sat right next to the 48 of Zach Brown in the 1970 M8D. So Nothing worse than taking on the boss, but here we go.
Gunner's quick.
Yeah. I think Zach's going to have his work cut out against Jeanette today. But Zach's pretty handy, and I'm more and more impressed the more I see Zach race, especially these older cars. He's got his own Williams, of course, from the 80s, which he has pedaled nicely already today. But I love a guy that, talks the talk, walks the walk, and invests in his passion. And I don't know the full collection of Zach Brown, but it's starting to get quite hefty, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
What's his fascination? I don't know if you've read much about what Zach's interested in, but like I said, it's an eclectic group. He goes from sports cars to Formula One, and now obviously his own McLarens, which sit there at Woking, I'm sure, lovingly, and he's dying to take them out. He's got a Richard Petty car. I know that Ricardo.
Wow. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. That was one of the bets. So he's a betting man, and get your bet out. If you get across and he's having a glass of wine, think about your biggest desire, because there's a few bets gone on. Daniel Ricciardo promised him that if he got a podium for McLaren, which of course he did at Monza, he would get to drive a NASCAR, and Zach owns one of Richard Petty's NASCARs, and so sure enough, at the Formula One race a couple of years ago, there was Ricciardo in the Richard Petty NASCAR. Then Pato Ward, his other driver from, of course, IndyCar, said, I want to drive your Formula One car, modern car. And he said, okay. And then Mario Andretti got in on the act.
I remember that.
He said, I want to drive one of your Formula One cars. He made that happen. So, he's worth taking a bet with.
Yes.
So what are we looking at, guys?
That's the M8E. That's one of my guys. That's Beau Debard.
So you prepared this car,
Yes, we did, yes. Yeah. Great car. It has the original Corvette ZL1 engine, which is very rare. It's probably one of the only original Chevy blocks and cylinder heads out there.
It's great having you two here, because I can ask you how long it takes to prepare today, and you how long it takes of the day. Go ahead.
Gil Munz and Harvey Lassiter did that car in the day when Elford drove it.
Vic, yep.
Gil was here today with his wife watching the car run.
I love stories like that.
And it's.
So how long did it take you to prepare that car?
That car got dropped in our lap about 2 weeks before this event, just for race prep, not thinking it's going to need a whole lot. Well, long story short, we had one of the cylinder heads off because it had a water leak in the number 8 cylinder, so we had our work cut out for us. The car's going to get a lot of work this winter, probably a fresh engine, crack checking suspension, a lot of stuff. It's kind of tired, needs a fair amount of work, which we're capable of doing, and we'll make it happen.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, we're talking about Intrepid Racing. You do just this, which is prepare these historic, wonderful cars, and all and sundry, right? It doesn't really matter what it is. You'll give it a go, right?
Yep, we'll do it. We'll do anything. So we do a lot of Ferrari stuff too, late model, I should say, timing belt services and stuff like that on 20-year-old Ferraris. We joke about it where our cars that we work on have carburetors and points rather than fuel injectors and computers and stuff like that.
And how long did it take to prep in the day?
Not very long.
Not very long.
Taking the car down to the bare tub.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it was weekly.
Yeah.
Every 2 weeks in the summer when you're running every 2 weeks. And when I first went to work for Carl Haas, we worked at Nicky Chevrolet in Chicago, which was at that time the world's largest Chevy dealer.
Mm-hmm.
And you pull in after a race and the general manager would go, oh, so-and-so's on vacation working his stall, so you go get everything done and you load up and go to the next event. And
do you remember, Ike, when the ZL1 engine came out in Corvettes? What year was that?
69 was when we got the first ones. Well, 68, the end of 68 for the Can-Am. And 3 of the blocks, they made a run of 10. 3 of the blocks went to Penske, 3 went to McLaren, and 3 went to Carl. And the 10th one went to the boat guy that did all the R&D.
Wow, unbelievable.
And they very quietly, the boat guy
disappeared.
Did it all, and
okay, gotcha. Yeah,
unbelievable. The blocks were painted with heavily magnetic paint.
So a magnet would stick to it
at the time.
Wow.
And it was all very quietly done.
I love it.
Those blocks and those engines have to be worth their weight in gold now.
For a long time, they had problems with the liners dropping.
Yeah.
And you
Go ahead,
check the dump tank every time you ran the car, practice and qualifying and all, to see if you had water in the oil.
Amazing. Well, we're watching we're watching Can-Am. Gunnar Jeanette leading by not a country mile. He's got a 1.8 second lead over Zach Brown of McLaren, driving a McLaren, a 1970 M8D. In the number 48, Bo Debard in the third place at the moment in another M8 from 71 this time. Chris Springer in a 72, so we've got a nice smorgasbord across the early 70s there. Berghoff in the 22A, then Dan Cowdrey, Rob Kaufman in 7th, Nick Colonna in 8th, Mark Marquand in 9th position in an M6A, and Chris McAllister, who's been a busy man, he and his son, this weekend in 10th position overall.
Looks like Gunnar's keeping Brown out of that drag reduction zone. He can't seem to get close to it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
cut you off.
I
said it looks like Gunnar's keeping Brown out of that drag reduction zone.
Yeah.
And just can't,
Yeah.
But Bo Debard's right there. He could use it. He's in third place.
5 laps to go then, and a great collection of Can-Am cars. A great time for racing, and as we said many a times already, the Bruce and Denny show. Denny Hulme from New Zealand himself, as well as Bruce McLaren. And it was a great era for the sport. It attracted not only the top drivers, but also the fans who love the sound, who love the roar of these cars. If Trans Am was a hit, so too Can-Am. And of course, Can-Am, we were talking, how many races per year would you be doing? I mean, because you also went to Canada.
Originally, 66, 67, 68, the Can-Am was 6 races.
Okay.
You did the U.S. Road Racing Championship from April through until the Can-Am started. And then you ran the 6 races of the Can-Am. So you ran quite a few races from April till November. And then in 69, there was no more U.S. Road Racing Championship, and the Can-Am went to 11 races.
Wow, that's a big jump.
Yeah.
Would a tub last that whole season?
Oh, yeah.
Would it last more than that?
In 69, we ran 3 tubs. At San Jovite, Chuck got the front wheels off the ground at the top of the hill and came down, and everything seemed okay. We looked at the car, thought everything was all right. Gurney's walking down the pit lane and asked if he could sit in the car because he had ordered one. Sure. So Dan's sitting there, and he's running his left hand over the hump, and where the left lower A-arm comes in, the tub was kinked.
Oh, and so he discovered it for you.
Yeah, and so we wound up fixing it, and then we used another tub. And then at the end of the year for Riverside, we ran the T164, which they only made one, with the cut-off tail, like a 917.
Right.
And we had Knudsen made the first 494. And every piece in the motor was Chevrolet.
Wow,
there were no
that's
aftermarket parts in it.
Yep.
And Chuck had the fastest trap time. He passed Bruce down the back straight during practice. Bruce pulled in, had Lee Mir adjust the valves because we had never passed them before.
Right, yeah.
And Chuck wound up second.
What was the car that flipped at San Jovite? That went completely over, wasn't it?
Well, 2 of them. In 66, Hugh Dibley, which flew the Concorde later.
Wow.
Flipped over in Sterling Moss's T70. And Paul Hawkins flipped over in a T70. And then the next one was Jackie Oliver in the TI-22. And I have a picture of Chuck Parsons in, Tony Dean owned the car then, but it was a Denny car from the year before, 1970. In 71, I have a picture of Chuck about that far
off the ground.
The front wheels are like that, and he kept his foot in it, and it came back down. And
when did they take the hump out of that track?
I don't know what year it was, but it made a huge difference.
Yes. What a wonderful track that is.
Yeah. Oh, it was. I went there in 2013. I hadn't been there since '71 when Jackie won, and it was like there were just more houses up on the hill, but the lake behind the pits was there, and everything was. Well, you drove.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah,
you drove
I was
the
driving
M6 there.
I was driving the M6B. Yeah, that was fun. That was a great race.
And yeah, it was. It's a great place, Santa Vita.
Oh, I can imagine.
Now, unfortunately, it's closed for good. But
well, watching on screen at the moment, the 1967 M8C.
That's M6A3. That's a car that Donahue drove in '68.
Sunoco, of course.
It was a spare tub. It was not the car that he drove in the USRC. It was done just for the Can-Am. And the interesting thing is, all the subsequent owners of this car, Carl Moore found it and had it restored. And I was in on the restoration. Carl spun it. He sold it to Brian Blaine. Brian Blaine spun it. Bruce has spun it more than once. And they're all competent drivers.
Oh, yeah.
And it gives you a new appreciation for Donahue.
Driving that car.
Yeah.
The throttle's too quick on it for people that don't drive it all the time.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that makes sense now, doesn't it?
If you're running every week in something,
you're okay.
You're okay. But
Intrepid painted that car back in 2005, I think. And if you get up close to it, there's a ton of pinstriping, yellow pinstriping.
Yeah.
But you can't really see here. My painter was pinstriping that car for a week.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
To get it right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's your leader, Gunnar Jeanette. And actually, Zach not too far behind at all. In fact, there's nothing between them at the moment. As we come down to the dying seconds or the dying laps of this race, Gunnar Jeanette in the Porsche and the McLaren in second place. Now he's gonna let Zach, celebrate the 60th with a win. Do you think?
Who's got quick lap?
In fact, Bo Tabard has.
Wow, that's terrific.
1:38.5.
Yep,
Not bad.
that's terrific.
Come on, Zach, pull your finger out. Let's have a win for McLaren, as it was and always should be.
Come on, Bo, let's get that McLaren in front of you. Let's go.
Out of 11, they come, and we're about to start the last lap here in our Can-Am feature race. And it's been a wonderful weekend to celebrate McLaren's 60th birthday. And we're on to the final lap, and it's two McLarens, Chafers and Porsche, as it was and should be, as it were. But obviously, McLaren dominated Can-Am in the day, but Porsche had their moment. Did they win the first or the last? I think it was the last, wasn't it?
Porsche?
Yeah.
Yeah, they won 73.
And that was
they ran the 917.
People say that was the end. That kind of put an end to Can-Am, but it wasn't. That wasn't the reason, was it?
Can-Am was already falling apart before Porsche came.
And why was that? Why was that?
Promoters, tracks were dropping out.
Yeah.
And there again, politics.
Yeah.
And it Porsche didn't kill the Can-Am like people say.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he's got some traffic ahead of him. He's got to be careful here. He's on for the win to hold off the McLarens, but as you can see, Zach is pushing on. And it's going to be nip and tuck as they approach this traffic. Bo Tabard, who's got the fastest lap, is right there waiting to pick up the pieces. We're going down the back straight for the last time. Coming into the hairpin, a little bit of traffic. And Gunnar gets one, as does Zach. Great racing between these two. It's going to be nothing between them. And if Zach can keep that inside line, he may just get the power down Great finish, Gunnar Jeanette against Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren here at Velocity, and they come across the line almost nip and tuck, but a great finish. The checkered flag out, great racing as always, and again, less than half a second, 0.333, and if I'm not mistaken, pretty much every race we've had today has finished within a second, and I'm talking Trans Am, I'm talking Group 3, and now I'm talking Can-Am. Guys, I did not expect this close racing, and I know you may say, oh, well, they were just playing.
No, they're serious.
I don't think they were.
They're trying hard.
Yeah, I know for a fact that Zach Brown wanted to win here.
Yeah.
So he could go to Vegas and go, yep.
We won, yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm glad to see that Bo got the quickest lap. That's wonderful for him and the family. That's wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful weekend for them. Well, listen, Ike Smith, thank you so much. And likewise, Bert Skidmore, great info, both of what the period was like at the time and how to prepare the cars. And also what you guys do now at Intrepid Racing, a valuable input to keeping these guys out there and doing the business and allowing us to enjoy, a bygone era that we can kind of relive, and there's no better to relive it. I'd hate to see pictures on a wall and have somebody talk me through it. I'd much prefer to see what we're seeing today, which is to live it, breathe it, smell it, and hear it at full song here at Sonoma. We'll take a short break here. We'll be right back from Velocity Invitational. Join us.
Thank you for having us.
Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational here at Sonoma Raceway, where I'm pleased to say that I've been catching up with my pal Nick here from Gunther Works. Nick, great to see you. We met, I think, this time last year, and I was impressed by your cars then, and it looks like you're carrying on doing great work. Tell us what Gunther Works get up to.
Yeah, so it's great to be at Velocity. This is our second year. I know it's your guys' third year, but it's wonderful being here. For Gunther Works, we've been working on production of our speedsters that you see behind you, and then the development of the new turbo. So it's been quite an exciting past year, and we've really been kind of focusing on those two components, really, of our business.
And your business is not just making cars look good, but it's also about making them drive good.
Yeah, absolutely. So as good as these cars look, the drivetrain and the suspension is just as crucial to us. So the cars drive phenomenally. They're still air-cooled 911s, so we try to stay true to what that is.
I absolutely love this. If you're on the site today and you get a chance to come have a look at them, please do, because they're works of art. If you like Porsches, if you like 911s, then you're going to love these. And Nick, if people come by, you pop the rear there and you can have a look at the engine, because what you do to the engines, you take a lot of care in how they look as well as how they perform.
Yeah, so to us, the engine's like a gem. When you pop that engine bay, it's the crown jewel of what a 911 is. So we really kind of make that the focal point within the engine bay.
Yeah. And the development of cars is ongoing, because you've actually got a test mule that's been out on track. You're racing here. You're throwing them around in anger this weekend.
Yeah. So we've been running one of our test mule turbos. It's been running great. Randy Post behind the wheel, shooting flames down the front straightaway, which has been awesome.
Yeah, because we were sort of waiting for you to come by, but you were deep in conversation with Randy, so the development's going on, and obviously Randy, your test driver, is giving you all the info you need from here at Sonoma.
Yeah, he is. This is a track that we haven't had a ton of experience at. We've done a lot of running at Laguna Seca and some of our Southern California tracks, so getting as much feedback as we can is just super important to us.
Now, we got the Porsche here, but over your right shoulder, we got the Lamborghini as well. And I said, I didn't realize you did Lambos. I thought it was all about Porsches, but then you explain what's going on with that one.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't know. So Gunther Works is essentially the sister company of Vorsteiner, and Vorsteiner's been around for 20 years now. It's actually our 20-year anniversary this coming year. So Vorsteiner specializes in carbon fiber add-on components for European and exotic applications, including the wheel. So all the carbon fiber you see on the Gunther Works cars are actually all produced by Vorsteiner.
Well, that is an absolutely trick-looking Lambo that we've got there, and it's a fantastic-looking Porsche that we got here. And the great thing is that they run well as well. They don't just look good, but they run good, and that's what it's all about.
Exactly. Yeah, it's awesome and absolutely amazing.
Nick, thanks ever so much. You're hot off the track, so I'm going to let you go and grab a water. Thanks for talking to us. Johnny, how about that? We'll come back to you in the comms booth, but if you get a chance, get away from that microphone and come and have a look at these, because they're pretty good.
Well, if they would let me, I would. I've been offered a chance to go in a rally car in DirtFish. I've been talking to lots of superheroes along the way, and I've got another one with me. I think the man alongside me, John Dimmer, epitomizes what Velocity Invitational is about, because he is a man who is living the dream. He's just been out in his own Jackie Stewart Tyrrell, having the time of his life. But the story is even better, because you truly, like I said, epitomize the love and passion for the sport, and have chased your dream to get what you wanted and the car that you wanted, and you're pretty happy with what you've got, right?
I am very happy with what I've got. I consider myself to be a very lucky man.
First question I asked you yesterday, and I kind of want you to tell me the story. I was like, have you ever had a chance to talk to Jackie about it? Because I love the marriage, if you will. Tony Kanaan was talking about, being in love with the fact that he was able to race his hero's car in Ayrton Senna. And these are modern day guys, and we're watching some of them now. But, tell me, what was that like?
It was amazing. So, there's an old saying that says you never want to meet your
heroes. Yeah.
And that could not be more wrong when you apply that to Jackie Stewart.
Depends who it is, right?
It does depend on who it is. Jackie was the consummate gentleman. So my friend John Delane and I actually reconstituted Elf Team Tyrrell. So he used to drive the ex-Francois Saver car, chassis 002, and I had Jackie's car 004. And we traveled around quite a bit, both here in the U.S. and in Europe, racing those cars. And Jackie invited us to his house one day. He probably has several houses. This one happened to be the one in Butler's Cross. We showed up, I think, probably about 9:30 in the morning, and spent the whole day with him. I think we left 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The entire time we were there, Jackie took one phone call. And he apologized profusely for taking the phone call. But he said, well, we have a new president of the British Racing Drivers Club, and he's about ready to enter into negotiations with Bernie Eccleston to renew the British Grand Prix. And I have to coach him up a little bit on how to deal with Bernie. And I'm really sorry, but I really need to take this call.
Of phone calls that need to be taken by the BRDC, that is one that is important. And I'm sure you're talking about, could be Damon Hill, it could be Derek Warwick, it could be all sorts of people. But, not an easy fish to deal with, Mr. Eccleston.
No.
Now listen, as we talk about some of these cars, and I hope you don't mind, but I'll indulge you if you don't mind, because we've got some fantastic McLarens out here. What attracted you to the Tyrrell?
Well, one of the great things about historic racing is if you have some means, you can have the opportunity to acquire a car that means something to you. And for me, I've always loved Formula One. And the epitome of Formula One is Jackie Stewart in a Tyrrell at Monaco.
Absolutely. Remember it well.
and for me to have been able to acquire that car, it's really special.
What's its history in terms of performance for Jackie?
Well, so it's kind of funny. Ken Tyrrell didn't really realize he was going to be a constructor. And he had the March chassis because he lost the deal with Matra because he wasn't willing to run the Simca engines. Ken knew the DFE was the power plant that he needed to have.
Smart man.
So he didn't have a car, so he went to March, and he bought a chassis from March, and they ran the Marches for Jackie Stewart and, I can't remember who his teammate was at the time in 1970.
Now you've got me.
Frenchman. So anyways, the problem was the March was good on its debut, but as the season went on and everybody else started developing their chassis, the March wasn't really a tunable car. its performance at the end of the season was pretty much the same as its performance at the beginning of the season. And that didn't turn out very well. Ken said, look, I can't do this. If I'm going to be serious about being in Formula One, I'm going to have to build my own cars. And so he hired Derek Gardner, and in secret, Derek Gardner built chassis 001. So great. Very first car, chassis 001. They used that as kind of a development chassis and decided, okay, we're going to make a couple of changes. And in 1971, they produced 3 chassis. And 3 chassis they produced were 002, 003, and 004. Now, they're all identical cars, but again, my big joke was that, well, logically for Ken, hey, the first car I produced was chassis number 1, the second one's chassis number 2. It wasn't until they got to 1973 and they had chassis 006 that they used that as the design designation, and then you had 061, 062, right. 063. So 002, 003, and 004, which are all the 71 cars, they're all identical cars. 002 was Saver's car. That's the car he won the U.S. Grand Prix in 1971 at Watkins Glen. 003 was Jackie's primary car for the 71 season. That's his World Championship car. When he retired, Ken gave him that car, and Jackie has actually now given it to his son Paul.
Wow.
So
Paul.
Yeah. So Paul has that car, and then 004 was completed at the end of the 71 season as a spare car for Jackie. Was not used in the 71 season. In 72, it was used quite frequently during practice sessions. Jackie did drive it at Monaco in 72. Patrick Depailler made his Grand Prix debut in 004 at the French Grand Prix at Clermont-Ferrand in 1972, and then also drove it at the U.S. Grand Prix at Watkins Glen in 72.
Well, look, I'd be remiss if I didn't concentrate on what we're looking at, and I'm sure you're interested too. But have you ever had some interest in having a McLaren? Because, like you say, if you've got a means, I don't know. I was a bit rude yesterday about this car, the 2008 that Lewis Hamilton took to the World Championship, because I never liked the fins. Neil Otley was one of the designers at the time, and everybody, I mean, this car particularly, it went through every different wing known to man during the season, I may add. It's a bit like this season for McLaren. They've tried everything. They've thrown the kitchen sink at it. This year they've got it right, and they got it right that year too, because Lewis Hamilton won the World Championship, had to finish 5th at Brazil. It was controversial. It still is to this day, believe it or not. But that car is, no question about it, one of those high-screaming, high-revving RPM to the max. I think Tanner Faust described it as 19,000 RPM, but it screeches, doesn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. I love these motors that rev to 19,000. There is nothing like it. And I will tell you that on Thursday when we were out here doing some testing, I actually went down to the McLaren garage, and there was nobody in there. And I got to be in all by myself and looking at these cars. And I looked at this car, and I thought to myself, I would be terrified trying to get into it, because either A, I'm going to break off a whole bunch of these wings, or B, I'm going to cut myself.
Right. Yeah, it was a very interesting time in Formula One in that respect. I'm going to upset the aficionados by being rude about it. I just love form, and I love design, as I'm sure you do. And there's so many beautiful McLarens, and I just thought there was too much added to that. What is a beautiful racing car, and obviously a championship-winning car. Lewis Hamilton, it worked for him for sure. Lando Norris had a run in it yesterday. And described, not bad for an old man, that Lewis Hamilton. He's doing quite well at the moment. I thought that was great. So that set up Vegas for us. We've got a James Hunt car out there as well from 77, which actually on Friday, Mr. Rossi, Alexander Rossi, tried out. He said it was the only one he could fit in.
Oh, interesting.
Because he is a very tall guy. He's kind of like a Gerhard Berger figure, who also raced McLaren, of course. And they struggled. I remember when Gerhard joined McLaren, it was a bit of a struggle to get him in, because Senna's tiny, Prost was tiny, and most racing drivers are, as it should be. But those guys struggled. Justin Wilson in his time also struggled to get into his Formula One cars and Indy cars in the past. But we've got, Lando Norris, David Malukas just joining the McLaren family. Tony Kanaan just not leaving, but being part as an advisor now, semi-retired, I would say, because he still said today that he will be coming back year after year to Velocity. We welcome him. And finally, we've got Rob Garofal, who is a professional racing driver and test driver for McLaren and does a lot of these exhibitions and outings with McLaren, and they do it regularly. Any of these cars you fancy?
Well, I have to say that I'm particularly fond of the Senna car.
Yeah.
I was actually at Phoenix for the U.S. Grand Prix in 1990 as a guest of Honda.
Ah, right.
And so we were in the pit suites, which were right on top of the garages. And then in between sessions, we would go down and actually be in the garage. And I stood feet away from Ayrton Senna as he debriefed his mechanics after morning practice session. Unbelievable. I love the look of it. You know, you talked about if it looks right, it is right.
Yeah.
I think that car looks perfect. It's really fun to see it. So I love that car. I'm also fascinated with the turbos.
Yeah.
Those were not easy cars to make run. And I'm really impressed that McLaren has taken such good care of those cars and has such knowledgeable people that we get to be able to see those cars out and running, because that's something to make work.
I made a point earlier that commentators like myself kind of almost go overboard on talking about the Prost-Senna rivalry, which definitely, overtook those seasons, and we almost forgot about what they were racing, which was the finest car in the world. And, in that era, McLaren winning, 15 out of 16 races. We shouldn't have been talking about the drivers. We should have been talking about what a fantastic design, as we are now with Newey, and what Verstappen is doing currently.
Right.
And amazing. I just realized how faultful I have been in talking rhapsodically about, obviously, my heroes, Prost and Senna, and I was able to see the last season, sadly, of Ayrton Senna and went to Silverstone when he got the Williams drive and obviously got that car, and the mantle was handing over. Prost was stepping aside, and Senna was stepping into what he thought was away from an uncompetitive McLaren to a Williams that should have taken him to another championship. Sadly, we know in that May Day what happened. But, I can clearly remember, again, an uncompetitive Ford McLaren that didn't go great, but in the hands of Senna at Donington in the wet, race of the century, they say.
Yeah.
And I've got to talk to Damon Hill about that a couple of times, and he was in that race, and just incredible to what he achieved in just 2 laps. So I follow you there, and of course all his exploits at Monaco as well.
Yeah, I think it's just fantastic that McLaren has brought these cars out, running them, and not gently running them. They're exercising them well and letting people see and hear and feel what these cars are all about.
Well, Lando, it's interesting watching him here deal with a gear shift car, which he's never driven. Think about that. I know that sounds crazy to someone like you and me, but not really when you really consider that he's 24.
Yes.
And we are potentially watching, I think, what could be one of the great drivers. I've got a good story for you. You'll like this. If we're talking about McLaren, I met the man you're looking at now, Lando Norris, at 15 in New Zealand, and it was Bruce's sister that gave out the McLaren trophy to the winner of the race on that weekend, Lando Norris.
Oh, wow.
So long before he had any inkling that he would be a McLaren Formula One driver, he received the McLaren trophy in New Zealand. And I said, do you have any idea who Bruce McLaren was? And he didn't say much at 15, but he said, yeah, I know this is pretty special, especially here in New Zealand. And I think now that to watch him here, that kind of brings the full story, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
That he was aware, and winning Bruce McLaren trophies in honor of one of the greats, and now he's representing him. And I think when you put the weight of history on, which I'm sure Zach does most evenings to him, it's a hell of a prize. And I've just heard that we may see this cherished logo on Lando's overalls this weekend.
Oh, that would be awesome.
At Vegas.
That'd be a great tribute.
And I'm saying, well, let's, after the weekend I've had, I want Lando to represent McLaren and get that win, both being a Brit and a big McLaren fan. But here he comes into the pits. We'll take a short break, and we may just get a word with him if we can after this. Join us after the break. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. We've just had a fantastic exhibition from McLaren Formula One, who have brought some of their special cars from the 60-year history of McLaren racing. And it's a real thrill, to be honest, to have. You don't know how it takes a village, as they say. I've got John Dimmer alongside me, Jonathan Green, but you know what it takes to run a modern Formula One car. And I say modern, but relatively so. These are historic cars, but it's not an easy thing. We've got David Malukas, who's just... I'm going to hold your thought on that, because we've just picked up David Malukas, who's out of the car. He's with Taylor.
Live? We are live, but...
Okay. Can I get my hat?
All right, I just caught David Malukas coming out of his car. What a ride that is. You are one of the younger drivers out here just getting your start in IndyCar. What does it feel like to take on a historic car like this with so many legends in front of you right here?
No, it's amazing. What an experience. You know, joining the McLaren family, it's come with a lot of perks, and right here we go. These past 2 days have been incredible. Second time in James Hunt's car there, and I was able to get comfortable and kind of give it my all for 5 laps. I mean, I'm a little bit out of breath there. I was really pushing it to the max, and I was just having a blast. So really good day. Obviously, the Velocity Invitational, incredible. Love the event.
I asked Pato this actually earlier today. If you could drive any car here or in the paddock here where we are, what would it be?
Oh boy, I mean, I would love to get a ride. I mean, Pato's such a lucky dude. I would love to get a ride in the 2008 Hamilton car. But I was able to at least hear it. And I was also under Mika Hakkinen's car. He was able to pass me. I was able to hear the sweet noise for a few corners. I was like, no, come back. Oh, please let me hear it for a little bit longer. So, yeah, any of those cars, I mean, that would be my dream.
And you're here with all these legendary drivers. Have you gotten any great words of advice from them?
Oh, of course. I mean, honestly, my go-to man has been TK, Tony Kanaan. He has been incredible for me. He's helped me so much. And honestly, getting me kind of comfortable with the new Aero McLaren family.
All right, well, thank you so much for talking to me, Dave. We're going to throw to Kev, who's down in Velocity Lane with some more drivers.
Lovely, thanks Taylor. I'm down here as the engines roar up of Group 9, some of the newest and biggest, angriest looking cars that are here. 2006 to 2016, then ALMS, IMSA cars and Le Mans cars. My man Keith has put it on the front row of the grid. Keith, you're in the box seat.
Yeah, it's really good to be here. Jeff and the gang have done a really good job, and it's always fun to race with your friends, the two guys behind me, so we'll try real hard to stay ahead of them.
Yeah, Steve and Spencer are behind you, but what car are you sat in that's hopefully going to stay ahead of them?
Yeah, this is a Zytec 09 LMP1 car, ran Le Mans in 2009 and 2010, and it's a lot of car for an old man like myself, but I try hard, you know.
It's a lot of car for anyone, sir. How long have you owned it, and how often do you get out in it?
You know, I actually have two of them, and I've had it about 3 years, and I'll race some in Europe and some here. I try to get out probably 6 or 8 times a year.
Big Le Mans fan then? This is what it was all about for you?
Oh yeah, these cars are just phenomenal, and you know, it's phenomenal to drive, and you know, there's more car than driver here, that's for sure.
All right, so what's your game plan for this one then? Just give us a quick heads up. How's it going to play out?
Well, I'm just going to pedal as hard as I bloody well can, and hopefully be on the podium ahead of these yahoos behind me.
All right, well, best of luck. There goes Keith, our man in the box seat. I'm wondering, we've got a man about to put up a signboard. Probably it's going to say 2 or 3 minutes. He's giving me the nod like that. I think, Johnny, we'll have to go back to you. I don't know whether we've got time to go to our next man or not. I'm looking. He's looking at me, the man. Have we got time to go? He's got 3 minutes. I think we'll have to go. Johnny, no, go for it. A man's waving at me saying go for it. Come on, Steve, we'll get a quick word with you. Steve, you're in a Pescarolo Morgan. This is a great looking car. Tell us about it.
Oh, it's fabulous. I mean, it's a beautiful car, and it functions so well. It's a treat to drive. We're having a blast out here.
All right, well, listen, I am going to get out of the way because now it's probably about 2.5 minutes. Best of luck. Go well, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Will do.
All right, how about that? We will come back to you then, Johnny, as we are going to the comms for what is Group 9 feature race, 2006-2016. There's some big cars.
There certainly are some very big cars, but don't worry. Kev, they wouldn't run you over in that beautiful shirt. There's no way. Absolutely not. But great stuff, as always, as we look high above the Sonoma circuit. I've got John Dimmer, who's been out in the historic cars, historic Formula One cars. Just as a passing interest, obviously you've been a fan and a collector, and I believe you were saying that, and this is sort of classic California, but you got the car at Pebble Beach.
I did.
And that kind of is the sort of the ultimate. I mean, that's the fairy tale story, isn't it? You go there and you see something and you think, oh, is that for sale?
Well, and for me, I wasn't even looking at the time. I just happened to be down there, and all of a sudden came across the fact that this car was available on auction. And you know, it's a little bit like a Harry Potter phrase. You know, the wand chooses the wizard.
Yeah.
So
here's the best part. You now have become an actual Tyrrell F1 driver.
I have.
Tell us how that comes about.
Yeah, it's a fun story. So myself and my friend John Delane, you know, we had the two cars kind of reconstituted Elf Team Tyrrell on a historic basis, and we ended up getting in touch with the family, and the Tyrrell family is wonderful, but Bob Tyrrell, who runs the commercial operations for the Tyrrell Racing
son,
organization, he's Ken's son, came to us and said, hey, we're about ready to lose our trademark protection for the Tyrrell name. We have to show active use, and we've been out of racing for a while now. But if we can do a deal with you, then we can protect the trademark name. So initially they did the deal with my friend John Delane, and that was back in, I think about 2001 or so. And then John recently retired from competitive driving. And Bob Tyrrell called me up and said, hey, we need to sign you to a driver contract so that we can protect our commercial rights. So I am the last driver signed by the Tyrrell Racing Organization.
$1 a year and you're in.
Yes.
But what a great footnote for all of that you can basically say, yeah, last Tyrrell driver ever.
Yeah, so it's been fun. And in fact, I just had a phone call with Bob Tyrrell here on Monday, and talking about things and telling him I was coming down here and running the Velocity, and he's still the team manager, so we have to report to him.
What interest have you got in this Group 9? Because this is a very eclectic stroke important group as well in its history. We've had so much this year, this weekend, and this year at Velocity, but IMSA, ALMS, the Le Mans stroke cars of the past. IMSA are about to go into what I would say, I was talking to the IMSA, to the WEC folk who are coming back to COTA next September, and they are more excited about the season ahead in 24 than they've been about any season in the last 6-10 years or so, because they really feel that they've got a combination of cars and innovation and technology in those cars that is looking straight to the future, but also for sustainability. And so, like any racing series, you go through ups and downs, and this is some of the greats. We've got the Fords out there, and so on and so forth. But do you like watching IMSA? Do you like that all the long distance cars racing?
Well, so I have a little interesting history. One of my very old friends, and actually a current business partner, is Parker Johnstone.
Okay.
And when he was racing, I was his business manager.
Ah.
And so I was there in the IMSA days, kind of late 80s into the early 90s, and I still consider that to be kind of the glory days. I just love the IMSA GTP cars. Watching those things, at the time I was living in Portland, Oregon, watching those race out there at Portland International Raceway, fabulous. And then IMSA kind of fell off the track for a while.
Yep.
You just kind of lost them. And so I'm actually really happy to see them making the comeback. And it's fun to see the cars that they've got, and just exciting. It's important that we have a good, active, healthy sports car community.
Couldn't agree more. And, Formula One is pushing the bounds of technology. WEC has been doing it, World Endurance Championship, forever, as IMSA has. And they play a huge role in the manufacture of the automobile and the marks that come in. When you see what Cadillac have done recently, you see Porsche have done, obviously, over 50 years, Audi. Everybody's had Panos, of course, here in the States. Ford leading the way here as the pace car things. But, when you think about that Audi R8, for a decade, they totally dominated proceedings, and we all know what Audi did in their time at both Le Mans, ALMS, and IMSA level, it's always been that championship whereby the manufacturers, more importantly than anything else, wanted to play it. Toyota currently.
Right.
Any cars that you know out here that you should talk? We obviously got the Ford GTLMs. We have GTLMs. Rob Kaufman and of course Jeffrey O'Neill. He must be exhausted. I think Jeffrey's planned this brilliantly. He said, well, there could be a few problems with enough wine or fans complaining about, you know, their seat not being as comfortable or the sun not being out. So he's decided, right, if I'm in the car, no one can call me.
Well, I'd seen him. I was chatting with him earlier in the weekend and said, well, so what are you driving? And he went through a list of about 4 cars that he was driving. And I said, you know, to use a little bit of the parlance of the area, I think you've been overserved.
Yes, and as a vintner himself, I think he knew what you meant. Lovely. I think that's great. But we're looking at the Riley. Riley, what a great history they've had. And Spencer Trenery, another one of the great historic drivers of the day and has been for many years. I'm sure you've come across him in your time.
Oh, yeah. It's fun for me to watch this. So Keith Freezer is from my neck of the woods, up kind of in the Seattle area.
Zytec, yep.
And I remember when he was first getting his start, the little sports racer. So it's fun to see how far he's come. And then I'm also particularly interested to watch Steve Romack because he was out with my group earlier driving the March 761, and he's just blindingly fast.
I don't want to be rude here, but I'm going to put you in the category of not Jackie Stewart, but mere mortal. How hard is it for mere mortals to get into not hybrid, but pure racing cars like you own and like we're seeing here, and maybe not be a professional all your life racing driver and take on one of these beasts? There's a lot of respect, but also a lot of learning to do.
There is a lot of learning to do, but you know the reality is it just depends on how hard you want to drive the car. Right. As I tell people, so for me, my Tyrrell, 80% easy car to drive.
Yeah.
You go to 90%, you got to be paying attention. It's, you know, that's a car that at 90%, you know, requires full attention. You want to drive the car north of 95%, and I have done that a time or two, but I'm very diligent in terms of which tracks I choose to drive the car at that level. But if you're going to drive it north of 95%, you've got to be absolutely on it. Because if you make a mistake, you get bit very quickly.
I can imagine. At 96, the car turns around and goes, Sir Jackie, you're parked! But no, I get that, and that is true of any motorsport. You know, it's all very well to get to within half a second. It's all very well to get within 0.2 of a second. If you want to get within 0.1 of a second of an opponent you're up against, or the car that you're racing against the clock in testing, let's say, there's a huge difference.
Yeah, one of the things I'm very grateful for is that the tire technology that we use now in the historic racing, very different than the tire technology they had in the day. And so I have never pulled out a timesheet from any of the tracks that I've been on where I knew Jackie previously ran, because I don't want to try and see whether or not I can go as fast as Jackie Stewart.
Yeah, it's too tempting, isn't it?
So it is. You know, I know I'm not Jackie Stewart.
Yeah.
You know, if I was, we'd be having a conversation because I'd be a triple world champion too.
Yeah.
So I know I'm not anywhere near what he was. So it's just, you know, drive the car, enjoy the experience, push it as hard as you feel comfortable pushing it, but you know you don't have anything to prove to anybody.
Well, and you know, going back to your category of those 4 days of those 4 DFR engines, one of the commentators was here earlier saying, you know, we get better performance now than they did in the day because we know what to do now. Right. And we look after those engines, we strip them, and we fettle them to the point where we know what they can do to keep them going. And I hadn't really given thought to that. Yeah, we know more about it. We can do more. We can put better lubricants. We can put better, you know, we can treat those engines better than they were treated in period.
Yeah.
And that kind of means that they're better than they were in some ways. We've got a full course caution, so we'll carry on chatting. But I hadn't really. Is there anything else besides the engine that in terms of whether it be brake pads, whether it be, I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah, I certainly the brake pad technology is much, much better. I think even though you theoretically are running the same type of shock absorbers, I just think that the manufacturing of shocks, I think the tolerances on the manufacturing of springs all of that's just all a little bit better than it used to be. And, those little things really end up adding up.
I've got to ask you a question. I fell in love with motorsport. My godfather was a guy called Brian Redman. I'm sure you've heard that name.
I did not know he was your godfather.
Well, he's actually my sister's godfather, to be fair. But my dad's listening in right now. He's 87. He was my dad's best man in Burnley at their wedding. Almost killed him because he drove them off in a Bentley at the end of it and was chased out of it. But I've known Brian and Marion and family for a long time. I was James's best man at his wedding. So, yeah, grown up with the Redmonds and loved every minute of it. And, of course, one of the greats, certainly here, and made his name more perhaps in the States than he did in little old England. But a great driver. But that was obviously my introduction, was to go and see Uncle Brian at Brands Hatch in 5000 or whatever he was doing. And I'd take my autograph book and get Clay Regazzoni's autograph or whoever it might be of a weekend. How did you fall in love? Where did you get the...
Boy, I think I have to tell you that really my initial introduction into motorsport was watching the Indianapolis 500.
Right.
When I was
perfect.
When I was growing up as a kid, Memorial Day weekend, the Indy 500 was on the television. That's what we watched. And
I'm sure you've been, and there's a huge difference between watching and being.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I've actually had the opportunity to run the historic F1 car on the road course in Indianapolis.
Right. Oh, fantastic.
I will tell you, I still remember coming down the main straightaway for the first time. So when you do the road course, you actually go down backwards.
Yeah.
But I'm driving down there, and I've found a little gap, and I'm kind of by myself, and I'm driving down this main straight, and I'm thinking, good Lord, this is narrow. And then I'm envisioning the race where they're coming through there at 200 miles an hour and they're 3 wide.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, how do you do that?
Yeah. And by the way, once you go over 200 miles an hour, let's say, in an Indy car, it gets narrower and narrower.
Yes. Yeah, although, the interesting thing, and I don't know that enough people talk about this, so your average fan probably doesn't fully appreciate it. But when you're in these cars, time slows down.
Yeah, exactly.
You move into a completely different time-space continuum.
Yep.
So,
and that's not an exaggeration. I've heard this a lot.
Yeah, the closest thing that I can tell people who don't race as to what it's like is hear stories. People say, well, I got into a car wreck, and
I remember everything about
all of a sudden everything was moving in slow motion.
Yeah.
As a racing driver, that's the world you exist in.
Yeah.
And I distinctly remember when I first started racing that I was out and I was going through a school and the instructor was telling me, okay, when you go down the main straight, look at your gauges, make sure everything's good, check your mirrors, see who's behind you. If your seatbelts are loose, tighten up your seatbelts. And the first time I went down the main straight, it was just zip. And I thought, how do you have enough time to do all of that? And then all of a sudden, about 2 laps later, my mind made the shift. And then I'm driving down and I'm going, okay, look at the mirrors. All right, nobody's there. Look at the gauges, look fine. Belts are okay. And you start looking around. And it is a somewhat surreal experience. But if you can't have your mind shift into that world,
you can't be in a racing car. No.
You can't be in a racing car.
No, and I'll give you an example in a minute, but it just shows me when I hear stories about, I talk to a lot of racing drivers over the years, and I get that a lot about that slowing down and that ability to compartmentalize both speed, both your own situation, what's around you, being aware, and like you say, slowing your whole mind down. And it makes me think, as the scientists will tell you, we don't use a fifth, a tenth of our mind, because when you force it to fight or flight, when you force it to be in a situation that you could kill yourself in, your mind takes over and your body takes over and does strange things that you probably had no idea were possible. And I think if that's possible in a racing car, we haven't even tapped into half of it yet.
Yeah.
And I think as the generations go on, we will learn more about that knowledge and that ability to use that mind and use our ability. I'll give you one story. Jacques Villeneuve, when he was at his heyday in Formula One, I had a sit down with him at Hockenheim, and obviously driving for Williams, and I got the rare opportunity of like 25 minutes with him, and I started chatting to him, and Jack, I knew Jack was cerebral anyway, still is, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but I love him anyway. But I said to him, you guys are different. What makes you guys tick? I never understand. I mean, I said, I know I couldn't be a racing driver. I said, because I don't have that last bit of me that is willing to risk all of it. And I'm talking about Formula One drivers now. Right. I'm not talking about historics. And he said, well, let me give you an example. He said, what you don't understand is we live a different existence than most normal human beings. And he said, let me give you an example of how I can slow my brain down, or it slows down for me, so that I can deal with a racing car with ease. And I'm not being arrogant when I say that. What he said was, think about this. Yesterday, I was out going through the old Hockenheim before all the... So in the forest, and he said, I was in, 5th place, he said, and he said, suddenly I smelled oil. And a millisecond probably, in real time, I smelled grass. And then I smelled metal. And then I came across the accident. And he said, but all of that I had already taken on board way before that I ever saw anything. And then I saw the crash in front of me, and I was able to react. And I thought to myself, and I said, you honestly felt all of those smells and senses? And he said, absolutely. That's where we are. And I mean, it was a stunning comment at the time for me, because I hadn't given any thought to it. But that made me realize what it takes to actually compete at that level.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's incredible just how the body reacts, or I should say, how your body has to react in order to be able to do that in those types of cars. And I mean, I have that experience in my car, and I'm probably 40 seconds a lap slower around this track than Hamilton's car was. So you can only imagine what it's like.
Yeah, but your body and your mind is going, what on earth are you doing to me? Well, listen, we're chatting away because we are under safety, or we have been under safety, because we've had another delay. We've had a few delays here, but we've had some cracking racing. We're watching Fraser, who is a friend of yours, against Stephen Romack, who is one of the best. Trenary likewise. Liebenberg in 3rd place, and it is the number 20 leading the way, the Zytek. God, we haven't used that name in a long time, but yeah, Zytek, of course. A long history in all forms of motorsport, especially in sports car racing, but Formula One, you name it. The LMP1 of Keith leading the way at the moment, a 2009 car, and 2 great Le Mans cars, and then that Riley behind, an IMSA car behind it.
Yeah, it's too bad that they're having to make so many laps under the yellow. Not really sure exactly what went on to produce the full course yellow. I just know that there were a bunch of emergency vehicles out on the track. But, the fans are here. They want to see these cars run. But not only that, the drivers love driving these cars. And being behind the pace car is not what you're looking for.
Well, and also, I do a lot of single-seater stuff with the junior categories in F4 and FR. And I've had a lot of young drivers sat next to me this year talking about how hard it is to maintain under safety, especially a single-seater car, and I'm sure the same is true of sports cars, but because they weren't designed. They were designed, the air cooling, the engine, everything is designed to go fast, and that's when it's optimal, the tyres, everything else. So suddenly the brakes don't work, the tyres don't work, the heating is going overboard, your steering doesn't work, you've got no power steering in a single-seater, so everything is wrong, and the drivers will tell me it's the most physical, frustrating. All the adrenaline is going, where the hell do I go now? You've got me all riled up, and I'm going at 30 miles an hour behind a pace car. This is a tough time for a racing driver.
Yeah, it is a tough time, and of course, a lot of times there's a follow-on incident when the pace car comes off and you go back to right, and that adrenaline's got to go somewhere, and a lot of times it goes into the right foot.
And I'm sure you sit there, because I said, do you make a plan for the restart? And you go, well, you try, but you can't.
Yeah.
I mean, here we go on the restart. You try to do it, but it's just not one of those things, because anything can happen. And if you make too many plans and you stick to that plan, that could be the biggest mistake you've ever made when it comes to racing.
Yeah, and of course, the important thing is on a restart like that, you want to pay attention to your car and your circumstance. Because if you end up trying to base what you're going to do on the guy in front of you, their tires may be a little colder than yours are because of the way the car is set up. And so they might have an issue somewhere, and you're not expecting them to get on the brakes as early as now you get into, again, another one of these situations where, oh, gosh, we just came off a full course yellow, and I'm part of the reason why there's another one.
Well, we spoke to the racing gods, and they've given us back some laps. So
oh,
that's
look at that.
Yeah. So we handed a quick, $20 to the steward, to the race director, and we've now got some laps back. But let's also focus in on, that's the 26. I mentioned the amazing Audi R8 GTM GT3 of 2013 that Bruce Leeson is driving from Carmel. And I was amazed when that car came out. Audi, it didn't look actually as though it was going to change the world. And the lights are out, so we're about to go racing. But it was one of those cars that for a decade totally dominated in its class around the world. Beautiful car.
Yeah. No, it's kind of funny. That car has never really spoke to me.
No, same here.
But having said that, it's been a great car.
And to beat the 911s as it did, and so many other cars, Ferraris included, no mean feat. Well, we're going racing again, finally. The green flag waves, and we're underway. And we've got your mate Keith Frieser. Is it Frieser or Frieser? Frieser at the front in that Zytec LMP1, and it's going to be nip and tuck for second and third place right now between the Riley, the prototype, the Daytona prototype, Gen 1, in third place? What's the hard part of the circuit for you, especially at a time like this when the shadows are coming?
Well, so it's funny that you say that. We were out doing our qualifying session here on Friday, and it was about 3 o'clock.
Somebody went wide.
It was about 3 o'clock, and with the angle of the sun, when you would come up into turn 2, the sun was straight into your eyes.
Ugh.
You could not even see turn 2. That was quite horrifying.
I've got a feeling that could have been the leader,
Yes.
Because suddenly he's disappeared.
Yes.
He came. I definitely saw from the drone that he got back on track, but he went way out into the dirt for a second, and now the 24 of Steve Romack leads comfortably.
So, yeah, well, it could have been that problem with cold tires.
That's more than likely first heavy braking into the right-hander anyway. There he is. Well, he's got back. Now he's on. Now he's frustrated. And you're right. This goes to exactly what we've been talking about now. You've just gone through an adrenaline moment, oh my God, I need new overalls moment, and God, I got that wrong. Why did I do that? God, I should have known better. And you've got to control all of that, haven't you?
You do have to control all that. If you do it right, it can be great. I've turned some of my fastest laps right after I have done something stupid.
Bit of red mist.
Yes. But again, it's one of those, you've got to be in control of your emotions and your abilities. Okay, you had it off, you're frustrated, you got a little additional aggression. If you channel that properly, that can end up resulting in some quicker laps.
Yep, no question about it. I wish motor racing was more affordable, because I think we could teach youth quickly about the disciplines of life in racing. As in life, as in racing, you can learn so much from being around a paddock, not just being a racing driver, but learning about the whole process of working as a team and working in a unit and having to rely on other humans and not just yourself.
Somebody else that just got into the dirt there at the exit of 4.
Well, they're pushed because they're frustrated now, you see. We've held them too long. They're like racehorses, chomping at the bit. Nice story about the Parmentier brothers from Belgium, just from Spa, as we take a look at Chris Liebenberg. And that Mammoth-sponsored 55 car, a beautiful Celine 7. God, I haven't seen one of those for a while. But, 2006. And Celine also great history at Le Mans. Sounds great too. I went to Le Mans when, do you remember the red, white and green Mazda, the Screamers as they were called? They had them at Goodwood last year. And I spent a whole Le Mans as a kid, as a young 25-year-old, just sitting there in the dark, listening to the 8 miles of this Mazda going around. It was like, ee! I was actually talking to somebody who was working that event, and they said we were judging when our car would come around when we could hear the Mazdas, because it was that obvious and that different as a squeal. Great car.
I have never had the opportunity to go to Le Mans, so it's something that's on my wish list.
Got to. Well, you're talking about Brian Redman. I had the privilege of literally hanging out with Brian when Aston Martin returned to Le Mans. And he, of course, was basically their factory driver along with a couple of others. But they got 10th place. Brian never won Le Mans. He did it so many times. And so many great teammates from Siffert to Ix to Bell to you name it, but just never won it.
Yeah, it takes a lot to win that race.
It takes a lot of luck, too.
Well, you got to have a good car, you got to have a good team, you got to have good co-drivers, but you got to have good luck.
Yeah, there's so many instances, and you could write books on the guys that nearly made it. I was talking to Martin Lauber yesterday, and he said his son's favourite car is that car, because it's the Hot Wheels car. That's the one I like, Dad. Drive that one.
So, well, that's okay. Whatever gets him interested.
Absolutely. It's funny, I didn't grow up in the era of Hot Wheels. I grew up in the era of Matchbox cars, and I used to have an Emerson Fittipaldi JPS, and I used to have a Mario Andretti. I had that Yardley McLaren that was out there today. So, that was how I started out, was to watch all that, or to collect those kind of things. Now, that's the 911. That's the 991 GT3R from 2016. So that's probably our most modern car out there at the moment.
Well, I was a Hot Wheels kid. And
Not
actually,
bad.
I have an interesting story about that.
Go for it.
My dad's fraternity brother in college graduated with a mechanical engineering degree and ultimately found his way to Mattel.
Oh.
And was one of the guys that invented Hot Wheels.
Ah, great
And
story.
so when my folks would go down to, the Los Angeles area and they'd stop in to visit him,
Pick up a
every
Hot Wheel.
time they came home, I had new Hot Wheels. So I had
no
cars
wonder you were into
and
it.
tracks and all kinds of great stuff. And I laugh because, now they're very collectible. And I'll look on eBay or whatever every now and then and see one of these cars and it's selling for some ridiculous sum of money.
Oh, yeah.
And I said,
Collector's items.
Oh, yeah. I had one of those. But it's not anywhere near collector's condition.
I know.
Because, my buddies and I, we used to tape caps on the front of them, and you'd start them off at one end and smash them into each other. And
Yep.
it was great fun.
Absolutely. Now, Henri Pescarola is a name that you will not forget. And, of course, there is the 2011 Pescarola Morgan. Don't see that too often. Steve Romack and is about to take the final lap in that Pescarola. But Henri, synonymous with Le Mans, of course. I don't know how many times he won Le Mans. It was probably 5 or 6. I can't remember. But he has been an institution there over the years. Many times participant and names car after his name. That just shows you what you mean to both the mark and to the event. But Steve Romack's going to wander on because Keith Fresher sadly went wide and will finish still third. But Romack making his way now to the last few corners here in our Group 9 feature race.
Yeah, Steve was talking with me a little bit about how challenging it is to make the change from driving his March Formula One car from 1976 and then getting into this car and driving this car.
Oh, chalk of cheese, right?
So, yeah, I mean, this is paddle shifters, two pedals,
This is a video game in comparison.
Yeah, the March 761 5-speed manual gearbox. And
out of turn 11 he comes here at Sonoma, and the lights blazing as the sun goes down here. It's been a wonderful day, and it's not over yet as the checkered flag waves for Steve Roback, who takes that Pescarola Morgan from 2011 to a wonderful victory. Sad that we had a little bit of a safety car there and had to slow things down. Keith Fraser, who led for a long time in the Zytec, or ZTEC, whatever you prefer, 2009, in second place in the LMP1 Zytec, and then in third, Spencer Treneray in that Riley Gen 1 Daytona prototype. That's the top three. Doug Barron fourth, Bruce Lesson in fifth place, Lauren Beggs, Alan Turpins in seventh, Ken Say in eighth, Thomas Parmentier in ninth, and Carrie Einlaw in 10th. My thanks to John Dimmer, for coming in. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to talk to you and get an insight. I saw your car, as I said, and I had to come and introduce myself because I knew you had a story in it, and it is a great one.
So, well, thank you very much. I enjoyed being here. Really appreciative to the Velocity folks for having such a great event and such great cars, and look forward to doing this again in future years.
I'm sure we will, and I'm sure you'll be back, and I'll be watching your progress now. How many events do you do a year?
I'll probably do about 5 to 6 events a year.
Perfect number. Well, listen, thank you for joining us here in the booth, and thank you for entertaining us here out on track. It's been a wonderful weekend. We'll take a short break here at Velocity Invitational. The sun is going down, but we're not done yet. Oh, no, we're not done yet. We've got Minis and Mustangs coming your way, and the latest Fords. Stay with us.
Well, it may have taken me 2 days to find it, running around the pit and the paddock, but I'm pleased to say I have finally gone beyond the velvet rope and got myself into the Taylor Farms Sip and Saver Wine Pavilion. An Englishman couldn't come to Sonoma, California, the heart of wine country, without tasting a drop of something fruity and red or sweet and white. And a quick little chat with a lovely young lady over there who goes by the name of Amanda, and I've been furnished with a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon that I think even my good pal Johnny Green would be pleased to taste. However, while I'm getting comfortable in here and seeing off this, Johnny still has the Ford performance cars to bring you and 1 hour of Minis versus Mustangs. So I've either got to finish this quickly and run up to comms and join him, or I've just got to settle back and relax and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Either way, thanks ever so much for your company. Cheers.
There's a straw in here, and it's very short, I'm sure. I don't know how you manage it. I tell you what, Kev, you're a blessed man. It must be the shirt, I think. I think that's what it is. You've won the shirt competition. I failed miserably. I thought the hat would win it over. But no, you get the glass of wine. I shall follow on and try to join you at some point, because you have got it right, my friend. Now, I am joined as we are about, hopefully, to see some Ford cars. But before we do, because they're not out yet, I won't introduce it because I'm waiting for the Fords to come out. So we'll take a short break. I may go and join my friend Kev for a quick glass of red, but I don't think I'll have time. Anyway, we'll take a short break here from Velocity. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, and yes, by that last advert you just saw, Velocity Invitational. It's not just about the past, it's also about the future. That was a beautiful electric boat you just saw there, and we've got one here in the paddock, so people have been taking a look at that. And I've got Marco Signoretti again. I love it. I love your last name. It's fantastic. But Marco's joining me again because you joined me yesterday to talk about some of the hypercars and also the latest from Ford. I'll say it again, if you're joining us for the first time, exciting times for Ford Motor Company. If we have been looking at the Model T from 1911, all the way through the iterations of the Mustang and so many other great cars, the future and the current Ford is looking so exciting with so much going on. Jim Farley's got his work cut out, and meanwhile he races historics most weekends, so it's great to celebrate the great American company that is Ford. We've got a great display down, we've got the latest cars here, and Marco, tell us first of all how you fit into all this, because you do quite a lot of driving.
I'm a race and development driver for Multimatic Motorsports and Ford Performance, and we've been working pretty hard recently, pumping out all these great new cars. Obviously, there's a new revision of the Mustang, the S650. So
what do you think of it?
I love it. Yeah, I've got the privilege to drive both the road car and the track car, working on the Dark Horse R, which is going to compete in the Mustang Challenge. And then we're also running the GT4 car, and the GT3 is also coming out as well. So a lot happening in 2024. We're definitely busy, but it's always good to be busy.
And it's interesting because Ford, to be honest, aren't known as a factory. Yes, when they want to go to win Le Mans in '66, sure, it's all hands on pump. Everybody gather round. But you mentioned the Mustang Challenge, which will be a one-make series. I hadn't given thought to the fact that they never, as a factory, they never race Mustangs.
Yeah, no, it's something I think we're all looking forward to, and the customers are definitely really excited about it. Out of the box, everyone's got a spec car. There'll be two classes, pros and gentleman driver or a masters, and I think that gives a great, area for everyone to compete in. And you start off with the Dark Horse R, which is a more competitive road car. So you take the road car, you put all the race bits on it. You get a cage and racing brakes, and it'll run a slick. And then if you want to advance from there, you'd go to GT4. And then if you want to go further from there, there's GT3. So it's really incredible what Ford has put together recently.
And just explain to a lot of people who may not be, we hear those names, GT3, GT4. Explain the difference between a GT3 car and a GT4.
Right, so a GT4 car would be closest related to the road car. So we have a bit of freedom in... they're both built to a rule book, but you have a bit of freedom in aero and styling. But the GT4 will resemble a road car far more than a GT3. Mm-hmm. GT3 races at a international level as well as the GT4, but the beauty about the GT3 is far more aero, and they get a bit more horsepower. But the biggest difference would be aero.
And before half the internet tells me or puts me in my place about Ford going racing as a company, I do know that they do that. But you've got to remember that NASCAR, Trans Am, these are teams and these are silhouette cars, and they are not factory works teams. It's rare that Ford have gone as a works team racing, is what I was trying to get at just then. Now, what have we got on track?
So on track right now is our brand new Ford GT Mark IV. So they've taken the newly revised road car from 2016 and gone multiple steps further. So they took the road car, the GT, and they also went and raced it in 2016 as the GTLM.
Yeah, it's interesting because, obviously I'm showing my age, but I remember when that car came out, and 2016 to me doesn't seem that long ago, but in the real world of people who are young, that's a long time ago.
Yep, and we're at the Mark IV now, which is pretty great, but I'll get into this a bit later with the specs of this car, but you took the GTLM car, which is built, again, to a very strict rule book, ended up running with about 480 horsepower because the car was so slippery at Le Mans in the straight lines. So
When you say that, what do you mean?
Just drag. So the surface area in the front is really small, and if you look at the flying buttresses on the side of this car, it's almost shaped like a teardrop, and it cuts the air so efficiently that if they gave us similar horsepower to the competitors, we'd walk away from them. So they actually dialed us back so we could race against the other OEMs.
That's fascinating.
So we had that car, and then we thought, man, we have all the engineering done to make like an Evo of this car almost. So let's do Ford GT Mark II. So they take basically, it's an unrestricted version of the race car, and built 50 of those. And it's got 730 horsepower and the downforce that the race car could never have. And then this is another step further. This has 2,400 pounds of downforce, 800 plus horsepower, 900 newton meters of torque. It's a rocket ship.
You're getting into Formula One realm here.
Yeah, no, it's very quick. It's a proper GT car. It runs times similar to LMP2.
What's the plan with it?
Well, this is track day only, so a customer car. We're building 67 of them for the year 1967 when the Mark IV was initially released. And it's incredible. It's so capable. The braking performance, well over 3G of braking. And look, it's just flying 2,400 pounds of downforce. You can imagine what the driver and the co-pilot are going through right now.
And what I love about this is when a company like Ford, who, let's face it, since their DNA was to invent a car, Henry Ford said, I want to build a people's car, and there are others that have done it, in other countries like Germany and Italy and so on and so forth, and Great Britain, with the Mini or the MG. But with Ford, they never aspired to necessarily take on a Ferrari and so on and so forth. So these cars are special for a mass production company, is what I'm getting at. And I'm sure it doesn't matter whether you own a Ford, a simple Ford Fiesta back in the day, or just a regular go to the shops Ford, to be part of that legacy and to see that that name on the side of the car is absolutely fantastic to see. We're going to go down to Taylor as we watch this demonstration of Ford performance. Taylor, what have you got down there?
Hey Johnny, I'm down here on the grid for what is one of my favorite races, Minis versus Mustang. I've got Ethan and I've got Mike here. They're on starting position 2, correct?
Yeah.
Ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready to go. We got Mike in the car. We got a strategy for the race. There's a Mini supposed to be here, but it looks like they've had a little bit of challenge, and we're just ready to go out and put on a show for Velocity Invitational and enjoy our experience here. It's really been special.
You absolutely are. I see you've got your America hat on. I love it. You're really pulling out for the Team America here.
Absolutely. Hey, we're racing Mustangs in America. You got to have the hat. You got to have the shoes. We got the car. We got the package to do it. And now we got to have a little bit of racing luck. Mike is the defending champion from last year. I was his coach, and we're working together. Really honored that he asked me to drive this year. It's really a special personal experience for guys who've been friends for 30 years. And Velocity Invitational puts on a special event. We appreciate Greenlight TV being here to put it out to the fans and everybody there. Thanks for rooting us on.
I love it. Well, let's get a word from Mike. You're in the driver's seat, ready to go. What's your thoughts? I want to hear a little strategy if you're able to share it.
I just heard him. He almost made me cry. Oh, no. I can't see out of my visor now. Oh, no, he's my best buddy. I'm honored to have him co-drive with me. Minis are a great bunch of guys. Cars are fast. They're everywhere, and the competition is fierce.
Absolutely. All right. Well, best of luck out there. Hold strong for Team America. Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Thank you very much.
All right, let's move along. I'm going to find a Mini driver to talk to. I don't think they'll have that beautiful cowboy hat. Absolutely love that. Let's talk to this team. I spoke to you yesterday. How y'all doing today?
Good. This is Oliver.
Oliver, are you ready to go?
Ready to rock.
Ready. What's your strategy now to pull up to the front? You got to take on these 2 Mustangs right in front of you. What's your strategy?
Try to stick to them, build a gap behind me, find some pace, and get past them as soon as I can.
I love it. All right. Well, I'm rooting for you right here in this beautiful color car.
Thank you.
Have a good race. Let's move along. We've got some more Minis. Look at that. 2 Mustangs. Mini, Mini, Mini. Let me see if I can reach in.
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing today?
Fabulous.
I love it. What's your strategy going into this today?
Stay out of the dirt.
Stay out of the dirt. I love it. You guys are racing at night, so I see these beautiful lights come on. How does that make it a little bit different as opposed to racing in the daytime?
Not too much, really. I mean, you can see the car in front of you, and that's probably all you really need to see anyway. So the lights, it makes it more interesting, and you can't see outside, on the sides of the car. So it looks like you're driving down a tunnel, but that's okay.
That's okay, because you're still outdoor. We're all good.
Exactly right. It's the only place to go.
That's the only place to go. Last question, Minis versus Mustangs. Which one? Go.
What?
Minis or Mustangs?
Oh, Minis, come on. They're fast, but we're better.
I'm just trying to trick you up. You got it.
I know.
Have a good race out there. Let's move along. I'm going to skip over one Mini. Get back to our Mustang. How's it going, fellas? I've got both of my drivers here. How are you doing? You're jumping in second half.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the plan?
The plan is to be smart. If we see a long yellow, we're coming in early. So normally we go 10 laps and that's it. Today we're going for it.
I love it. All right, and we've got our driver and our first half driver in. How are the nerves? How you feeling? Ready to go?
Oh, I'm relaxed. You just woke me up from my nap. So, I always have a little pregame nap before every event.
What other kind of pre-race strategy you got going on?
Well, we think we're, as my co-driver said, we're going to try to be smart, stay out of trouble until we make our driver change, and then go for the gusto.
I love it. All right, have a good time out there, yeah?
Thank you. We sure will.
Beautiful. Let's move along. I get to stay on the Velocity lane all day. How you doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing good.
Doing good. All right. I love this color car. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, I built this car back in the late 90s. Raced it for a number of years. Steve Phillips bought it from me. And we've known each other for a long time, and it's great to co-drive together.
Absolutely. And Steve, tell me a little bit about driving here on Race Sonoma. How is that track for you?
Well, this is a track I actually learned to race on way back when, and I haven't raced here in a while, a few years, but hopefully it comes back, with time, get more track time. Hopefully I get faster as the time progresses. We'll see.
What did you learn? What kind of car did you learn to race on this track with?
A Sprite, H Production Sprite, Austin Healey, and that was back in like the late 70s.
How do you like driving the Minis here?
They're great. I got hooked on Minis a few years after driving the Sprite and kind of got out of it and got back into it and been into them ever since. And they're great.
I love it. Well, have an excellent race, gentlemen. Best of luck out there. We're keeping going all the way down. We've got car number 35. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing great, thank you.
Ready to race? I like your red suit. You're in that fire mode, ready to go to the top.
Ready to go. We had a good finish last night in 9th position, and hoping to improve on that and maybe get ahead of my former race car, which is right next door to me.
Ooh, a little competition I see. So that's going to be the main battle for you. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we used to have 3 Minis back in the 1970s, and that car next door was the one I won 2 championships with in 16 straight races. And my brother had the number 61, and our mechanic had number 63. All 3 of those cars are in the race. Christoph Fish has been kind enough to let me drive his car this year and last year. So last year we had a 5th overall, 2nd in Mini, and we hope to do maybe as well this time.
I love it. Well, best of luck out there on the track. I can't wait to see that competition.
Yeah, we got some great competition. We appreciate your great coverage, too.
Well, thank you so much. All right, we're still going. Here we go. I remember doing this last year. I get to talk to everybody on the grid. All right, are you Randy, or is that your co-driver?
No, that's the original owner of the car.
Oh, wow. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, Randy Unsby is sitting over there, built this car in the early 60s, and he campaigned it as a race car pretty much right out of the showroom. So I'm honored to be driving this car with so much history, but the man himself is right over there.
How is it driving this car out on the track? Are you feeling emotions when you're out there, just all of the history? Or are you just going for it, having a little fun?
It's just huge fun. I drive a lot of other kinds of cars that maybe would be considered a little more serious in some ways, but this is a real race car. It's very capable, and the biggest thing is just a hoot. It's just really fun.
Absolutely. Well, we have a lot of fun watching you guys as well.
Thank you. We'll try and put on a show.
That's what we're here to see. All right, best of luck, sir. We're still going. It's a mini parade. Come on down. I got to switch sides. Sir, we're still going. Sir, did you know that you're driving on the wrong side of the car?
Well, this car came from New Zealand.
Oh, really? Tell me a little bit more.
Well, the car came from New Zealand. It's been raced all its life. I've talked to the previous owners from Facebook, and it's a 1966 Morris, a knockdown car. So the car was actually shipped to New Zealand, all in pieces, and it was assembled in New Zealand back in '66.
Wow, and then now you're here racing it. How is it handled?
Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We drove here with trailer. So I'm really excited. Went to Monterey a couple of years ago. Wanted to come back. We're going to try and come back every 2 years. So I'm pretty excited. And I got a really good co-driver, Dave Morgan. He's one of the best in Canada. You'll see it today.
I love it. It's an international show.
Yes, it is. For everything. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Love to hear it. Have a good time out there.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along. Here we go. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Oh, my goodness. So tell me about driving this car.
This car is so easy to drive. All we have to do is put gas in it and check the tires.
So what you're saying is that we could switch right now. If you could just hand me over that helmet.
Absolutely could.
All right, we're in, guys. I gotta go. I'm just kidding. So tell me a little bit more. How'd you get started in racing?
This is my first year racing. The reason why I started racing is because I got Julie Racine, who owns this car, to agree to drive with me. So we are an all-women team, all-female team with a 7-year-old crew chief.
How does that work?
Her dad is back there somewhere, but if you haven't seen her, she's in all bright green overalls. Her name is Penelope, and she has been awesome.
So I was right in saying that I could absolutely join this team. Yeah.
It's an all-women team.
I am in. All right. I know who I am rooting for sure. Oh, look at. Oh, my gosh. Here we go. George, follow me over here. I got to speak with her. Penelope? Are you Penelope? I'm Taylor. Nice to meet you. You look stunning in your little green suit. You are the crew chief, I hear.
I'm Taylor. Nice to meet you. You look stunning in your little green suit.
Do you make all the changes to the car? You're in charge, right? The boss, number one?
Yeah.
Yeah. And are you excited to see this race today?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And who's going to win?
Anita and Julie.
I love it. All right. Well, thanks for being in charge here. You're doing an excellent job, all right? You stay with it. All right, let's keep going. We're heading down to the end of the grid. Follow me over here, around to the other side of the car. How's it going, sir?
Hey, going well.
Minis or Mustangs?
Minis.
Okay, I've been yet to trick somebody up on this.
All minis all the time.
All minis all the time. Tell me about your start in racing.
Tell me about
your start in racing.
My start. Well, this about 18 years of racing, all different types of cars. My son and I are racing this together today, so a little father-son racing, which is really special, and just excited to be out there. We're based on lap times. We should probably be top 5, top 6. So we had a little mechanical, so we're starting a little farther back. So it's going to be fun.
It's going to be some work to get to the front. You got any secret plans, strategy?
Try to be smooth.
Try to be smooth. You gotta be smooth to finish, right?
Absolutely.
That's what I like to hear. Well, have a great race out there, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. We still have more. I still have time to get to you. I wouldn't stop that. How are you doing today?
Doing great.
Doing great. Tell me about your time at Velocity Invitational so far.
Oh, it's been fantastic. Fantastic event. Loving it.
You haven't had a chance to drink some wine, I would hope, right?
I hope so. Isn't that why we're here?
Just not yet.
No, not yet. Not until after the race.
Not until after the race, but what a race it's going to be. Yesterday was quite exciting. Anything coming from yesterday's race that you're ready to bring into today?
Well, we had a mechanical failure and didn't finish, so I hope to finish.
That's what we like to see.
Exactly.
I like it. Well, best of luck out there, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, we've got a few more. And I've got another pair of drivers. Are you the co-driver? Stay with me. You're good. You're good. Starting out in the race. How are you?
Doing great.
Doing great. Tell me about the race yesterday. How'd it go for you?
Well, we had a mechanical failure as well. So I got all the driving, and then he had to wait around for a broken car. So hopefully I can get him back in one piece today.
That's okay. Sometimes starting in the back with that mechanical error, it gives you a chance to really, you're gunning for that top, right? You've got another opportunity to really show off, right?
Yeah, really excited about it. Hopefully we'll do a good job, and then I'll get in the car and finish.
There we go. All right, best of luck out there. All right, let's keep it going. Let's see if these drivers can hear me now that they've started up their engines. Hi, how's it going?
Doing great. How about you?
I'm doing absolutely excellent. You look ready to go as always.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for this one. This is going to be fun.
Anything yesterday that you're ready to improve upon, or that the car finds improvement?
The car to finish this time.
we've had the engine apart and we've lost an engine, so it'd be nice to finish this one. So.
Well, I have all the faith in you. You got it out there.
Yeah, thanks. It's going to be great.
All right, have a good race, sir. All right, let's see if we can keep going. We're back to Mustangs. We had a lot of minis. Now let's get to Mustangs. How you doing today?
I'm doing great.
You guys are starting at the back, which is almost a good thing. It gives you a lot of drive, a lot of energy to kind of really push your way to the front.
That does. Unfortunately, car broke down yesterday, which is why we're starting at the back, but it should make for a good start. Figure out how to dice up the minis on the front straight.
It should actually be. You're the guy to watch right now, taking these guys right on those straightaways, being able to pass them.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a couple spots to pass the minis, but out here at Sonoma, they're pretty neck and neck, and so it's a good, fun race.
All right. Well, have a good race out there. Thanks for chatting with me.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. The engines are firing up. It is the last race of the day, and it is going to be great. You don't want to miss this one. Johnny, let's get to it.
The ultimate grid walk. Taylor, good work. All the way to Matt Johnson. She did the entire grid. Well done, that girl. Well, this is the big one, and I brought in the heavy guns for this one. We've got Adam Smith from Auto Mondial, who is a Brit through and through, but loves his muscle car, so he's ready for this. I've got Kev Harris. I've dragged him out of the bar, because, you know, you can only have so much red wine before the start of the Enduro race. But guys, welcome along. Bit of fun this, but a great contest as always. And if the pace car stays out there, which is a Ford, by the way, because Marco's driving it, who was in here a moment ago, I think that's the best hope they've got of winning against our minis.
Yeah, Johnny, my money's on that Ford all day long. And can I just clear the air? I was nothing more than a media puppet moments ago when you saw me armed with a glass of red wine. They said, Kev, you've got to hold this wine. Kev, you've got to taste it. Kev, you've got to drink it. And I said,
good job they didn't send me.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole point. They said, yeah, Kev Harris, you can look after that. But no, I wasn't going to leave a man on the battlefield while there's still a race going down. I thought, no, I'll pop my wine glass down and go and see how my mate Johnny Green's doing. And Mini versus Mustangs is where we're finishing the day once again.
Adam, you've had the easy job of enjoying the hell out of this weekend, haven't you? I know you've been working. I'm being a little bit rude, but you've had a good time. What have you learned?
Oh, I've had a great time. I've learned that there's a lot of cool cars in America and a lot of British ones as well.
Well, and have you got the same appreciation now that I have that the Americans love European cars? Most of the guys driving the minis, the odd Brit maybe, but most of the Americans. It's great.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. And, you know, we don't hear that much about it back in the UK.
No, we don't.
How big a scene it is here.
I think they'd be very proud, actually, to see how much loved the little Mini is.
Oh, absolutely. I am proud.
I am very proud. And, by the way, Don Racine and his brother, Dennis won last night.
Fantastic.
And did you notice, as Taylor was going down the grid, how many conked out did not finish the race? So we've got some hungry boys out there.
Yeah, this race, like you say, some didn't finish last night. Let's not forget, we're going for 50 minutes now. This is an endurance, not a sprint. We're putting
with a pit stop.
With a pit stop, of course, and the driver change. We're putting a lot of pressure on these little engines, some of these old cars. Don Racine does a great job of tuning them. Yeah, they've got a lot to get through in the next 50 minutes then, the last feature race of the day. And Johnny, you've been commentating all of these. You must be near worn out.
No, I'm ready for this. This is what I'm gonna give you the whole blurb. Are you ready? The Ford versus Mini rivalry could said to have started back at the famous Monte Carlo rally back in 1964, where Ford featured its V8-powered Falcon and BMC ran its greatly underpowered Mini Cooper. This rivalry has continued over the years and is incarnate in this battle tonight, Mini versus Mustang, the vintage cars that will take place here this weekend. That's right, it is David and Goliath. And let's get to the serious, before we have some fun with this, let's get to the serious side of this. You would never pit these two cars against each other. Pure American muscle against the tiny Mini that I had a teacher, we used to pick his car up at night and hide it somewhere, because there was about 10 of us. Because that's what you do. That's what we did in England. It's a Mini, and you can park it anywhere. But you would never race against muscle cars, surely.
No, well, and that's the beauty of it. You don't get this anywhere else. The little Mini against the big Mustang. Completely different. The Mini, nimble, agile, lightweight through the corners. but it doesn't have the power of that Mustang that can just fire away on the straights.
And I actually think we've had this race at Laguna Seca, and we've also had it here. But I actually think here is a better place to see what we've just been talking about, which is that kind of juxtaposition between power on the straights and the nimble. I mean, watching these guys through the carousel, they go around the outside, and they can do it here. Now, there's a bit of smoke coming out of one of the minis there. I don't know what's gone on there, but he's smoking rather heavily. Like I said, if I were Ford, if I were Jim Farley watching this, I'd tell that pace car to stay out there until it's safe.
Yeah, that pace car is quite something, Johnny. And you had the man in the box earlier who's driving it now, and who's one of the development drivers for it.
That's not right. That's a smoke screen. This is Wacky Racers. They've got the smoke screen out.
Look at it.
Save it for later.
Devious
You'll need
British
it.
tactics.
Yeah, this is good devious British tactics. No, he's pulling off, and he's about to smoke the whole pit lane up. But we've got them line astern. Mustangs, Minis. Here we go. The lights are blazing. Now, that's an advantage also to the Minis. Maybe that's the plan tonight. Let the sun go down and blaze them out of the place.
Yeah, this is one of the great things.
Pulls up.
Oh.
And we're about to go racing. That 111 on the right-hand side is the lead Mustang. And then it's Don Racine and Dennis Racine, the winners of yesterday's race in the 177. This, the Group 10 feature race, the last hurrah, as away go the muscle cars. And straight away, it's a 1-2 for the Mustangs. But hold on, folks. Yes, they'll struggle up the hill with the Minis, but it ain't over yet, boys. Into turn 2 they go. Cresting the hill. It's a bit of a blind hill now. With the sun going down, it's going to be a little bit harder. But now, watch the Minis come into their own as we turn this right-hander and start to go downhill towards the carousel.
This is a great scene, Johnny. You've been up here on comms all weekend long, but the aerial shots that we're getting at this racetrack are just second to none. This is just, well, it's a great way to finish the weekend, isn't it?
I know, and I've become a bore about drones because I've drone on about drones, like you could say. But no, I just love the way you can really see a racetrack so much better from above and really get a perspective of the racing. As we go into and out of the carousel, you can see the lead group of, 5 cars starting to pull away. The Mustangs using that power, but it ain't over. Don't count them out. Here comes, I think it's, first and foremost, we've got Ethan Wilson and Mike Bellacchio in the 111. That's the lead Ford Mustang. Then Don Racine, and we're mentioning 2 because we are doing a compulsory pit stop, so that's why each of the cars has 2 drivers, and that can be a strategy play. You heard one of the drivers say, yeah, we'll wait for a yellow flag, then we'll take our pit stop. And that's what happened yesterday. This car was due to win the number 80, but he just kind of chose the wrong time to take the pit stop and got literally a lap down.
The interesting thing about this one, Johnny, is I wasn't with you last night when we were on last night's race, but I was with you last year.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
The 111, the 1966 Ford Mustang of Mike Bacchioccio. Forgive me, Mike, if we're getting your name wrong, but he was our winner last year.
He was, yeah.
He won this last year, so I reckon he's come back looking to do exactly the same again. But as car number 80 in the Golf livery there of Seth Burgett, has he got other ideas this year?
Could be. And Adam, we've been talking all weekend about how the Americans took what we sent over after World War II, pretty much, and sort of carved up and did their own thing with, threw a Chevy in there, got some big bore going. But you can't do that with the Mini, really, can you?
You really can't. You do well to fit a big V8 in that.
Although I'll say one thing about the Mini that I never had any thought for. My brother-in-law is 6'2", got straight in a Mini, no problem.
Did he?
Yeah.
They're spacious. They're spacious.
They are, and what is remarkable, you can't fit, huge engine blocks in these things, but when you walk along that row and you take a look with Don and Dennis Racine and they've got the bonnets up and you have a look at what they have squeezed in there, it's remarkable. It's remarkable.
I know you've been watching the Minis like I have for the last few years, and we go back to talking about what Don and Dennis have achieved. I mean, it's a huge following of Minis in this country.
Yeah, it's a huge following. It really is. As we are live then with the pictures, as we have 2 Mustangs leading the way. Lights ablaze then in number 80 on the Golf livery of this one then, just rounding the corner. That's our man Seth, I think, driving this one. But ahead of him, though, down the road, the number 111. So, Johnny, you were watching this race yesterday and calling it. How was it playing out? The Minis are way more nimble than the Mustangs. The Mustangs have got the out-and-out power on the straightaways. But did we end up with a fairly close match come the finish?
Well, we did, because, like I said, we had a bit of a delay and a yellow flag. That helped the Minis a little bit. They also ganged up on the Mustangs by going 3 wide and making sure that they couldn't get past. So you can see that a little bit of gamesmanship going on here. Let's work together, boys. And let's because the pride is broken now. The Americans are all over the place. They haven't slept because they've been very upset by being trounced by the European Minis yesterday. And it was a good victory, I have to say. They took it in style. But the 80 is now kind of being the hare. We've got a truck on track and right by our commentary position by the looks of things, or just out of turn. Oh, no, he's not. He's not on track. No, he is.
Yeah, it does appear to be the white truck there with the orange lights on.
Okay.
I don't see any stationary cars.
Yeah, that's a weird one. We'll see. We'll see if it changes the pattern here. Fastest lap, though. There's a parked car. It's the 00. And let's have a look at who that would be. That is the 00 of Thomas Parmentier, the Belgian. Oh, you spoke to him, I think.
Yeah, we did. We spoke to Thomas yesterday. He's not only running the Mini, but he's also running a rather nice-looking Porsche, isn't he? With the is it Cafe Patron?
I think it is,
logo?
Tequila brand. Yeah. Black car.
Yeah.
Again, fantastic shot coming into the carousel this time from a different angle, obviously, from the drone pilot. Lorenzo, our drone pilot for the day, flown in straight from Italy. One of the best in the world. He does the Red Bull Air races. You name it. It's great to have him on board.
Yeah.
Great expense.
Yeah, excellent work from Lorenzo today. Jetting off later this evening.
Yeah, he'll be in Vegas. He'll be back to Italy, but then coming back to Vegas, right. Of course, for the Formula One.
Of course.
Now, lights blazing. Surely the Minis can play sort of COVID here. They can use the darkness. I love the LEDs on the outside. Why do you have the LEDs just on the right-hand side? I don't get that yet.
I haven't worked that out. I saw that last night. I saw some
Come
LEDs.
on, Adam, you're our expert.
Your guess is as good as mine on that one.
It's a good one, isn't it? They've all got they've got LEDs. It's the pit. Well, is it though? Now I'm just being told by my learning director it's the pit wall side, but is it?
Well, you would think it is the pit wall side. That would make sense.
Because the left-hand side is the pit wall side in this race.
Yeah.
So, Maxie, I beg to differ. He stands corrected, and he is standing. There you go. I'm getting word in my ear. You see, I get advice. You think I'm coming up with these nuggets? No, I'm being told what to say. Seth Burgett are leading the way. The twins. Actually, no, he's on his own.
Is he on his own? He's doing the full stint.
Yeah, he does the full stint.
So he still has to do a pit stop, but he doesn't have to do a driver change.
Just to get out the car. So he has a little bit of a rest.
Yeah.
But that's why the 80 almost won, because I think he gets dialed in and gets riled up because he just sat there for a long time. He's just done the fastest lap at 150.9. So he's taken it to him. He's well ahead when you consider that Andrew Waite in 5th place is running 2:05. So, he's well up there and taking it to him in that Shelby GT500. Now, I would never say, oh, hey, I've got a Shelby GT500. I'm sure I want to take you on in your Mini. Now, if we were going around the hedges of Banbury,
yes,
then we'd have a better chance.
Well, what's worth remembering is it's 50, 60 years since these cars first raced. And in that time, they've worked out how to make Minis more powerful.
Yeah.
But they've also worked out how to make the Mustangs handle better.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, absolutely. And I think, and like I said, that there is a serious epitaph, if you will, to this, which is, the Americans all and every American that I know will always say, well, what do you get to the ground? What's it do in the quarter mile? What's it do? And it's all about power. That's how they're wired. That's what it's all about. Muscle cars is the key, and it doesn't matter what we're talking about. And so therefore, it didn't matter what it did because obviously, that's the car that's being towed away. But drag strips as we have here at Sears Point, Sonoma. It's all about setting speed, and they never worried about the corners. And then road racing comes along, and Ken Miles says, oh, well, I'll show you what to do with a small displacement car. And suddenly things changed a little bit. Not that they discouraged the big muscle, but then Carroll Shelby thought, well, how can I get the best of both?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's kind of where a lot of this all developed. And so there was a serious side to it because the smaller displacement cars were great and nimble around the road courses, especially places like Watkins Glen, Road America, and here at Sonoma, Laguna. So there's a lot of action going on off track at the moment.
There is, and I just want to name check a good pal of mine, Randy Unsby, from the Mini fraternity, who's been emailing me some great information about cars 61, 62, and 63, which used to race together, or he used to race together as part of the Pure Racing team back in the day. He was very successful with those cars, and last year we just had the 61 and the 62 car here, and he said to me, Kev, next year I'm going to speak to Don Racine, and we're going to get the 63 car, or a replica of the 63 car up and running for Velocity 2023, and that's what they've done. So all three cars have been out this weekend, but as we look at our top 10, I'm not seeing car number 63, so I hope it's made it through the weekend. I did see it here running yesterday, but big shout out to Randy Unsby, and thanks for sending me your information on the Instagram.
And thank you to me for losing a lot of it too.
Not at all, not at all. It's good to hear from Randy and his info. As we look at actually Don Racine there and Dennis Racine in the 177.
I think it's going to be Don first, then Dennis.
Don first, okay, so Don's at the helm of this one at the moment. And yeah, Don's responsible for all of these minis. He's kind of...
the Don.
He is the Don.
Yes.
He is the Don.
The Doyon Don.
Yeah, he's the shepherd of all of these guys who are in their minis this weekend. And a lot of them not only get their spares from him, but some of them he prepares the cars and loans them the cars for the weekend. As we go live to the pit lane now here, Johnny, just have a look at one of the Mustangs and stuff. Are we getting set for a driver change, or what's happening?
Well, yeah, so it's almost like slow motion.
It
is. Well, you can come in. I mean, I think they changed the rules. Remember, it used to be the last.
There was a window. There was a window.
But I think it's now anywhere in that window, because you heard some of the drivers say, I chose the yellow to come in, and if there isn't a yellow, then they go, tactically, let's go early. I think the Mustang boys have got together over a beer last night and went, okay, you're coming in after 10 minutes. And meanwhile, the minis have come in. Michael Caine's come up and gone, right, you lot, get together. I want all of you, go out in a bloody group and bloody blow the bloody doors off, all of them. And that's what they're doing.
That is exactly what they're doing, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, we got further into this race than I thought we would without a Michael Caine impression.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite remarkable.
Come on, it's got to be done. Did you see the have you seen the latest Italian job?
I have. It was on telly in my hotel just the other night.
Is he? It's not as good as the other.
No, it's not as good.
Can't be as good.
It is an icon of British culture, though, isn't it, the Mini, just as the Mustang is here in America?
Oh, no question, yeah.
So it's a great pairing of cars, not just because it's the name Minis versus Mustangs works well.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right there, Adam. Two icons of automotive history there on their respective sides of the pond. And aficionados all over the world still love either the Mini or the Mustang.
Question to both of you. We have to add one car from one country to this group. What's it going to be? I'll go with my Alfa Giulietta.
I was going to say something Italian, surely.
Yeah.
Maybe a Porsche 911.
Oh, come on. Yeah, kill it. What about Beetle?
Beetle. I'd love to see that.
What about a Lancia? Come on, let's get a Lancia.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Okay. But no, I think the Beetle would be,
Actually, a Beetle would be good, wouldn't it?
Would work.
Volkswagen Beetle, the people's car.
Yeah, the people's car. And this, we're talking. So, okay, what other people's cars?
Because also there are plenty of raced-up Beetles out there that could hold their own in the mix with these cars.
So, what other people's cars are there? What's the Japanese people's car?
The Toyota Corolla.
Yep, good. Yeah.
Toyota Corolla. And
see, we're now building a big field here. So, who else has a people's car? France?
Oh, what's
that would be
Le Deux Cheval.
Either
Le Deux Cheval.
Fiat 500.
Yes.
It's got to be the Fiat 500 against the Mini.
Yeah.
That
would be a great race.
But then what about the Renault 5? The Renault 5.
The Renault 5? Good call.
Yeah,
good call. Like sort of mid-80s, late 70s, mid-80s.
We saw a lovely Renault 5 parked up yesterday, I believe, didn't we? Turbo one.
Lovely.
Yeah, my mum had a Renault 5. Good car.
Yeah.
Good car. I like that. I'm trying to think what other countries could play the game. Korea, I'm sure.
There must be something.
What have Korea got? Well, I'm sure there's a tiny Hyundai somewhere.
Absolutely.
Your hire car, Johnny.
Actually, what is it called?
It's a venue.
The Hyundai venue.
Let's get the venue involved. I love it.
I can see you on that starting grid, isn't that?
Oh, you know it. Team Green. Mean, green and lean. We'd be there. Well, this corner's seen some sights this weekend. The side of many an overtake and undertake, literally. We saw some great racing from certainly the Lotus race that Horatio Fitzsimon. He came in the booth, and I think he's trying. I'm going to have a look if he made it, because he's trying to get on the grid for this. Jeff O'Neill is out there again. Yep, he's still out there in the 58 in 8th place. I think he's done every race.
He's done an awful lot of racing. He must be the busiest man here, that's for sure. He's having a lot of fun this weekend.
He's not the busiest man, because he's not got his phone, and he's organising the event, and he's gone, I don't care what happens.
Wow.
I'm just going to race my cars.
I think you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. If in doubt, just get in the car. There's no phones allowed. He can't hear anything. He's probably grinning from ear to ear. Oh, that was a moment. 3 wheels on my wagon for a moment. He just overcooked it going into the little chicane there.
That's one of our pure racing minis then. Oliver Ramleth at the wheel of that one, I think, right now, number 61. Looks great with the lights blazing. I think this is timed absolutely perfectly as Don Racine comes running up the ramp here. I wonder if he's coming in to join us on comms. I hope he is.
Yep. Empty pit lane at the moment as the leaders go through. And, third place goes through. We've already had Seth Burgett, who's on his own, by the way, poor lad, in his Shelby GT500. Baiacchio and Ethan Wilson. Wilson hasn't changed over yet, so Wilson will be doing the second part in that Mustang. And then in the 177 that's just gone past, and I'm just getting some signals from one of the minis, who is signalling quite vociferously at his teammate, saying, I'm coming in, get ready, because he didn't have his helmet on. But so we're getting ready for some pit stops, so stand by your beds, folks, because we're going to get some action in a moment, and we'll keep an eye on the board. Matt Johnson still in the top 10. James Briscoe in the 73. He's in the Morris Cooper. Now, what's the difference then? Mini, Austin, Morris.
So back in the day, it was BMC, was it? And they were all just different names for the same car, really.
Yeah.
Different badges, but largely the same, slightly different details like the grille or something like that. But at the end of the day, same car, and the Coopers all got the same engines.
And the Cooper was the more competitive, because that's what went rallying, didn't it?
It
Paddy
did.
Hopker had the Mini Cooper.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hotted up minis, built for racing.
And lest we forget, again, Mini, rally, what?
Yeah.
And yet it did.
Won the Monte Carlo Rally 3 times, I think it was. 4, but it got disqualified for having the wrong headlights.
Can you imagine doing a complete rally and then going, nope? Oh, wow.
That's quite unfair. Somebody upset somebody
funnily
there.
Enough, the car in second place was a French one. So.
There you go. Zut alors.
You need to say no more. Car number 12, that's an Austin Cooper S from 1966. A brilliant year to be born. The Austin Cooper Mini S from 66 in the 424 as well. So we've got 2 66s out there that we've just seen. I love the colours on that. Nice Gulf livery. Not quite the number 21 917 parked out there, but, you know, still got a nice look to it. And just 3 seconds between the leaders at the moment. Both Mustangs, or American muscle cars. And the first Mini still Don Racine in 3rd place. So it's getting nip and tuck now. We've got almost half an hour to go. So we're getting now down to the business end of this. We've had no yellow real flags that would cause a safety car. So it's flat out, hell-bent for leather.
We were just looking at number 424 there. We'll give Gary Dreen his moment in the sun, currently running in 7th place. Seems to be linking up some nice smooth turns there as we are at a stage where there's now 32 minutes to go in this one, 50-minute race in total. Definitely an endurance race, and being challenged at the front at the moment by 2 Mustangs as 2 of our minis come into pit. Then we now have 2 minis in the pit. Car 35 has just gone past our window, just ahead of them. Blue car, I didn't get the number on, but one of the blue minis is now into pit. So we're going to have the driver change. Moment to just check everything's okay with the car. Probably wipe the windshield, change the drivers, and head on back out there as well. Oh, great, here we go. Car 37 then. We're looking at car 37 in the pit.
I'm trying to find that.
Yeah,
on
where's
my
car
boy,
37?
It's a ringer.
Is it on our notes? Is it on our notes?
Verstappen
No,
is
stand
just
by,
getting
stand
into
by.
the car.
It should be Steve Phillips in a 1966
He's
Mini
not
Cooper
that far.
S.
Steve Phillips, who's he?
Well, yeah, I think it's him. I think it's him.
Good.
But Steve Phillips in car 35 then. Chris Fritsch also in a Mini Morris Cooper
Now,
S.
this is just like yesterday, where out to the front goes the lone Seth Burgett on his own in the Shelby GT500. What did he do?
He's getting the back end out there. A little bit of slide on the rear wheels. I think he hit the loud pedal a little early coming out of that one.
Well, that's the thing with these big Mustangs, big powerful engines sending all the power to the rear wheels.
That's it.
The opposite of the Mini, really.
Oh, and he's done it again. He's done it again. He's off.
The leader's gone off. Drama here at Sonoma as the leader of the race blows it and throws it in the dirt.
Overcooked it, Adam, as you're explaining. All that power to the rear wheels. He got his foot down early, and that's what happened.
You see, I think the intimidation of the mighty Mini, that's what's happened here. There is drama indeed here at Sonoma in the dying moments of Velocity Invitational for 2023, because the leader of the race in a Mustang representing America, not just America, but the whole American car industry, I would add, has gone off while leading.
He has gone off on the one man who is grinning from ear to ear inside his race helmet. Is car number 111, Mike Bacchioccio, our winner from last year.
Yeah, last year's winner. So he is not going to get to, freaked out by the fact that he's lost his mate. But it does put him in a unique position now to really give it over to Ethan Wilson. Now, depends when he swaps over. Ethan is a good driver and proved that last night. So if Mustang are going to save the day, this could be in the hands of this 111.
He's got a decent gap ahead of the car behind him. It could be a time to pit, and he is pitting.
Now, the essential pit stop.
Here we go.
Now, we've had a 1.8 from McLaren in Formula One. Do you think we'll ever get close to that? No, unfortunately, it's time.
I'm not sure, but what I'm going to be interested to see now, just in our camera shot, car number 80, our man Seth Seth Burgett, who went off, is now going to think to himself, come on, mate, I've got to up my game here. I'm going to go back up through the field and get myself back on the podium. He's going to put the hammer down now with 29 minutes to go.
Awesome.
Mike Bacchioccio makes his way out of the pits, or coming into the pits, in actual fact. Here he is, just going past our window there. So, yeah, let's see what Seth can do in the closing stages of this one.
And he's ready. You can see his teammate, Ethan Wilson, is getting ready to go. They've dropped down already down the board as Burkett goes first, and Don Racine still out, yet to do the pit change in second. So they're now waiting, really, to see how this all pans out. And no, in comes the 62. I thought it was for a moment Don Racine, but it's not. It's the 62 of Andrew Waite and Martin Lauber.
Very gentlemanly driver swap here in the 111 car, though.
No rush.
No rush. Ethan Wilson just taking his time there. Mike just
sandwich.
Peel himself out of it. His work is done for the day. Good work, Mike.
Hands, knees, and helmet on.
There's that name, Randy Unsby, in charge of the pure racing team from back in the day, 61, 62.
They like their orange. This is not to do with McLaren. And pressure's going in. A little bit of tactics going on the Hoosiers.
Well, we're getting to a point in the day, Johnny, where the weather is dipping somewhat. The sun is setting in the sky. I wonder if the track temperature is cooling.
Can you imagine the phone conversation to Hoosier, who makes some of the biggest tyres, muscle car magic, and they go, I'd like a 10-inch mini wheel, please.
Oh, man. Right, number 80, here he is. Seth, who went off, back with the bit between his teeth. What can he do in the closing stages of this one? How far back up the field could he put himself? Would have gone through the timing screens now, I would think, a couple of times. So where is he on the screen?
Well, Don Racine is 17 seconds behind, which is healthy given the pit stops, etc. Yeah. We had a gap of yesterday, Don Racine was 30 seconds behind. Now, but Seth is putting down the hammer, 1:59.9. He's just done the fastest lap of the race with some free air. He's seen his mate go off. He's now getting into traffic, and now the elbows are going to come out in the minis. They're going to group together and form a line across the track. Well, it looked that way yesterday at some times because there was traffic really impeding them.
Yeah, and there was moments I glanced up at the big screen seeing the TV pictures of this race yesterday where there were kind of like 2, 3, 4 cars abreast nipping into a corner. There was a couple of minis trying to squeeze past the Mustang in the dying stages yesterday. It must have been a great race for you to be calling, Johnny.
Oh, it was fun as heck. And yeah, you can see all the action. George doing the business, getting him amongst it.
Good work, George. Oh, look, just checking a few things on the phone there. That's some data, some telemetry via iPhone.
It was just updating the Instagram stories, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Well, they might be dialing in the car, you know. They can do that with a Mini. They've got a special app.
Now, big shout out male team.
Yes.
A member of the Racine family, Julie Racine, maybe handing over to Anita Wimas in the green car there, that is 969. They have just come into the pit.
And a shout out to young Penelope, who will be engineering and making sure that all is appropriate and timed well. She's doing a great job in her green overalls, matching with the car. Love to see.
Yeah, the 7-year-old crew chief. But look, there's definitely some data and telemetry being shown via iPhone here, chaps. Car 62.
So what do you mean you left the garage open?
It
says on my app.
The Ring doorbell has spotted that the Amazon guys left a package on the doorstep. Probably some mini spares.
Awesome. Now, here is our leader.
Now, I wonder if we're going to see down in the pit lane our all-female team, the green Mini. Here it is, 969. Here we are.
They're trying to get a passenger in there. Oh, no, she's got a helmet on. She's trying to strap the other lady in.
But the other interesting thing, folks, is our 111 car, which was Mike and Ethan in that Mustang. They were in the lead, but that pit stop's been ages. They don't have to sit in the pits for a period of time, do they, Johnny?
Yep, they do. It's all timed. It have to. That's why you're seeing quite leisurely pit stop. It's not a race at that point, which makes it really really excruciating to be sat there, because that's what the phone is actually doing. Is that they've got a clock on the phone, they've got the timer, and they're going, all right, you got 1 minute and 30 seconds, hang tight. But it's frustrating as all hell, but there you go.
So so in the meantime then, our man Seth, who's in the Mustang number 80 in the Golf livery, he's just staying out on track, just trying to get down the road a bit further, is he, before he's going to come in?
But when he comes in, he still has to do the pit stop.
Right.
I.e. the time pit stop. So what he's trying to do now is lay down some heavy rubber and get down as many laps and get that gap. 22 seconds at the moment. He's going to try and get it up to about 30 seconds before he comes in.
Clever.
Now, if he hits traffic, he'll probably zoom straight in.
Yep.
Oh, so it's strategy.
This is not just a novelty.
Messing about
end
here.
of the day thing, is it, Johnny?
Not at all. Absolutely not. They saved the best till last. Adam did not expect to be sitting in the commentary booth here at the end of Velocity after a lovely week where he's done some Trans Am. He's seen the best of the new cars of the day, a bit of SPRA.
Absolutely.
He then drove across America. Come on, you haven't regaled us.
I did.
What did you learn about Americana?
Oh, what didn't I learn? I mean, I've been to honky tonks.
Ooh.
I've been in the back of Ubers.
Where did you stay?
A lot of interesting motels.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Out there in the desert, you don't know. A good-looking fellow with you with a beard on. You never know what trouble you could get into out there in the desert.
That's the life of the travelling motorsport journalist, isn't it? The automotive journalist.
But I tell you what, fantastic cars, some amazing things on the road. You could write literally, you could do a vodcast of what you see on American roads.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, also it's not even all the the muscle cars and stuff. They're not everywhere, when you're travelling. But it's all the weird things that we don't get.
Right.
Things like your Hyundai. What is it? Hyundai Venue.
Venue, yeah.
Never heard of it.
Yep.
But
we saw the vacation car, the National Lampoon's vacation.
Exactly.
Chevy Chase car. Yeah. As we came in to the
big
venue.
wood panel kind of like family wagon.
Cracking car.
And the huge pickup trucks, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. I love those.
By the way, I saw
love those.
that is the car we parked next to this morning. We saw it's a GMC Ferrari.
Yes.
I got a picture of it, which I'm going to show you, Adam, and I might actually. You'll have to put this out on the Auto Mondial social because it beggars belief. But that is Intrepid Racing's Ferrari.
That's fantastic.
And look at the logo.
Oh, brilliant.
So they've done well there, and Intrepid, I told them because they were in here doing what's going on.
Well, I'm just looking at this. I think we've got pictures of Jeff O'Neill being put into the seat and going out right now. Looking at this one. Andrew Fox and Jay O'Neill, the names on the door plate there.
So Jeffrey O'Neill has driven a if I've got this right, he's driven a GTO Ferrari.
He has 250 GTOs.
He's driven a historic Trans Am.
Yes, and he was also in Group 9 in the
IMSA?
big IMSA. Yeah, 2006, 2016 big IMSA Le Mans or ALMS car.
And now he's in a Mini.
He's saved the best to last.
He certainly has.
He has.
It's all been building up to this.
And if you're interested, they'll be auctioning it off at Pebble Beach with a starting price of $90 million next year.
Oh dear, bonnet up on the 61 car.
That's third place. That is not a good sight.
That's not.
That is the engine. They found it. But it's not good because this is not part of the plan.
Oliver and Gear on Ramius.
I said the doors, not the bloody bonnet. So we've got problems with our...
No. Terminal.
We've just had the international sign for it's done, mate. It's gone sideways, son.
You feel for him. 61 car is probably going to be out.
The Self-Preservation Society is hardly preserved at this point, and we are in trouble, folks. And sadly, a moment in the commentary box to perhaps wonder what could have been, because that was our top hope.
Well, all our hopes now rest on this car, the 177, the Racine car with its Monte Carlo tribute livery.
Yes, and
it's absolutely fantastic.
If I were a betting man, I would say that they could pull it off. The gap, 28 seconds. It's not over by any means, because remember, Birgit on his own is yet to come in.
He's yet to come in. He's still got to come in. You would expect once he comes in and this on-screen graphic sorts itself out, the time he sorts itself out, that our man Mike Bacchioccio and Ethan Wilson will leapfrog up a little bit, but we'll see what happens.
But of course, Racine hasn't come in either.
That's what I was just wondering. I didn't think we'd seen the 177 car come in.
We haven't. They haven't come in. So we've got a cracking race on here. Now, Ramleth and Ramleth. That's Oliver Ramleth and Gare Ramleth. Very good drivers both. Currently in 5th place, so watch out for them. Fox and O'Neill, as we've mentioned already, they're in the pits and about to head out again. We've got on the board 19 minutes and 41 seconds as we take another look at the Gulf livery, number 80, Ford, 1967 Shelby GT 500. Beautiful sand too. Whoop.
Ooh, there's our man Seth. He's got to be careful on that loud pedal.
Ooh, look at the LEDs behind him though. That's got to be intimidating. Look at that. Oh, let's see him in a minute when he comes across the line. But the Mini behind him is resplendent.
Fully lit up.
Yeah.
Seth is just getting the hammer down, isn't he? I wonder how far down the road he can get.
Adam, have you done a lap of the track yet? Because you can't leave without that.
I've done parts of it in a golf cart, John.
Well, yeah. Okay. Which is pretty much, same pace as the back Minis. A Mini Moke version. Now, here comes the number 6. He's further down the order. Oh, no, excuse me. That's Matt Johnson from 3rd place coming in. So Johnson and Johnson, but I think Matt's on his own, isn't he?
Yeah, it's Shelby 350, GT 350. Nice livery on that, way down to the far end of the pit lane as we sit here on our...
And we've got another
position.
towed car being towed out of the way. The Minis are falling by the wayside, guys. I'm a little upset with what's happening. We've got another one being towed away, unless this is the stewards interrupting the race just because they're not happy. Now, who's this coming in? Somebody else, one of the red Minis is coming in, but I don't think it's our leader or our contender, put it that way. Now, here comes... Now, this is Racine, isn't it? With the leader coming up on him.
No, Racine is the 177.
That's it. Yeah, I've got that completely wrong.
There's
too many orange cars.
This will be 62. It can only be 62.
The future's orange. Bloody hell.
So this is one of those pure racing minis. This is, I think, Andrew Waite and Martin Lauber, I think. Yeah, 62. Andrew Waite, Martin Lauber at this point in time.
Well, Martin's had a big
our
weekend.
177, I think he did sneak past us in our commentary position, because I think I've only seen the one mini with the white roof. That's what just went past.
There's my LEDs coming down the back straight. I love that. That's pretty good. That's cracking.
Snazzy.
You know, when you actually do get them stopped and get a proper look at these cars, they are beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And beautifully prepared as well. So, not a...
The number 6 car we're looking at there then, in the pits, your 3rd place man.
Matt Johnson, yeah. And he's what I'm talking about. He's on his own, so he's just sat there.
Yeah.
And he's
thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Go on,
look
Matt.
at it, George.
How long has he got to sit there? What's the pit stop on this one?
I think it's 5 minutes.
Ah, okay.
So, which must be agonising when it really only takes a couple of minutes to, do a quick changeover. Now, this is the one we're watching. LBL 60.
Right, so you were correct. I apologise, Johnny. It's a different red Mini with a white roof
Yep.
sitting in pit. Because obviously 177 is still out.
Yeah.
So we are still going on this.
The gap 31 seconds now.
Okay, interesting. 16 minutes to go. And Seth is still putting in best lap times. He's still turning sectors purple.
No change in the fastest lap. Now, we've got the 22 coming. Oh, no, 22 is now in the pits. That's one of the Mustangs.
1965 GT350.
Yep.
Brian Ferrin, Ken Adams.
Yep, that's right. So Ken Adams should be stepping in now. Ken Adams is a very good driver. And he's had a big weekend as well. Just keeping an eye on the pit. You can see on the right-hand side all these times here. I guess that's their in and out times entirely, right?
On your on-screen telemetry that you can see.
Yeah.
177, and there we are.
Got the Monte Carlo sticker on the back.
Don and Dennis Racine currently sitting in second place at the moment. But they've yet to pit, is that right?
Yeah, that's what we think.
Yeah.
Now, who else can come in play? McLaren and Wade sits at the moment. They're circulating well. They're in the 208, so they're a little bit slower than the leaders on 203s. So, Matt Johnson, obviously with the pit stop.
Oh, here he is. Here he is, Johnny.
Here comes the leader. And so too does the Mini. They come in together. It's all action now. Mustang versus Mini, and David and Goliath are in together.
Yeah, our man Seth Burgett, who went off a while ago and has put a stint in ever since, trying to get himself off and away down the road, leading the race, comes in for his mandatory pit stop.
Oh, talk about a bit of wheel spin. Out goes one of the Mustangs.
Lit up the tyres, just filling the pit lane with tyre smoke.
Here he comes. So the 177 is now in. All eyes focused. We've lost Matt. I think he fell asleep. I think we lost Adam. He's fallen asleep as well. What do you think?
Well, I think the amount of Minis that are dropping out...
Yeah, it's not good, is it?
To dispel the myths of British car reliability, is it?
Leyland, bless them.
They are being thrashed in an endurance race, that's for sure.
Lucas parts, that was it. Yeah. Have you got any Lucas parts on it? Oh, well, that's your problem then. Oh, off comes the wheel.
So let's just have a look at who's getting out here. I think.
The magic cushion. Look at that. One cushion, two cushions. It's a two cushion stint here now.
So that's Don Racine getting in. So Dennis must have been running it for the first lap. Don Racine getting in
them from
right
yesterday.
now. Yeah.
He's got extra weight there on that second cushion. That's at least, it could be as close to I don't know, maybe a kilo.
Yeah.
Depends what he's got in it.
Maybe. One of the other Mustangs comes into pit. But
so this is,
back on
you think that this is our effective leader now because he's just gone past. So that makes total sense now because we're now starting to get through the pit stops and everybody's kind of shuffling through. And he's just gone past the number 6, which is Johnson. So we think now that 111 might be Akio, and now it'll be Ethan Wilson at the wheel is leading the way.
Yeah, I think what will happen in a moment or two once the timing screen graphic sorts itself out after these people come in and out of the pits, or the people who are in the pits head on back out and start doing the lap, we'll see this car, Ethan Wilson, start to move up the order a little bit. There was our man who was leading, Seth Burgett.
Yep.
Just
now, as you
waiting.
See, the man with the cowboy hat is coming him off the ledge because he's got to sit there impatiently while the clock ticks down. And I saw him yesterday. He just holds the phone at him and says, don't worry, we're waiting. Now, see, look, here we go. We're now seeing...
Yeah. There we go, look. Ethan Wilson, Mike Bacchiaccio and Ethan Wilson leapfrog up to third.
And this is agonizingly tough when you're sat there. So we think that's what? Dennis?
No, I think that's Don. I think that is Don Racine. That's the main man. That's the main man.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Last leg to the big man.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a pain in the arse getting those bloody fuel things off. There's always this thing. Get them halfway out.
Yeah. On a damp morning with a soft cold hand. So a string-back leather driving gloves is what you need, Johnny.
That's what I need.
They're not just for style.
Yeah, but I don't get down to the merchandise shop. Right? Nice hat you're wearing.
Thanks.
I love it. A little bit of banter in the booth, can't beat it. But you see, the thing is, you don't have one of these.
I don't have one of them. What's that?
Look at that!
Oh, look at that.
As given by a real McLaren person.
That's a
Amanda
Kiwi.
McLaren gave me this.
Wow.
Get that.
How about that?
Can't beat that. That's a weekend's worth of work. That was fun. Now here's our leader. Oh, and he is all sorts of every which way and loose. Look at him go. Oh, who says you can't drift a Mustang? Great stuff.
It does look fantastic, doesn't it?
I have to be honest, I would love to have a go in one of these Mustangs. It must be a thrill and a half, and they sound so good.
You must have driven a Mini or two in your time, though, Johnny. Have you ever driven a Mini?
I have.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I love the Mini. And in fact, I've now got I live in Texas, so, everything is big. So I want to go absolutely small. And I want to get a Mini to drive around in Texas so I can park it anywhere. I can get on the freeway and scare the bejeebers out of all these huge trucks when I come by. And I also want to get a right-hand drive. Now, here we go. This is for the lead. Here we go.
This is it.
Here comes the leader.
Look at this.
And the number 80 is now going to be in second place. So it's a battle on between the Mustangs.
Right, so Seth did everything he could do to get down the road.
That's your race right there,
There's your
folks.
race. Yep. This is going to be exciting in the closing stages, though.
And here's your lead Mini.
That's your lead Mini. And
trouble is, he's lacking any ability to really catch up because the lap times now were surely with the Mustangs.
Absolutely. I think Don Racine is going to look at fourth for this one. The first Mini home, but fourth overall.
Been an exciting time, though. It's been a good race. Remember, Mini got first blood yesterday. They won the race. And now it's a case of which of the Mustangs is going to come through. I'm sure Taylor's down in the pits ready to talk to the next driver out there. Oh, no, she's here. Now, just dropped a wheel then, but he's okay. It's Ethan Wilson at the wheel of this Mustang. Oh, he is pushing it, and now that's on the dry dirt or the where the oil was down.
Well, listen, Johnny, I've just noticed Taylor, who's been running around in the pit and paddock with me, has appeared. So sadly, I think, Adam, you're going to have to leave us. But before you go,
have to go and do some work.
Adam Smith from Auto Mundial, Radio Carfish on Instagram. Before you go, what's been your highlight of the weekend, pal? Because you've had a great weekend, but
I have had
give us a highlight or a couple of highlights.
Do you know
Besides working with Taylor.
Oh, of course. Do you know what? This race has to be up there for me.
There you go.
It has to
Good
be.
man.
I mean, these two iconic cars couldn't be more different. Going head to head, it's what it's all about, isn't it?
It's exactly what it's all about. We'll let you fiddle off and do whatever you've got to do. But we're going to take this home now because it's Mustang versus Mustang. It's muscle car time, folks.
It is.
It had to happen. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks very much. Been a pleasure.
No problem. Enjoyed it.
Brilliant. It's great stuff from Adam Smith there of Auto Mundial.
The gap is what? 2 seconds? That's all.
2-second gap in the closing stage of this one. 7 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Seth Burgett still with the fastest lap time of the day.
Now, we've been talking minis, but talking of small and perfectly formed, here she is!
I thought you were going to say American Muscle. Here she is.
Thought that too.
Oh, yes.
I hadn't thought
both.
the combo of
the
both.
combo,
Thank you.
actually,
Down
Johnny.
Texas's own. Here she is.
Absolutely right.
How's your day?
It's been excellent.
By the way, hell of a grid walk. You got the whole lot.
You did everyone on this race.
Almost, right?
Yeah.
I got all the way down to the end. Towards the end, they were like, I just want to finish. I just want to finish.
How cool is Penelope out there in their green?
Oh, what a doll. What a doll. And that whole female team.
Yeah.
Love that.
Great
I
stuff.
picked the right team. I said, let me throw down this microphone. We'll swap. Give me the helmet.
boy, he is laying down some rubber. He's going to run out if he's not careful. He's got completely sideways there.
Well, that's Mike and Ethan. Obviously, Mike won it last year, Johnny, when I was with you. How did he get on last night? Do you remember how Carl won?
They were in the lead for a while, but
Yeah.
they made a mistake or something went wrong, but that's how it led to the minis. And I think traffic was an issue, and he's about to come across some now.
Interesting. Because Mike's going to come back, you know, and retain his crown from last year, that's for sure.
Look,
here's some traffic. Look at this.
Yeah, minis getting side by side, you see. They won't let him through now. Watch this. No, they're racing. But in this particular part of the circuit, they struggle to get past the minis, that's for sure. Look, now the muscle comes into play. Now he should have at least one of them by the time he gets to turn 11.
Yeah, there's nothing, sadly, the minis can do at this point.
No, not really.
The
In
Golf
fact, he's got both. Look at that.
Yeah,
Nicely done.
Quite safely and rightly, the Mini just drifts over to the left, lets him come by up the inside there.
And I'll tell you what, the way the Mustangs are struggling at the moment with just grip after what has been a long hour race, they've been pushing it to the max, and they're running out of grip on the rear end. And that's why they're sliding, but you can see there, two Golf liveried cars side by side, very different though.
So Taylor, 5 minutes 40 seconds to go on this one. We come to the end of another Velocity Invitational. What have been your highlights this year, do you think?
Oh gosh, we have done so much.
I know, it feels like it's all melded into one.
I feel like we've been here for a week.
Yeah,
There was so
that's what
much
it
to
feels like.
see, so many events. Goodness, to pick one. I'm struggling to pick one.
I know you had a great chat with Tony Kanaan, TK, down at McLaren. Is somebody? Is that not our man Seth gone off again? Is it? No. No.
It's the 111.
The 111. Mike and Ethan.
Oh no. Sorry, carry on.
I know you had a good chat with Tony Kanaan, TK,
Yes.
down there at
lovely,
McLaren.
yeah, that was nice.
Yes, I did. Yeah, that was an exceptional chat, just to hear his emotions. You always see,
passionate.
when you're talking to drivers, normally
Yeah.
at a race event, it's thanks to the sponsors, the car is really great, this and that, and so to get a little bit a different approach, a personal approach, exactly. It's really exciting, actually.
And you saw firsthand the devotion of Formula One fans as people queued up all day just to get Lando's autograph.
We couldn't even get around. We're trying to just get out of here, and they're on the fencing. And you hear, just excuse me, can I get by? But they're
Did they
ready.
have a session today? Did they have an autograph session?
They absolutely did. Yes, it was quite the line, or the queue, as I should say.
Thank you. Good work. Nicely done. So Seth Burgett's just done the fast. Well, no, he did the fastest lap. That was early on in the race, so that's not changed. But they're running. Well, the leader, Ethan Wilson, is running 2:00 at the moment in the car you're looking at now, the 111 Mustang, and he's on his way to victory. The gap, though, is only 2 seconds to the second place Golf livery Seth Burgett on his own. It's gone up to 3 seconds now in these last 4 minutes. Can he reel him in just a little bit? The leading Mini is in 4th position, and that is Don Rossi. There he is.
Somewhat fitting that the steward of all of these Minis is leading the way, leading them home.
Yeah. Lights
ablaze as he goes through that chicane there, just nipping the apex right then left. Super stuff, Don. Well done, sir.
Clock ticking down, though, and the sun has gone. Goes quick here, doesn't it? It just dips down, and then it's gone.
As has the temperature. It's going to be chilly when we step outside, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's been California sunshine all day. We've been basking in it, but it's going to be chilly. Look at the neon lights, the little LEDs there around the 177.
Yeah, I keep saying, we thought they were for the well, they probably are, actually. We had a debate about this, but we thought, oh, okay, it's for the pits. And yet they're on the other side. So maybe most of the circuits are anti-clockwise rather than clockwise, and therefore you can light up for endurance races.
It would make sense.
Just like they do in IMSA.
Sounds plausible for me.
Taylor's looking very like,
When you said anti-clockwise, that was...
That just sounds like a load of people who don't like which direction the clock goes.
They're anti-clockwise,
They are
aren't they?
anti-clockwise.
They're anti-clockwise.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
The clock's gone back again. It's not again.
No,
Can't
we're not
deal
having
with
that.
it. Now, second place is making a move in the dying seconds of this race. A little
Go
bit
on,
of traffic.
Seth.
Could, there he is, look.
Yeah.
A little bit of traffic could make the difference now as they come into the turn 11 hairpin yet again. Now, we'll see the gap as they cross the line. It was 3 seconds We've got 2 minutes on the clock, which means we should be getting the white flag fairly soon. And there it is. The white flag is out now. Let's watch the gap as they cross the line. The gap is now 2.8 seconds. We've got a race on, folks. He's taken it down, only a couple of tenths, but now it's the last lap, and he's got to go hell-bent for leather. Channel his inner Steve McQueen around the streets of San Francisco. Yeah. Was the movie Fast? What was it called?
It'd be Bullet, presumably.
Bullet?
Yeah,
of course it was Bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great scene. Love
Tremendous film. And you can actually get yourself a Ford Mustang Bullet Edition as well.
Can you really?
They do in the modern day Mustang. Launched in about probably 2015, I think it was. Super looking Mustang from the modern day.
Now come on, Kev. You do some work for Ford in England. Can't you do a special piece on a Ford Bullet around the streets of San Francisco, or even this race alone?
It should happen.
It should happen.
It should happen.
It should happen. We will make it happen.
I'll
talk to the head of Auto Mondial. We could make that happen.
He could.
We know him.
If only we knew the head of Auto Mondial.
No, that's it.
The great Adam Smith.
There he is. Final lap then of the final race. Route 10 on what has been a fantastic weekend.
He's done it again. 12 months since he last won the Mini versus Mustangs. Mike Bacchioccio and Ethan Wilson at the wheel. This second stint, he's going to do it.
Got a bit of traffic though. Bit of traffic.
Give the fans some excitement in the dying stages. Come on.
Here we go. Come on. Oh, look at how the brakes are lighting up too. That's a problem. Oh, he's caught right up to him.
Oh, hang on.
We've got 1 or 2 corners to go. It's all about turn 11 here in the final hurrah here at Velocity Invitational. There's 2 minis in the way, and there's 2 Mustangs on their way. What a finish to this is going to be. If Seth Burgett can do something here, he's right on his tailpipe, lights blazing. It's now or never, guys. They're coming to the minis. They're in the way, but they're going to try and drift through. To the line they come. It's going to be a race to the flag, and it is a photo finish. Oh, wow. 0.135.
Oh,
that's
boy.
The gap between them. Oh, it doesn't get any better than that.
Oh, boy, that was great. Seth, his heart rate now in that number 80 Mustang.
Brilliant stuff. An American muscle gets its pride back here at Sonoma in 2023. They were beaten by the Minis last night, but American muscle car restored. And Taylor
Sweet
is...
redemption.
There you go. Is sighing with relief. Can't have a full weekend being beaten by the Europeans, surely.
All 4 of those drivers involved in that race to the line there, or that kind of
that's great.
Final corner and that final bit of the straight, that's worth the admission price alone for those guys. They're loving that. They're loving that.
Now, the top Mini coming across the line fairly soon will be Don Racine in that 1961 Austin Mini Cooper S. Matt Johnson does take 3rd, so it's a sweep, a clean sweep. Now, they get the brush out here on the podium. I love that. Because... that's what you call a clean sweep, because they've got all 3 on the podium. But the first Mini coming across the line, here he comes. Let's give him a very polite British applause, as we do here. And then we'll stand in line, because that's what we like to do. That's been fun. That's been a lot of fun. But it was competitive. Boy, God, 0.135. I mean, you certainly don't get Formula 1 races finishing that close. That's great. I love it. 50 minutes and 0.135.
Look at Ethan. Fist aloft, just waving to the fans. Absolutely brilliant. The 111.
Right, the pair of you, sum up your weekend. We're going home.
Sum up our weekend, we're going home. It's been a fantastic weekend. Seeing some tremendous racing cars, more than I've ever, would have hoped to have seen. But for me, Lando Norris getting out of a 1985 McLaren and grinning ear to ear in the same way that I would grin ear to ear if I got 1 lap in a Mini. So kudos to him.
Taylor?
It was an event with a lot of youth. If that makes sense. I saw a lot of...
You stole my line.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you could. No, you're good.
I saw a lot of young race fans. And I'm not talking about children. I'm talking about teenagers and people that really... they may have come for Lando and McLaren, but hopefully they got a little taste of historic racing and given a new appreciation for these cars.
I would like to say well done to Jeffrey O'Neill, to Ryan Turry and the entire team for a fantastic job, and also Greenlight TV for covering it so well. Well done. But also, hats off to the efforts that Zach Brown and McLaren and all involved in paying a fantastic tribute to both Bruce McLaren and McLaren Racing over the 60 years. But as you say, Taylor, I think what stands out to me, we've just heard from the stewards that the Minis have been promoted to third.
Oh.
Wow. Don Racine, third place.
Matt Johnson.
They're on the podium, no clean sweep. Wow, big news flash before the end of the day. I love it. But yeah, just to finish off, congratulations to everybody involved. And I do think, yeah, to see so many teenagers here watching racing. Combustion racing is got a long history. It's also got a big future, I think. And to see epitomized by a 23-year-old driving a Lotus 26 to absolute brilliance against two priceless Ferraris. The line of the day has to be, I've got $40 million worth in my mirror.
That was Horatio.
And that Horatio Fitzsimon.
Is that our man?
That's our man.
Yeah.
Horatio Fitzsimon epitomizes what this event is all about, which is racing for fun and racing what is a unique history of sport. I hope you've enjoyed the Velocity Invitational. It's our 4th edition. The sun is going down here in California, but they say it never does. Jonathan Green, and my thanks once again to Taylor and Kev. You've done a great job. Thank you so much. We'll be back, I hope, next year. We'll see you soon.